We'll be starting in just a minute, folks. We're just allowing a couple minutes for people to arrive.
Well, hi. I see everybody is currently looking at my screen. I would show you what I look like, but Glenn's got video sharing turned off for a very good reason, and that's simply because we don't want to alienate absolutely everyone right at the start of the show. If I'd had my way, I would be sat here wearing a dinner jacket and a bow tie and doing a 1950s BBC continuity announcer voice, but I'm afraid that's not going to be how it goes. First up, let's talk about what I'm going to do tonight, and that is ReactiveUI on the web with Blazor. Now, I don't know if you were watching or not, but the other day, Ed Charbonneau did a quite interesting twitch where he was attempting to use MVVM in Blazor, and he couldn't quite see the point of it. So I thought, before we go any further and before we bring everyone in, let's talk about why you might want to do that in the first place. Now, can you turn the video on, please, Glenn? Right, as you can see on my screen at the moment, I have the dear old faithful compelling example from the ReactiveUI website, which you can easily find and cut, paste, copy, and do as you wish with. All it is a simple NuGet browser, and it's put together very simply.
From the audience there, Rich, those requests you zoom your browser text in a bit.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. We're just looking at the NuGets in here at the moment, and that's in the compelling example itself, which is a WPF project. I've done it in .NET Core. It doesn't have to be, but the reason I did it in .NET Core was because I don't want any nasty, funky bits and pieces going wrong. Now, if you take the compelling example project as it stands, then you'll notice that I've refactored it in several ways. The first thing that I've done is pop into controllers here. You'll see there is a NuGet controller in this Blazor server project. This is a straightforward, very simple web API controller, which I may have tweaked just a little bit. And that is the bit that will actually go and get NuGets. At the front end, I've got a Blazor client. You'll notice that that has a set of views in it. This one, for example, and then here's the NuGet details view. But it doesn't have any view models in it. My view models are over here in the view models thing, and for the very simple reason that I want to share them between the projects as a whole. Now, I noticed that Ed said the other day in his Twitch stream that if he was doing that, he might consider putting it into the shared project. There's a reason that I haven't, and the reason is that the Blazor shared project is, as you can see, entirely a Blazor project, whereas compelling example is a WPF project. It doesn't have anything to do with that. So what I've done is factored out view models entirely. The other thing that I've done is just to create a little service in here called a NuGet service, which obviously goes and gets packages from this API. All of this is stuff that anybody could do. It's really, really very simple. Now, if we start up, should we start up? Should we give that a try? Let's see if I've got everything configured correctly. So if I start up the server as it stands, if we do have to wait because I'm in debug mode, I should really have hit Control F5. Let's try. There we go. So I've got a full list of.
So you probably just need to share that screen portion below.
Oh yes, I probably should, shouldn't I? Beg your pardon. It's this one. Does that work?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so we have just a web browser, it's just Chrome, and we've got a list of NuGets with reactive in the title. Now I'm going to kill that in a moment, so I shall stop that share. I'm afraid I'm going to have to share again now to get my ID back. Sorry about that. And if I stop it here, the important thing to note is that if I change that up a bit and I set this as startup project instead, then that's not quite right. I'm going to need multiple because it now relies on the API being there. Let's hit it. As you can see, I've got this. The API is loaded in the background. So that's both of them, all running off the same API service. This, in my opinion, is actually the most compelling reason to use ReactiveUI in your Blazor projects. It's not, there is some value in separation of concerns. There's some value in just having everything nicely separated and working in a way that everyone is familiar with. But the real benefit comes where you're looking at multi-platform work, which is something that ReactiveUI is extremely well suited for. I could throw out projects on here to do the compelling example to run. Well, I'm lucky enough to have a Samsung Gear 3 watch, which means I could run it on the Tizen client. Why I would want to browse NuGet on my watch in particular, I'm not really certain. But it might be worth a try sometime. I might give that a go. So, there's a lot of talk when we build stuff and when we build new projects and when we do greenfield and various other things, particularly when building control libraries of your own, to try and keep it as pure as possible. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about in this particular chat is that I believe that's a mistake. It's entirely possible to roll your own MVVM framework. Everybody should at least once, and then they should throw it away and use one that's got proper documentation. Everybody should probably, at some stage or another, build their own mediator component, and then they should throw it away and use one that's documented. The reason for this is twofold. Not only is it the documentation, it's also the fact that that's going to be unit tested and battle tested. And finally, as an added bonus, when you take on a new developer to your team, what you don't want to have to do is spend time teaching them your individual and idiosyncratic ways of doing things, when what you'd really like is for them to pick up the set of standard components that you're using and get running with them immediately. This is something I feel that doesn't just apply to libraries itself, but also to what we used to call coding standards or coding styles, and the way that we code, the way that we write things. So I'm going to bring up a second project for you here, just a moment. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, there it is. Now this is something that I've been hacking about on this afternoon, just to see what I could do. And I thought you might like to help me out with it. You might like to ask a few questions. You might like to ask why I've done some stuff. And you might like to know why one bit of it isn't working, because I certainly would. If you've got any ideas there, that would be great. So it's a Blazor project. Again, it starts off with, and I've done that as a Blazor project purely because I said I was going to. Now that I think about it, there isn't really any good reason for it to be a Blazor project. It just is. So it's a Blazor project. I've used Link2DB, patched that together to a backend database, which I personally find Link2DB a big improvement over anything that requires you to muck about with using statements and also non-thread safe contexts are an absolute
yeah,
nightmare.
just gave me a text again. Sorry, just request from the audience.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Can't see those requests. Where are they coming from? Yeah. So here we go. That's basically Link2DB in the same way that it does for pretty much all web applications. So I've used the built-in middleware. I'm not doing anything clever with it. I'm just getting a connection string and using the default login. Don't worry about these extra bits just yet. One of the reasons that I've used Link2DB specifically is because it's very easy using select, using other bits and pieces to write nice functional code with nice functional pipelines where I can test every bit of them individually, or I can just run them in the C# interactive window and see what happens, which is something I find incredibly useful. So if I look at this for a moment, you'll see that I've used language extensions by Paul Lav, as well as Link2DB. And the reason I've done that is because I wanted to make my code nice and functional. I wanted nice elevated types, and I find try-catch really horrible, particularly in this kind of stuff. One of the benefits of doing this is that my try becomes lazy. So I output my try asyncs here. I use them inside the controller here. And then I put an extension method on the end, which simply doesn't match against it. And I realized that looks pretty complex. It's actually not, but just let me drop the text size just a little so that we can actually see what's going on here. Right, so it's an extension method, outputs an action result from anything, takes a function of exception with an action result output, and the fail goes to null. So match is something that we can use on elevated components. And in this particular case, we're matching against a success condition or a fail condition. The fail condition goes to this little function up here, which just pokes through the aggregate exception and gives us our exception in the end. So if something has gone wrong, my database is not connected, whatever, then the output in my iAction result is going to be a JSON representation of that exception, which in this particular case, because I'm debugging, is particularly helpful. I would change that later on to an internal server result error, so that when I go into production, I don't start giving away more data than I need to. What's nice about it is that you do tend to get some of the prettiest controller methods in the Untitled. Oh, yes, I see there's a question. Yes, all of this code will be available on GitHub. The compelling example stuff is already there. Please feel free to go to check it out whenever you like. There's actually a blog post about that on the ReactiveUI website as well. Sorry, where was I? Yeah. Okay. Other bits and pieces. What else have I chucked in here? Let's find out. So we've got LanguageX core. We've got a SQL server via link to DB. And I've used Newtonsoft.json, even though everybody says that we should now be using system.text.json. Largely because I was running into serialization errors, and eventually I gave up and just swapped it out. Now, so you can see what that does. It just gets a list of items. The items are not particularly interesting. In this particular case, they have an ID, they have a title, and they have a time on them. And it's just a date time. When we get around to using that at the far end, one of the things it means is that I can keep the model class down here so that I can share it between the client and the server projects without any issues. Now, let's close that up so that you can see we are now inside the client. I'll close all of these. So, Blazor. Now, there's a couple of other libraries that I'd like to use with it. You can probably see what I've done just here. I've added an IndexedDB database. I'd like to say that that's not working at the moment. I don't know why. But I will fix it. And as I say, this code will be up on GitHub, so feel free to go through it and you'll be able to see exactly what I've done wrong in about 5 seconds, I expect. Yes. Which extension is adding the result types to the right try get items and 2 action result? Right, those exist inside languagex.prelude. One of the things that I do in here, just let me bring that back a moment, is you'll see that I do this a lot, which is using static languagex.prelude. So that doesn't actually need to be here at all because we know that works. So the only public ones become the tries. Now, essentially these try list asyncs are simply wrappers for the functionality which hauls data out of link to DB, and mostly that's what we're looking at inside the extension method. If I reopen that extension method block, then there's literally nothing in here that isn't locally defined or inside LanguageX. So, I mean, really, you're not going to find anything particularly clever about it. It's not. It's just a set of extension methods for the purpose of turning elevated classes, elevated types, I beg your pardon, back into an iAction result, depending on whether they contain data or not, in the case of option, whether they are a success or a fail in the case of a try, a success or an exception in the case of a try, and a success or fail in the case of either. Either will produce a different type depending on the condition of the variable that we've thrown in. Please excuse me, sir. Someone has just gone riding an angry bee.
Sorry, I just got a question from the audience. I just want to know what Blazor is. There's another question that's come up.
I should have. Did I not do that right at the start? Okay, Blazor, at its most basic level, if you're familiar with web application programming at all, then it's like Angular or Vue or React or any other sparse single-page application, except that you write it in C# instead of JavaScript, mostly. It does that because it basically downloads the .NET Core assemblies and then compiles them against WebAssembly, so that all this stuff runs natively inside the browser. There's some stuff that it can't do, quite rightly, because there's stuff that WebAssembly can't do. Like, for example, it can't influence the DOM. So all of this stuff is done rewrite, or if something is already rendered, then you can actually page out to JavaScript to have it work for you. That's what Blazor is. Do we think that's a suitable answer or not?
It seems reasonable. I mean, most people are used to the concept of React and all those, and so I think hopefully that answers people's questions.
I think it's a bit of a truism that all single-page application framework stuff, they're all the same. In the sense of you create your components and then you pipe them together with different things and then they display on a page. The only really interesting thing about Blazor is that first, it's in C# and second, it sits inside WebAssembly. Now this cuts down on its utility, but at the same time, you get rid of huge horrible things like like Node and JavaScript build chains and that kind of thing. So if you put together a Blazor application in Visual Studio, you can do so in 5-6 minutes, and it will less than 5 or 6 minutes. You can do it in under 1 minute. We've got plenty of time. I'm going to do it right now, okay?
I guess the other thing that some people should be aware of is two versions of it. There's the WebAssembly version you're talking about, and there's also a client server-side version that runs as a normal website, but it uses Signal R to communicate with the backend.
Nobody wants to do that. Unless you're running on Azure, you run into all kinds of scaling issues. So, okay, there's a Blazor app, and yes, you can call yourself Blazor App 1. Why not? And we use WebAssembly, although they both look the same. I'll make it hosted so that it follows the same pattern that you saw me running with before, and create, and you run into all kinds of scaling issues. So, okay, there's a Blazor app, and yes, you can call yourself Blazor App 1. Why not? It's done. There's the basic one. So go and where is it? Sorry about this, we're just waiting for there you go, folks. So you can see that is Blazor App 1, and that's what it does. Got a counter in it. It can go and fetch data from the server. The data doesn't make any sense, but then why would it? Also doesn't maintain state by itself. And I've used that template in this. This is what this is based on. So it's pretty easy to put things together. It's pretty easy to work with. As I say, the real benefit here is that, well, say for example you have a WPF application and you want a web version, or you have a Xamarin application and you want a web page that does the same thing, then you can literally extract your view models and have that using Blazor, even using C# on the front end. Again, all the way through, it stays ReactiveUI. If you're already using ReactiveUI, using Blazor with it is, I feel, a bit of a no-brainer. If you're not already using ReactiveUI, but you have a requirement for multi-platform work, and you feel that a lot of the logic could be shared, then it's definitely something that you should be looking at. Back me up here, Glenn, just one moment. I don't think any of the other MVVM platforms cover MVVM frameworks cover quite as many different platforms as RxUI, do they?
Prism covers a lot of them too. I'm not sure if it has a Blazor component yet, but and general web assembly.
Right, well, I think we're slightly ahead of the game. Maybe not a huge amount, but certainly ahead of the game. Where I find RxUI really comes into its own is in terms of streaming data, which is something that I wanted to do on here, and you'll find that the completed version, when it goes up, will contain that. So I was thinking, what do you need in terms of a stream to a web app? The usual answer is chat, and it's a chat server, and everybody uses WebSockets, and frankly, it's dull. So I'm really only interested in the fact that it is streaming. I'm not interested in duplex communication here. That's not really the point. What I want is just to demonstrate that you stream and a piece of data comes along and goes bing, and you've got it available to you immediately. Everything reacts to that. So what I will do, although we are not going to have time this evening, is to push in a server-side events framework, which is called lib.aspnetcore.server-side events. It's very clean, it's very well written, and there's nice documentation for it, which again is part of the benefit, as I was wittering on about before, about using code that's already been written and documented, and that you don't have to do it all over again. So, beg your pardon. Something went a bit sideways on the slide. Right. Where were we? I believe I was looking in here. And one of the things that I wanted to add was Flurl, because it's quite sweet, and I'm not certain whether I've got it completely configured yet. There is an issue with the message handler. This issue, I should tell you, if you were using Blazor server-side, would not be an issue at all. You'd never get this. But the HTTP message handler, the HTTP client in Blazor is obviously an extension of the browser's fetch API. And there are things that it can do and things that it can't do. And working with stuff like HTTP Client Factory in it is, at the moment, very difficult indeed. In the .NET 5 version, I noticed that things have changed a great deal, and that's come on quite a lot, so we can actually create a message handler to work with there. Is there any reason I don't use SignalR? Yeah, I don't like it. It doesn't scale. That's not true. It does scale. It scales if you're paying Microsoft to scale it for you on Azure. But that kind of limits things, I think. I could just use WebSockets instead. I would again hit the scaling issue. That arises as soon as you start to scale out over multiple hosts. So say you start needing a load balancer in there, then at that point you either have to scrap SignalR, or you have to put in refit, or you have to pay Microsoft to do it for you. And these are all levels of complexity that I don't really want to get involved with when I'm knocking up demonstration code. I hope that's reasonable. Another question? Right. So, this being ReactiveUI, we start off with views. There's a view. I would like some data in it, please. Where am I going to get that data from? Well, the standard Blazor way of doing it would be to have a block like this. And then I could just put code in there. But frankly, I don't like mixing markup and code. I know some people do. That's a personal taste thing. But I think it comes from years and years of having untestable stuff. So the other thing that you can do, I'll just, because there's no code in here, I'll delete it. You guys see this? I appear to have crashed Visual Studio by attempting to delete a file. Hello?
So it's blocking the screen for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill that instance. Please excuse me. I should be able to bring it back in just a second. It's really task manager. Christ. Well, I'm very sorry about that, everyone. I hope you could all see the message box that was. Ran sideways. In any case, what the hell? God, I think this is Zoom. Nothing works. Hi. Oh, you're right. I didn't pray to the demo gods. Yes, thank you, Jeremy. I'm very familiar with that particular thing. I think I can do that through muscle memory now. Tell you what, shall I try it in Rider instead?
Yeah, be multilingual.
God's sake. Again, sorry, I really don't know why this is happening. God, wait, no, I think we've cracked it. I don't know what the issue was.
The rider's crashing now too?
No, Rider's not crashing. Rider is fine. But it appears that where I created the Blazor app 1 and then killed it, I didn't kill it properly, and there was still a window connection open. So let me just share. Up. Yeah.
When you're ready, you can reshare, I guess.
Yep. I do apologise for that, everyone. I'm very sorry. Demo without unexpected crashes is a video, usually. Right. And I appear to have opened up a million different versions of this as well. Yes, thank you, Jen. Right. This is some IndexedDB stuff, which you're really not interested in. This is server data, which you'll notice is doing similar stuff to what I was doing in the controller. So again, I've elevated that. Oh, yes. So again, I've elevated that try, wrapped it inside of, I'm going to use the M word here, I'm going to use, well, let's say I've wrapped it in a monad. Please don't be scared of monads. You're using them all the time anyway. IEnumerable is a monad. IObservable is most definitely a monad. And try, in this particular case, is a monad. Hello. Oh, no, I thought we had another message there. But what we'll do is we'll try and use it the standard way to start with. So just let me get. Let's skip out of Lil because it's blue. What's making the comments? Resharper, I believe. Oh, sorry, no, there was stuff that I created earlier on, so that I can uncomment them when I need to. They're basically just it's like leaving a template for myself to fill in. You understand me? I have actually had this working a couple of times over the past few weeks. Something has changed. So if I scrub Fleur for now. As I say, the issue with it is not Fleur itself. The issue with it is not even Fleur running in Blazor. The issue with it is that something has changed recently. Why do I have no? Oh, no. No, this is. I can't change anything. It locks up solid. But
An intelligence issue.
So, as I say, this is what Blazor usually does in order to get an HTTP client anywhere, and it needs to be injected, which happens here. I do that like that because I'm incredibly lazy. So that means that we need to load our clients from the server. Let's do that now. We'll do it the straightforward way without any clever elevated bits, so that you can see exactly what I'm doing. Why can't I get it? There's something very odd going on in my Visual Studio, actually. I do not know what it is, but it's not letting me edit things. So, rather than continue to fart about it, let's make Rodney happy. I will increase the size in just a second, and as soon as I know if things will actually load here. Was that clear? Are we okay?
Size is good, thanks.
Right. Well, let's hope I can actually edit stuff in this one. Fine. I cannot. Oh, Christ. Oh, something happened. Not anything useful.
There's some process eating up your CPU in the background.
I don't think so, not especially. I mean, that's... Do you want to have a look? Ah. Kill that, I suppose. Oh, that seems pretty fine.
Maybe kill Visual Studio just to see if that helps.
Always a pleasure.
Someone in the audience said it might be time to get VS Code out.
Oh, look at that. Kill Visual Studio and away you go.
All right, you might want to share Rider again.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. We're back. All right. No, I can't. Glenn, I think I've figured out what's causing this. I'm not certain why, but I cannot edit while I'm shared.
Okay.
Not in Rider either.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
people are saying try VS Code now, but I don't think that's going to help you.
No, I don't think so either. So, those are our samples. That's not where I want to be. I have to do this the hard way, chaps, and I can't write, but I can show you what I've got there. So this, and it's still called master. I thought they'd changed that.
And just zoom
Yeah, as you can see,
out.
I did get code in here, which is currently tiny. I apologize. And I'm really sorry about this. It just seems to be that Zoom has decided I'm not allowed to edit anything that I'm currently sharing. Quite a problem. I hope nobody else runs into that, or this evening's conference is not going to be all that productive. I'll tell you what, given that we do, well, I know you can wait, and I do appreciate your patience, I really do. We must have spent 4 or 5 minutes fighting about with that already, at least. But my time is up in 4 minutes, and I'm due to, in 4 minutes, and then I'm due to answer questions for 10, assuming that anybody has any, if I'd actually been able to show you anything useful. Let me just scroll up to the top of this a second, because that is important, and it's something that if you take my advice, and if you start using language extensions and functional programming with ReactiveUI, you are going to run into this issue. So I've highlighted a line there. Can everyone see it?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, right. Now that particular line means that in this case, in this view model, which inherits from reactive object, that everyone who uses RxUI is familiar with, I want to use the RxUI unit. In fact, I want to use the system.reactive.unit and not languageX unit. I'm sure Rodney can tell you exactly how annoying I can be on this subject. but this is the reason for it is that the units are currently incompatible. If I was also using mediator on here, that wouldn't work either because that also has its own type of unit. If I was using hyperlink, that wouldn't work. It has its own type of unit. And this is, it's kind of a problem that I'm, well, badgering people about in the .NET Foundation to try to get us all to settle on one master unit. But we'll see whether that gets anywhere or not. As I say, that is really important. And it's also particularly important to remember that you can do that and start making life a bit easier for yourself, even though I'd be the first to admit that's quite an ugly thing. So, let's see. Do we actually have any questions? Or shall I just give this to Glenn and run away and hide somewhere?
Maybe just go through the code is probably the best bet at the moment.
I'm good with the hiding. The hiding would work for me. Oh, wait, look, there's one. Units. That is a very good question. Right, okay. If you are working in functional programming, then you will discover that well, non-functional programming first. Let's get that out of the way. In C# you've got actions and you've got functions. And actions and functions are exactly the same, except that an action doesn't need to return anything. It is essentially returning a void. Nothing happens, right? A function, a func, always returns something. Where down here I have defined this reactive command, which is something that you're going to be running into quite a lot this evening, I suspect. You'll see that I have defined it as accepting a unit and returning an item. Now, because it's just got to get the current item, it takes no input. A func will always have input and output. Unit doesn't do anything. Unit is a good reason, is a nice escape from null. It's something for us to return when we don't care what we're actually returning. We know that something has to be returned to tell us that the function is completed, but we don't care what it is. It's the equivalent of the discard. You'll find that unit is used in many places where people are working in a functional style, including ReactiveUI. And you will also find it used in places where programmers wish to avoid writing two versions of everything, because there are instances where you don't particularly want to return anything, but on the other hand, why should you duplicate your code with an action and a function at the same time? Is there anything else? Or shall I just go through this?
Yeah, let's go through the code, because always then people can see where you intended to go.
Okay, absolutely. This line here, you may find interesting. An option is a nice little piece of code, which in fact I may be able to show you in Rider. Can we still see Rider, or do I have to new share it?
We're seeing it.
Yep, okay, as long as we're seeing it. Now, in here, in share, it's just a little thing that I've been playing with, which is kind of fun.
Zoom up.
What that does is it gives us the equivalent of a LanguageX function class inside Blazor. So I've got an option component. So in this particular case, an option can have two values. It can have a top value, in this case, which is sum, or a bottom value, which is none. An option protects you from nulls. The way this works is, let us flip back to here, which I hope is still being shared.
It shares just very small text, but yeah.
This is small text. Oh, that's a shame.
Okay. The writer screen was this web
right,
page.
Okay. As long as this is good. So if go into there, I can show you how that works exactly. Here in this index, for simplicity's sake, I've used the Blazor code block. You can see that I've got an option component, which takes a text value. If the value of the option is some, then the text value outputs, and if it's not, then you just get this placeholder text. And here you can see that what I do is I initialize it as null, and then wait 3 seconds, and then change that text value to hello, and invoke state has changed in order to let the front end know that something has happened, and it needs to re-render. So this is my way of avoiding all those pages where you get great big if x equals null then, because it's really not very nice, and null can be a bit of a booby trap, particularly in ReactiveUI in Blazor, because you'll find that where you have an observable as property value, and it needs to be observable as property helper, for example, and it needs to be initialized, it will always enter as null, which will throw an exception in Blazor when you first start it, even though it shouldn't actually be null. Wrapping that inside an option makes it go away, which was what I was planning to show you during my last 5 minutes, but I don't think it's going to let me do that. Back through this code. How I got around to putting anything in the view yet? Because that's so simple. I could have just thrown that together in 10 seconds. Oh, here's one of Glenn's. You like that? Usually in ReactiveUI, you have to inherit a reactive component as the base for the front. So it's either a reactive window, or it is a reactive component, or reactive something else. In this case, what Glenn's given us is a nice reactive injectable component. So because this particular view model, index view model, is initialized in the DI, right here, using that component means it gets injected all the time, and you don't have to write any of the nasty boilerplate in the back end of the view. It can otherwise happen. Don't get me wrong, you can still put code in the code behind the view, and I frequently do, particularly where I need to initialize a command, where I need to fire something off, or I need to make certain something's cleaned up. I have been experimenting with actually trying to get traditional ReactiveUI code behind bindings working with this, but it's taking quite a lot of reflection to get it to work at the moment, which is obviously something that I would want to avoid inside WebAssembly, partly because it's incredibly slow, I mean really breathtakingly slow, and partly because you have a memory overhead in WebAssembly anyway, which I believe runs to 1 gig per page, and that sounds a lot, except it's not a lot when you realize that it has to download the entire .NET Core set of assemblies that you're using, plus whatever you get libraries that you happen to have added, plus all your actual code, and then if you find yourself dealing with any sizable quantity of data on the top of that, you start running into big trouble very soon. So yes, reflection is something that I'm hoping to avoid, although I have had some success with source generators, which is clearly off topic, and I'll shut up. Sorry, I was trying to remember why there was a pages folder in here, but that's just the project template doing its thing, I'm afraid. And here you can see where I had to add the sub-JSON because I was getting serialization errors. I am down to 3 minutes. I really don't have anything left to say at this point, except that if you've stuck with me this far, A, dear God, what is wrong with you? B, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry that Zoom has managed to cock up the experience for everybody. And C, all of this, the completed version, will go up tomorrow. I will ask Glenn nicely if he can add a few links to the YouTube version, so that we can, so that people can actually get to it and find it. And I'll try and plug it myself on Twitter for anybody who's on there. Thanks very much.
Is we'll probably do a YouTube version of this at some time where we don't have Zoom issues.
Oh God,
please. Get a nice quality version.
At this stage, I knew something dreadful was going to go wrong, but I thought it would be my code, not being able to edit my code. Anyway, it's been an experience. Thanks, everybody. It's been emotional. Back to you, Glenn.
All right, so we got a special surprise for you guys now. We got the original creator of the library, one of the two. Is that right, Anna? That's one of the questions that's coming up. So Anna's going to take us through maybe a little bit of history, and mostly we're going to leave it up to you guys to do a big Q&A of any questions you might have about ReactiveUI. It's your chance to go over whatever your pending questions are, and we'll answer them as much as we can.
Let's just skip to the Q&A because I didn't put together a slideshow, but it's fine.
So my first question is, how many people were involved originally with ReactiveUI?
For a long time, I would give the, how about I give the talk that I was going to give, but then didn't give. I'll summarize. Basically, ReactiveUI started as a WPF helper library. As many of you may know, the reactive extensions started as is domain agnostic. It knows nothing about user interfaces of any kind. I found when I was using it in WPF applications that I was kind of writing a lot of the same patterns over and over again. And so originally, ReactiveUI was just a way to stop writing observe on all the time. And so after that, I started building more and more pieces and was blogging about it. And I kind of got obsessed with this library and just kept building and building and building. And then Xamarin came along as a thing, and it became super interesting to be able to write the same code in more than one place. And then we kept going after that. I think one of the interesting things is at the time, so ReactiveUI was always the underdog, the big enfant terrible was Caliburn Micro, and so everyone wanted to use Caliburn Micro. So people from Caliburn Micro were like, well, data bindings, you can't do any better than SAML bindings. They're the best. And I was like, no, they're not the best, because you can, they're not type safe. You edit them and you make a mistake, and your code breaks at runtime, and that's real bad, and we could do better. And then so we created the ReactiveUI bindings, and it turns out they were way better, because if you renamed a property in your view model, your code broke, which was good, because then you would have to fix all the bindings. Yeah, so a lot of people expanded and took over the project, and so Jeffrey worked on it for a long time, and then Glenn came in, and Kent Bogart and a bunch of other folks kind of took it and made this project that I was just kind of obsessed with in my own time, and blew it up and did all these really cool things with it. And I just want to really thank Glenn, first of all, for putting this all together. It was all his idea, and he's done an amazing job, and I'm so excited to have this event going, and it's really great. And thanks to all the maintainers and all the people who work on ReactiveUI and make it great.
So we've got one question from the audience. What future do you see in reactive UI with new patterns coming along with the MVU pattern?
This is a great question, and this was actually part of the talk that I didn't finish, but I have notes for. So I think that that's really interesting because if you see, basically my talk partially was going to be teaching React to all of you, like React.js. And so the reason is because it's very interesting that whereas in reactive UI, we make things bindings explicit because we actually write like bind this to this, bind this to this. In React, it's implicit. Like when you create a prop, it means that it'll re-render the page whenever that prop changes or state or things like this. So in React, they've introduced this new thing called hooks, which is a way to kind of like declaratively say, I'm creating a state variable in my renderer. So my renderer is kind of like a little bit like my view, like my XAML tree, but it's a function. It's not a static, element like it is in a XAML. And so they have this kind of new syntax for creating props and states called hooks. And one of the things that's really interesting is making a React hook for observables. So it essentially turns observables into the equivalent of reactive UI's like kind of like read-write properties like raise and set are changed. But in this really like more less syntax noisy way. And so that becomes really interesting because then we can kind of model all kinds of things. If we have observables, then we can do all kinds of stuff. So I've been like fiddling with that for quite some time. Not quite some time, maybe like a year and a half on and off, and I haven't got it right. I've got a lot of pieces that are interesting and compelling, but then when you use them, it feels bad. So it's still something to think about. I kind of rambled on. If anyone else has any ideas on what to say, please do pipe in. This is a Q&A. Like, don't let me monopolize the whole thing.
Next question. What are some easy ways to bring more developers into utilizing reactive extensions and reactive UI? This user definitely plans on using it for the next application, but have troubles falling back into previous ways of doing things. My personal opinion is that if those previous ways are solving the problems in your application, then do it. Reactive UI is a library, it's not a framework, and it doesn't demand that you write everything in this perfectly beautiful functional style. Oftentimes, using tasks at async await is easier, and you should do it. Reactive UI is designed to solve your problems, and if you know how to solve them in a really straightforward way, then do it. But the nice thing about reactive UI is that it solves problems that you can't solve with async await, and you can't solve with tasks in a really easy way. You end up in this kind of mire of like callbacks and events, and you can never figure out what's going on in this code. And when you start to hit that, when you start to find that what you're doing is difficult or what you're doing feels ham-fisted, that's where you should say, well, what is the reactive UI way of doing this? And maybe you'll see a better way. And I guess that leads into another question, which is, in which scenarios would you use and wouldn't use a reactive UI?
I personally would use reactive UI in nearly any application, because the thing is that like any non-trivial application today is asynchronous, and reactive UI is kind of the only framework, as far as I know, that really helps you with that. Like it really like embraces asynchrony. We can't write software that is single-threaded and just calls functions anymore. Like that's just not an option. Everything interesting is asynchronous, and ReactiveUI gives us a consistent model for asynchrony, and it gives us a powerful model to take asynchronous methods and asynchronous processes and orchestrate them.
Cool. So someone's asking, where does Rx and RxUI, I guess more the Rx side, fit in with microservices?
I think that when you're building microservices, you're often doing a very request response kind of thing. And in that case, like Rx and ReactiveUI generally don't help you. The places where reactive extensions do help you with microservices is if you're having to orchestrate a bunch of calls to smaller services or other services and smush them together in interesting ways. ReactiveUI can help you to write things like job queues, like things where like you can't immediately return a response, or like you accept a request, but then you've got something in the background like running down the list. Or things like that. I think that if your microservice only involves like requests and responses and you can do everything synchronously, then you could probably do better with async await.
Cool.
Yeah,
We haven't had
on microservices, right? Because on the one hand, you also have, you may be observing services or something else in your system and maintaining some sort of state or piping stuff to a database, and that's where Rx can really potentially help you. Just specifically Rx on that side. So yeah, request response. It's like I get the question, why would you use observables? You wouldn't, because you have a finite state. You have input and output. But like if you're taking stuff and sending it to a message queue, maybe that's somewhere that Rx can help you as well.
Yep. Rx is a great way to model events or things that are event-like. If you can model everything you do is tasks, then tasks are a great way to model tasks.
Cool. Well, we got next question is, one of the problems that the users found is it's very hard to get into ReactiveUI just because the barrier of entry is fairly high for beginners. The user had to dig around with certain things like DynamicData and finding examples. Are there any plans to produce any more beginner-friendly documentation? I guess I'll let you answer it and I'll answer as well after you, just because I've got some things in the pipeline that people might be interested in.
I have no plans, but I bet that other people do.
Yeah, so at the moment, just to give people some background, we're been going through a for beginners YouTube series. So Rodney, myself, and Colt is joining our gang of YouTubers, and we're just putting it as part of the documentation. So we go back to first principles. So there's one already up in the When Any documentation. If you go to the website, go to When Any, there will be a YouTube video there on how When Any value works, for example. And we're just planning to go for each feature in ReactiveUI and just make a quick video. And we're aiming it to be very beginner friendly. But we're also doing some videos on sort of like more advanced topics where we might describe how internals of the product will work and that sort of thing. Yeah, so that's where we're going with it. We've got another question here. User wants to know, have you got any plans to come back to maintaining ReactiveUI? Anna?
Yeah, I got it. Maybe. Well, my current job, I'm a React web developer. So very far away from ReactiveUI, unfortunately. But one thing that I'm interested in exploring is once kind of the .NET MAUI stuff comes out and the MVU kind of React-like thing, it'd be interesting to explore those ideas that I was talking about hooks in MAUI. and seeing what that looks like, or seeing how to merge kind of. We had this big discussion about it in the ReactiveUI Dev talk a few months ago. And I think there's some really interesting ideas there. So we'll see when that gets a little further out.
Maybe Shane can jump in on that one if he's about.
Hello. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the demo I'm showing is a little piece of that, kind of what that could just, where some of the APIs are being opened up for those type of things to kind of start that conversation going. So yeah, so I mean, once we sort of, in the next coming weeks, as those hooks start to evolve more, it'd be really exciting to develop that in parallel with any sort of React aspirations, just to really help us shape it. So like we've been talking to Tim over at Fabulous as well. So the plan is to work with him as well. And he's going to kind of start building some like Fabulous components that are around MAUI. If you're not familiar, Fabulous is the MVU F# projection over Xamarin Forms. So yeah, we're really curious, we're really excited to see what Fabulous looks like and things like that. So yeah, that'll be neat. And then to jump in really quick on some of the previous questions, if you are sort of trying to dive into React stuff, for me, the place that I first came into it wasn't even really Reactive UI or any of those things. It was purely just eventing. So like anywhere in your application where you subscribe to events, like that's a neat place to start using reactive extensions, because as you start converting your events to observables, and then those start getting projected out all as observables, then that starts to create this world of events that can make your the way your app orchestration works very simple. The first use case I actually used it for, interestingly enough, wasn't even React oriented. It was, I got really tired of trying to figure out where all my event subscriptions were. So I found React, and I could use sort of the composite disposables and stuff to gather up all my subscriptions and unsubscribe from everything in sort of a deterministic way, And that was the first thing I used it for. I didn't even really know the reactive side of it. And then that sort of starts helping walk you into sort of reactive structures, so you don't have to maybe jump into the deep end of understanding dynamic data and when any value and like all of these other things. So like if you're interested in it, I think that's a good place to start. Because yeah, like especially if you're just starting reactive stuff, like dynamic data and things is a little bit hard to parse.
Yeah, I mean, dynamic data without that foundation is very, very, very daunting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's amazing. Like it's hands down the best thing out there that I would say for managing data. Like the ability to how much you can tie your data together for filtering and mutations and things. It's just, it's incredible. So once you really sink your teeth into it, but yeah, like I think that was Glenn that popped in, said it's, yeah, it's very daunting to start there. So a really easy place to start is just turning events into observables and just right there, because that's when you start seeing those advantages. Like you'll get to a point where you're like, oh, hey, I want to unsubscribe after this event, after a single event fires. Okay, cool, done. Okay, I want to, I want this event to fire this other event and then for it to stop or things like that. And then that kind of starts helping you build out. So yeah, so that's for me was sort of the gateway substance was sort of just the projections over events. So yeah.
I think also the barrier to entry with dynamic data is the fact that it uses non-link named events, methods and stuff. Like it uses filter instead of where, and like it uses more terms that were around when it was first written. And one of the plans for the next version of dynamic data is to make it more accessible to C# programmers by using the standard link terminology. So we got a question from one of our panelists. He wants to know, when Anna, did you come to the conclusion that even though, say, async await was pretty popular at the time, observables, you were starting to use observables in the framework, back in 2011. Why did you go the observable direction? What drew you to it? And what did you find that different to the core framework? And why isn't the part of the core framework now? Like, why is async taken over?
Well, at the time, so the first version of ReactiveUI was against .NET, I want to say 3.5. So async await didn't exist, task didn't exist. And so you didn't really have an option. So now a big problem with tasks, for example, is that they don't go through a scheduler. You can't control where they run in a very straightforward way. There's these things called like sync context, and like all these odd things, but it's not quite as straightforward as just iScheduler. So that's one disadvantage of tasks. But yeah, so at the time there wasn't an option. There was just observables. But I think that they both still have a place. I think that observables are more to replace events than to replace tasks. But it turns out that events are everywhere. When a task completes is an event. When a network call completes is an event. Signal R is an event, a stream of events. Your mouse moving is a stream of events. Many interesting things can be built from events. And the whole idea of the reactive extensions is to take dumb events and mush them together and to create smarter events. Like, I don't have an event that says like, send the request. I only have an event that says, click the button and push the keyboard. And I want to say, like, what I really want is the event that says like, send the request. But I have all these different pieces of data that I need to combine. Like, is the request running? Did they press the button? Did they hit enter? I can compose these dumb events that don't represent what my application means, and then make a smart event. And that's what reactive extensions and reactive UI is all about, is making events that make, if I had this event, my app would be trivially easy to write. But I don't have this event because this event is very specific to my application. How can I take dumb events and squish them together and make this better event? And so I don't really look at it as like tasks competing with observables. They kind of complement them.
Cool. This one I'll open up to Anna and others and the panelists. Besides DynamicData and Akavanch, what other great libraries out there as part of the reactive extensions ecosystems? I'll open up to everyone.
Yeah, there's a library called Refit that I wrote based on a Java Android library called Retrofit. Outside of the Microsoft world, there's a lot of really interesting libraries in RxJava, or not RxJava, RxJS. Around like there's a really interesting library for GraphQL related to RxJS called Hasura. And being able to stream GraphQL subscriptions. So you say like, I would like this data in this shape, and anytime it changes, please notify me. And you can make this very like Fire-based kind of experience. I think there's a lot of really interesting Rx things outside of the Microsoft world. The Microsoft world is for better or worse, very interested in what Microsoft the company does, and Microsoft the company is always pursued kind of more accessible, maybe, libraries. So yeah, so it's not always easy to motivate people to use anything that is not Microsoft approved. But you know, you're all here, so you're all very excited about it. So there's some people, so that's something. But yeah, so I think there's probably others out there. I'm not as attached to the C# world as I used to be, but I bet some other people in this panel are.
Interesting experience is how can we bridge the gap between these runtimes using Rx, right? You know, there's Rx implementations for virtually every language that's out there, from Swift to Rust to Java to JavaScript, C#. You know, so how can we not only have these interesting experiences like DynamicData? Like, I liked DynamicData so much I converted it to RxJS. So there's a version that is very similar, but idiomatic JavaScript. But now with something like SignalR or server-side events, you can now model those events across your system boundaries without having to do any like complex binary serialization or any of that kind of nonsense. I think that's going to be a very valuable experience with these different libraries that exist.
So here's a question that I'll open up to the floor as well. My personal question: why do you think it's taken off so much in RxJS, the whole reactive paradigm, and just hasn't taken off?
Angular.
Like you mentioned some of that, but yeah.
The only reason RxJS exists as it does today is Angular. When Angular decided 5 years ago or whatever that they were going to use RxJS as their backbone and they were going to model all of their stuff as events, there was an extremely huge slope in terms of people that wanted to learn RxJS.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's solely Angular, but I think that's very much true. I think that initially Google uses RxJS quite a bit. So RxJS lives in the, not lives in, but like is like embedded in Google 3, the Google monorepo. So because of that, Google engineers built it into Angular, and they built it into a bunch of other stuff. So I think that Google driving RxJS via Angular is definitely a huge thing for sure.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the single one reason, but it was the thing that caused it to go on a huge upward trajectory. Was Angular's going to use observables, and everyone's like, what the heck are observables?
Yeah.
Next question. I heard that our reactive extensions are great for managing a lot of stateless components, and it's perfect for managing app state instead of Redux. Are there any examples out there, and how would you use it?
It's a good question. I've been trying to kind of, I personally kind of hate Redux, so I've been trying to kill it for years. But I haven't. That's part of the things I've been working on in RxJS and React hooks and stuff like that. Is trying to kill Redux because it's very bad. You should not model your entire app on a single giant global variable. That seems insane. But I haven't quite got there yet. I've got interesting pieces for sure, but I think that nobody's really solved that in a way that's satisfying. There's a lot of bad solutions, but none that bring me joy.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Rx DirectiveUI, when Rodney first said you should use this, and I'm like, okay, cool. When I first dove into it, I'm like, okay, I come from the Vue world for the most part the last few years, so Vuex as my stateful component. I'm like, okay, how can I can that in there? But then the more I looked at it, with reactive object, that's all you need, right? You do a when any value on a path on your reactive object, and that is essentially what people are looking for out of Redux, Vuex, NGRX, all the JavaScript ecosystem versions. I mean, that's essentially what they're looking for, is just when this thing changes, let me know, so my UI can dynamically update to that. So I mean, I tried to like force like a Redux state in, but I'm like, that didn't actually make all that much sense.
Yeah, and it's hard to. One of the things that's missing in other languages is like being able to do typed expressions. Like when we say when any x goes to foo.bar.baz, doing that in TypeScript or JavaScript is harder. It's still possible via this feature called proxies in JavaScript, but it's not as straightforward. And so like the other framework that I'm really looking at, that I look to do these kind of things is in Flutter. And Flutter has an even worse problem, like that you just can't dynamically do anything. There's no reflection in Flutter. And there's no kind of like eval or proxy or any kind of like runtime clever thing to do this. They rely on code generation everywhere. So you just code generate everything. You run through classes and code generate stuff, and then you code generate your code generate stuff, and it's super unapproachable and dumb. And yeah, I think there's like definitely somebody will get that right eventually, but I don't think they found it yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for like a Redux store for RxUI, you just need to have a singleton somewhere that you can get a hold of, and potentially multiple singletons. I don't think it needs to be one mega object.
Yeah, I mean that's what people who are good at Redux do, but many people who use Redux end up with a giant object, and it quickly becomes a disaster.
There is a state management based on observables, although not ReactiveUI, by a friend of ours called Jan Willem Sproij. It's called Cortex.net. It's basically a version of Cortex that he rewrote in C#. And I will paste the link in for everybody right now.
All right, next question. Because you do a lot of work in other languages, and our next user's asking, because reactive command is such a great tool, do you miss it when you're developing in other languages?
So in other languages, so the core feature of reactive command is that it represents running something in the background and then getting back a result. So a lot of what reactive command does is around scheduling, throwing things to other threads, and then marshalling the result back. JavaScript doesn't have threads in the same way, and neither does Flutter. One thing that is useful is being able to model this idea of pending and what happens when things fail. So having a stream of failures that's kind of independent of the stream of results, kind of like throwing exceptions, is pretty handy. It ends up being handy. Being able to model pending results is also very interesting. I think that's something you could also do really elegantly with hooks as well. I tried to use my last pass at it. I tried to use took the result class from Rust. So Rust has this class called result, which is like kind of like a monad around just having an item or an error. It's kind of like you can think of it as an observable with only one item. And so you can do the same kind of things like map or like combine, like so that kind of got us halfway there, because we could say, did the result have an item? Oh, okay, it's pending. Does it have an error? Okay, something bad happened. If it does have an item, then we succeeded. But then that still ended up feeling very like ham-fisted when you started combining different results and stuff like that. So that sucked too. Basically, this is the way to build new like libraries, new features. This is what I did with ReactiveUI for a very long time. It was made a sketch of it, tried to do it, and if it kept feeling bad to program against, that library isn't ready yet. So like back to the drawing board. But when it starts to feel good, when your example programs start to be really elegant and really straightforward to write, then you hit something good. So yeah.
Cool. We're just waiting on some more Q&As from the audience, but maybe some of the panelists have some questions.
I want to hear about, I heard that there was a rewrite of bindings in WinAny that is going to be way faster in a separate library, but I don't know anything about this. But I heard that Glenn knows all about it.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's a prototype at the moment, so it's not meant to be kind of like a public. It's not meant to be merged into ReactiveUI until the prototype is finished. But I'll give you a small little look at it. Because my idea is I want to use a new feature in C# 9 called source generators. So at the moment, we've got a lot of expressions in our code base. So I share my screen and then I'll zoom it up. Okay. So I've got this prototyping organization called Reactive Marbles. It's being used. It's had about 9,000 downloads. So people are obviously using it. This initial version is just using sort of like just expression compiling. So it works on most platforms apart from Apple ones. Apple doesn't allow you to do in-code compilation, the runtime compilation, which this relies on. And when I did some testing just using compilation, I was getting about double to 3 times the speed increase over the normal when any value based mechanisms. And so, yeah, I started playing around. But my next version, which I'm starting to work on now, will actually use source generators to do the evaluation. So what I will do is it will, one of our costs is sort of like just evaluating this expression. So once off cost, so it only happens when we initialize the class. But my plan is to kind of roll out the code and the code that we're generating at the moment on runtime and make it a compile time process. So this is very much a prototype. It's not necessarily going to be rolled into ReactiveUI yet. It's my opportunity to kind of break. And one of the other things I found when I first started ReactiveUI was when any value as a name didn't make much sense to me. So when we first started at Microsoft, when I worked there, we were kind of going off and using observable. There was a method like create observable or something, or observable for property. And we were using that for like a year. And then I just happened to post on Stack Overflow, and then Anna replied saying, well, you probably should be using when any value, not this other override. That one's meant for internal use. And we kind of lost ReactiveUI on that project because suddenly people were going, well, we just got used to ReactiveUI and got used to this method observable for property and kind of got used to it. Now we're finding out we're not using it correctly. So that was kind of like my motivation for kind of changing the name, although this is named wrong. But, like when property changes and when property value changes just made more sense to me over when any value, because as a new user, it's a little bit of an intimidating name. So that was part of the motivation. Although the binding mechanisms work the same as ReactiveUI versions, all those names made sense. A one-way bind is a one-way bind. A bind is a bind. It all kind of made sense to me. So that's where I'm heading and where I'm working towards. So got a bit of a preview.
Yeah, the reason is that the original method was just called winAny. And then it turns out that the only thing you ever wanted was the value. And then somebody contributed an extra method, winAnyValue. But we didn't want to change the semantics of winAny because breaking changes are bad. So winAny took the unpopular, the great name took the unpopular method, and the horrible name took the popular one. So that, it is what it is. It's the price you pay for backwards compatibility. But yeah, so I for a while I had a JavaScript library going. It was just called Win. So this.win, or actually it doesn't use this because it's JavaScript, so it's just Win. You could just use Win.
Good. So the idea of this library is it's not meant to replace RxUI when anytime soon, but it is an alternative out there, and it also allows me to prototype oncoming C# features to see if I can get a little bit of performance boost as well.
Totally.
What's next? Any more Q&As from the questions? So apparently a user says they miss the switch case clauses, and that would simplify a lot of code. That's what they miss when they're not working in reactive extensions and reactive UI.
I feel like at some point, like reactive extensions, like the experimental methods had like this insane case function. It probably had some like Lisp name, like Cooter or something like bizarre. Like there's some very like Wild West reactive extensions methods for a while, and they all got called, which is for the best, because they would have names like amb.
Amb is still a thing, and I hate it.
Or what's the one, many select, where the documentation is like the comonadic bind operator. And then I asked Bart one day, what the hell is a comonadic bind operator? And it's like, that's what it is. I'm like, okay, cool. I still don't know. I have no idea what a comonadic bind operator is.
And Rich has a question, apparently.
Yes, just a quick one, Anna. You obviously completely know your way around reactive extensions to a larger extent than pretty much anybody else I know, but how do you feel about the other libraries that tend to go along with it, like ix.js and tx.js? Are they still used? .ix and ts, I believe there are JX versions, but they shouldn't be called JX, they're .NET versions. Are these still of any use to anybody, and is there any documentation anywhere for them? Interactive extensions in particular, I've literally never been able to find anything.
ix.js was like a kind of canceled project that kind of like kept going. As far as I can remember, it's just like more methods on IEnumerable, right? And they like have the beginnings of async enumerable, kind of.
So
if you find
answer on
useful
that
things
too.
in there, oh yeah, continue. Maybe you know better than I do.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so Matt and Paul, I think, have been working on IX. It's no longer IXJS, it's just IX and NPM, and it has support for iterables and async iterables if you're doing that. And I think they got docs and stuff now too on the JavaScript side. As far as the C# side, you can install system interactive async. I usually have them because there's usually a method I want from reactive for link. Things like merge and all that kind of stuff that don't exist in system.link, but they exist in system interactive.
Yeah, I was referring to the .NET version. I think you're right that the JavaScript version is more maintained and has some more stuff going on behind it.
Thanks.
So I heard internally that reactive extensions was kind of like blacklisted inside. This is a rumor I heard when I was working there. It was kind of had a bad name within Microsoft for a while and then just was adopted out. That's one of the reasons why it got so adopted outside the Microsoft community. Is that true, Anna?
It got a little weird. So Eric Meyer didn't work in dev at the time he was working on it. The reactive extensions was originally born out of like SQL Server. And so SQL Server had this product called Stream Insights, which was kind of like being able to do like batch processing on like streaming events in like as like a database, right? Like imagine like the really big version of like pipelines for if you're like operating like, you know, quantitative stock trading or something like that. And so I don't know all the politics, but it got real weird. And so because it wasn't owned by DevDiv, it was owned by SQL Server org. SQL Server org is like, well, we don't care about this. We make the SQL servers. We're selecting and wearing and inserting, not Rxing and observable. And I think Stream Insights in general kind of like was not a very popular product, if only because like very few people have that problem. And like, if you have that problem, you've probably got a pretty good solution for it because you're like making a ton of money on the New York Stock Exchange. So yeah, that's kind of it. We went by the wayside. And then Eric Meyer got fed up, he quit, and then went to Facebook. And then I ended up working for him at Facebook for a while in the developer division of Facebook. So, but yeah, so that's the story, is that it got bounced around a lot. You know, different people try to kind of take it back up. Bart was using it over in like Bing World to do Bing things, question mark. And Matt Podosaki was kind of like trying to like keep it alive for just like contributing on the side, because he was never able to work on the team because he didn't live in Seattle. He always lived in DC and didn't want to move. And like Microsoft had these really arbitrary restrictions that they wouldn't have today. But you know, it was a more naive time back in 2009, when there was no coronavirus, approximately 35 years ago. Yeah, so that's how things got weird, but it's fine. It all worked out.
It always seemed
I
like
guess
a really lost
now-
opportunity compared to RxJS, how it sort of has grown exponentially compared to Rx and C#.
Yeah, I think that RxJS had like a better like kind of footing, like Netflix pushed it for a very long time in the beginning, and then kind of Google picked it up, and so people were using it for its own purposes. Like reactive extensions was always this thing that was kind of like a research project around to make stream insights better, or like to make SQL Server better. But nobody was using reactive extensions intentionally to build something when it was being designed. And so I think that Netflix actually was using RxJS everywhere. And Google was also using it for like kind of its intended purposes. So it definitely picked up more steam.
I guess now it's been open sourced, and Quer has kind of taken the mantle of a couple of us to I can't pronounce her last name, but maybe you can tell me. But she's taken up the mantle of merging PRs that people are submitting, and it's at least a little bit more stable now.
Yeah, definitely.
So to give you guys a bit of a background, when Jeff was running the project, reactive extension went through a lot of issues at the time. So it would break ReactiveUI a lot. And also the whole compiler was going through a lot of trials and tribulations. So the target framework, and it was pre .NET framework, .NET standard times. So you had to do a lot of interesting things to make a portable library work. They've definitely made that a lot easier for us in the reactive extensions land. And keep sending through your Q&A, guys. We've got another 15 minutes to go, so it'd be great to have something that you guys were interested in chatting about.
Yeah, the other interesting Rx library is RxJava, which has become hugely popular in the Android world. So Android people love RxJava. And lately they've started to move on to this library called Flow. And so Flow is a language feature of Kotlin. And so it's kind of like RxJava with language features built in, like the compiler actually helps you with things, which is super cool. It's some really interesting ideas. I don't know if the implementation is amazing, but it's definitely, if you're doing like kind of like Android development or like doing server stuff in Java, first of all, sorry. But then after you get over that, Flow might be really interesting to check out, if only to like kind of steal their ideas. So yeah, that's another place where Rx, the concept has really taken off, for sure.
And I guess RxJava is one of the platforms that's mutated quite a bit from the standard libraries. Like their subscribe is very different to the C# one.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like RxJava really like kind of YOLO'd a bunch of stuff, and you can tell that they YOLO'd a lot of things because in the next version of Java they like breaking change, remove a bunch of them, or like kind of like rearrange them all. A little unfortunate, but a few of the things they did were good. Every time I answer a question in RxJava world, like in the Android Slack that I hang out in, despite me not actually being an Android developer, I'm like, here's the Rx way of doing this, and then we're going to find out that I'm wrong because there's an RxJava method that just does this or something stupid. But they definitely had some good ideas. And so RxJS is often modeled based on RxJava, like a lot of the concepts, like instead of an iDisposable, it's now called a subscription, which probably is a good idea. Subscriptions are all composite by default, and you can do things like, you could do some weird things that don't make any sense, but
Which I think Ben is changing in the next version.
Of course, why wouldn't you?
Well, because he doesn't understand why it's composite either, which I don't really think any of us really understand. Why would you add stuff to it anyway?
It's fine. It's fine.
So here's another audience question. Maybe it's probably a good one, maybe for Rodney, if you're around to maybe step in. Are there any good Xamarin Forms RxUI examples out there? Something non-trivial is what the user's particularly interested in.
Got a hardware mute
Hopefully,
here.
Rodney
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So years back, Kent Bogart put together a sample and some videos about how he constructed an entire Xamarin iOS, and then he converted it to Xamarin Forms mobile application using Rx and ReactiveUI. I'm personally currently working on a Xamarin Showroom app that will allow me to test all of the controls that exist in Xamarin. As we move towards MAUI, I want to make sure that my good friends at Xamarin are kept honest and aren't breaking stuff out from under us, specifically in the Rx world as it relates to ReactiveUI. And in my talk later, I'm actually going through exactly that. Glenn had a brilliant idea of just building an app. So he pitched me an app idea, and I went down the path of it's not a full production product, but it gets the core elements together. It kind of shows you how to stitch together the architecture of some of the functional concepts. So that will actually be coming up later, I think, in a couple of hours. But that's available on the internet, and that will be part of my talk to get that out to you. But there are a lot of examples out there, but the examples are also kind of like few and far between. And what I found is when I came to ReactiveUI, it was the same thing, was that there was just not enough sample code. And then when I realized that my Google Foo just wasn't good enough, I started actually, and David is one of the people that pushed me down that road, was he's like, just go look at some of the RxJS stuff to get the concepts together of Reactive, because they have a lot of content. But there's a lot of stuff out there. We've got a ReactiveUI samples repo that has a fair amount as well.
Yeah, and one of the things I tried to do was make a default sample now that we use, which is a NuGet one, which you saw in Rich's talk earlier, which he modified, that deals with natural real world problem, which is searching NuGet packages and NuGet.org, just so it wasn't super trivial. But the API to NuGet is actually not that hard once you get used to it. The problem with NuGet is usually they change the API every year, as far as I can tell, and break it. But they've been getting better at that. So, yeah. So another question that a user has from quite a bit earlier, or more of a comment, is there an easy way to generate a Swagger from a refit API?
No,
We're literally chalking
cool.
on that on another channel. No, I want to. It's something I've thought about trying to make. It may not necessarily be just refit, because I think there's also some other changes that might need to be made to refit to support multiple exception types. As I think it's gonna be kind of jarring to be like, the Open API says when you return a 400, you give me this model, where refit is more like, there's an error, here's everything. So I'd like to be able to look at that. It's something I want to do. Does anyone else have motivation to help with it? Because it's Open API by itself is huge and daunting. I've done some stuff with that at work, and because it's all based on JSON schema, you can basically do anything you want, and supporting all those permutations is a lot of work.
Yeah, I guess one advantage be that C# a little bit more restricted than the entire Open API needs.
Yeah, when it comes to like things like unions and stuff, yeah, it can be kind of a pain. But even then, you can model those as just different objects with combined names. I'm trying to think what the big problem was with that. I mean, it's just all the different ways to model all the operations and that kind of jarring piece. Microsoft does have their new libraries though for parsing OpenAPI documents, which is good. It is something that I've wanted to do because I want an observable client generated from my Swagger or my OpenAPI docs. And there is not a solution out there today that exists in the .NET space.
Cool. I guess we might have a 5-minute break, and then Andreas, I hope I'm pronouncing that's correct, we'll be doing a talk about another platform we support called should be interesting. It's a cross-platform that works with UWP. So I haven't played around with too much beyond adding reactive UI support, but I'd be definitely keen from an actual user's point of view how that stuff worked out. Thank you very much.
Sounds
I'll
good.
see you in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
All right. Next presenter, as I said, we'll be talking about, when you're ready, go ahead. I think you just need to turn on the audio there. We're just not getting it through for some reason. If you go to the mute button, there's usually a little settings bar to the right of it, usually.
Can you hear me now?
If you can make it a bit louder, but we were hearing you.
Okay. Okay. So I believe I can start now. Let me.
It's very soft.
Very soft. The mic.
Yeah, I can kind of hear you, but it's very quiet.
Let me try to. And I was testing this earlier. Let me check that I have the right settings. Can you hear me better now?
Well, that's a lot better, thanks.
Okay, yes. Since Zoom is doing something with the audio, but at least it allows me to update it. Okay, let's share my screen. It's not what I want. It's the other way around. Give me 1 second. Can you swap the presentation? Let me see if I can do it from here. Wait a second, let me just I'm trying to swap because it's trying to use the display settings. Okay, there you go. Now I go. And sorry, taking. One. So here we are. I'm really sorry for all the inconveniences. Kind of nervous, I can say. Coming after Annie brought some stress. Listening everything she was talking about, and all the history about how reactive UI is available for us now. Was very learn a lot of stuff. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the hard work that you have done. And so let's start. So today we're gonna be talking how we can get reactive UI into Uno platform application. So my name is Pineda. I'm a mobile developer during the day, and at night or during my free time, I like to contribute to open source project as much as I can. Here is my Twitter handle and the Uno platform, which is the knowledge that I will be talking about, handle as well. So let's get started. So what is Uno platform? Uno platform is a UI layer, is a UI framework that you can use to create applications that can be run in different targets. For targets, I wanted to use the word targets instead of platform because at the beginning, Uno started as a way to run UWP, macOS, and Android. But in the last years, or the last year, so we say that Uno platform has opened up to support other platforms as well, like WebAssembly, macOS, Linux. Recently was announced the support for Linux, and even Windows 7, that we all know that the support for Windows 7 has been stopped. So Uno platform is an open source library since 2018. Well, it's been open source since 2018, but Uno platform has been around for many years now. But before 2018, it was a proprietary library. It's free to use, and it is on the Apache 2.0 licensing. Uno platform, what it does basically is that you have a unique SAML UWP application, and by changing the target, you can have the same code base to be built and run into all the applications, into other platforms. And those platforms can be WebAssembly, all the different browsers that supports WebAssembly as of now, and desktop being UWP and macOS, the two main desktop, Android, and as well, or Android and iOS for the mobile part, and as well as Linux. Linux was recently introduced, and it's not in the desktop section because of there are many other places where there are Linux running that you can have Uno platform application running, as can be seen the IoT devices, for example. So, but how is this possible? How can you have a UWP application and be able to run it into different platforms? Well, the way this is done is the Uno platform implements the UWP and WinUI APIs, meaning that for a UWP developer, it will feel just right, like home. You will be working with the controls, and the APIs are all available for UWP, and Uno platform beneath is going to be doing the work of making your app available for the different platforms that we mentioned a couple of seconds ago. But it's not only the UI part. So you can have, you will have the UI, that is tab panel, text block, and so on, but also the non-UI part of the UWP is going to be available for you to use for your application. And when I say non-UI, I talk about file accessing, geofencing, geolocation, sensors, and so on. One of the good things about Uno platform is that it reuse the existing libraries that are in the market. So use Visual Studio or Writer as well for development. Use NuGet packages, and by also you can use any library that targets .NET Standard 2.0. And with that, we can see just some of those libraries that we can have access to. And by reusing all those things, it will make it pretty easy for .NET developers to jump in and try and give it a try to the platform, to the framework, Uno platform. There is a platform mapping. So as I was saying at the beginning, the developer, when you create an application, you work by using the UWP APIs. So you're going to be using test block, you're going to be using a text box, you're going to be using a panel, and all those things are going to be mapped to the platform that you're targeting to in that moment. Here we see an example of what a text block, UWP text block, means in each one of the different platforms. So you have the UI label, text view, the paragraph for WebAssembly, and the canvas if you're using Skier Sharp as a target. The same happens when you're using a non-UI functionality. And sure, let me do quickly how can you start doing Uno platform application. Is to get Uno platform on your Visual Studio, the first things that we need to do is that we need to install a template because Uno platform is not part of the out-of-the-box Visual Studio installation. So you come to the extension and you find for in the online, you find for the Uno, and this is going to bring you the Uno platform solution templates. With this one, you will be able to later, once install it, you click on install. I already have installed it. You will be able to create a find new project with it. So let's do that. Let's say find new project. And from here, we will be able to filter the solutions that we want to create. So we have two options here. We have the creating a cross-platform application, or by creating a cross-platform library with Uno platform. Let's create an app and let's call it anything. Let's call it RxUI app temp, and let's just hit on enter. And this is gonna create the scaffolding of a Uno application. And we will see once this is complete, how Uno creates, how it's the solution is structured of a Uno UI, of a Uno platform application. So since finding project out of the box is gonna create all these different targets. It's gonna create the Watson target, it's gonna create the Droid, iOS, macOS, and UWP, which is gonna be the default. But also there's a share library target here, share library. Here is where all the code is gonna be. So for example, this main page, it's the one that is gonna be shared or in all the different targets that we have here. So, and just by creating a find new project, if we just create and run, we should be able to see an Uno platform application running without further configuration. Well, as can be seen here, as I was mentioning, by the time this is compiling, this doesn't like this. And let's wait, local machine, and we're using a test block. So if you're a UWP developer, you will feel very familiar with what a text block is and all the different properties that the textbooks have and provides. So this is Uno running on UWP, but at the same time, you can have the same application running on, let's use Android, for example. And
so a quick question from people. Can we zoom the text a little bit in Visual Studio?
Oh, sure. Since I created a new application, that's why it didn't take it. Let me make it to 200. Should be good there. If not, just let me know and I can adjust it a bit more. I don't know how to change this part of the Visual Studio.
I think that part's fine.
Okay.
Just focus on the text.
Okay. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm building and I'm running the Android version of the application. But in the same way, we could run the Watson version and the iOS version. For the macOS version, we will need to be running the application from a Mac. This is limitations from the Visual Studio. We don't have a connector the same way that we have for iOS. So here can be seen that the same application that was created for Android for UWP that we're running a couple of minutes ago is also running on Android. And let's change this just to play a little bit with.
Another quick question from an audience member: is the Uno template extension available for Visual Studio for Mac? Do you know?
No, there's not Visual Studio. There's no Visual Studio for Mac extension for Uno, but there's a Visual Studio Code extension, and from Visual Studio Code, if we have time, I have a Mac here. I could remote connect and I can show you how you can create find new project from Visual Studio Code on a Mac and then open on Visual Studio as your IDE or writer. And let's just a couple of things here. Let's make this a stack panel. And I'm gonna replace, I'm gonna be adding a slider. Let's just put a margin. It's just something quick, something so you can see all the different controls that you can have. A stack panel. We have out of the box unit support and the hot reload. So as you can see, I had just save and immediately we had the control showing on the page. So it's just my slider. And something that I want to show here is one of the powerful features of SAML, which is the binding. And this is why SAML is loved by many developers, because it's well, later we'll be talking about this, but it's the binding capabilities the SAML provides are not we cannot find those capabilities in many other platforms. And let's say that we're gonna, nope, I just want to value. Sorry, so my IntelliSense. I committed one mistake that I try to avoid every time, which is updated Visual Studio before my presentation. And I hope that didn't break my environment. But what I'm trying to do here is just trying to show you how you quickly can bind the slider value and use the value of the slider as the text that is going to be displayed in the text box that is just here. So Visual Studio is frozen. I can't be see. So oh, it came back. So yeah, it came back. There was something going on with Visual Studio, but at least it's showing there. So with just a couple of lines of code and using the binding capabilities that comes with SAML in part of UWP, we're able to do this binding of the values of one element to the other. Let me continue. Wait a second. It keeps using there we go. So, what we display, what we just show was a very, oh, can you see that? So something happened with my video card. What we just show was a very short example of what can be done with Uno, but Uno is a rich UI platform, and with it can be created many UI-rich application. Right now, I'm showing a couple of applications that has been created using Uno platform, and the fact that Uno platform was made open source only 2 years ago doesn't mean that it's only 2 years ago of experience that the developers behind Uno has. My presentation is adding weird because of the video. I'm gonna cut it there. So yeah, full SAML support. You can have full SAML support out of the box, control templating, styling, visual state, so animations, data binding, as we saw, text box, shapes and brushes. All that is part of the UWP is already implemented in Uno platform. Of course, there's still some APIs, some controls that are not yet implemented, but the developers behind Uno are working really hard to make them available. But something else I mentioned that is open source, right? So if you try Uno and you see that there are issues, there are things that are not yet implemented, and you want to participate, I invite you to come over and help a little bit. does the location in images work? So for Uno, you just set, when you create an Uno application, you just need to deal with one set of resources, meaning that if you're an iOS developer, you know that you need to have at least two different sizes of the image. This is the 2x and the 3x. And for Android, you have different densities. And with working on the Uno platform, you don't need to go to the platform specific project and set the images there. You just set the image in the UWP project or the share project. And from there are some suffix that you can use to have the different sizes. And Uno platform is going to be dealing with the different sizes for different platforms underneath. The same for localized access. Let's say that you have an image that you want to show only on what you want. There's an image that you want to display specifically on a French when the user has the device or the desktop in French. That image is going to be selected based on the language. Same for resources. So we're working with strings and that. And this is an application that showcase Uno platform. Is if you go right now to the playground, that platform, that Uno, you'll be able to do some experimental things with Uno, with not even installing Uno on your computer. From there, you'll be able to see the different controls that are available. And did I mention that this was created with Uno? So this is an Uno application targeting WASM, and that you can run Uno on top of it. So it is amazing, and it is available for you to use and as I say, play around with Uno. So for WebAssembly, I want to mention, and one thing is that I'm mentioning some of what Uno is. So I don't want to just jump in how to work with Uno and ReactiveUI when there are probably people in the audience that doesn't know or haven't heard about Uno or doesn't know the capabilities of all the things that can be done. So this is what we're doing. We're doing quickly going through what Uno capabilities are. And right now, let's get into the WebAssembly work, because we were talking about the previous application that we were showing here. This is WebAssembly. And it's good to mention that the way that Uno does the UI for WebAssembly is by doing HTML rendering. Besides HTML rendering, there are other ways to do that, which is by using the HTML rendering. By using the templating, which is how Blazor does it. So basically, you have a template, and then in the browser you have the data and binding everything. And the other way that you can have is by using the Canvas pixel. Canvas pixeling have certain advantages, but some of the disadvantages of Canvas is that you don't have the native control properties that you may want, and you will have to print every pixel by itself. But talking about every pixel by itself, Uno also supports Skia Sharp. And if you don't know what Skia Sharp is, let's start with Skia. Skia is an open source 2D library that it is used as a graphic library, and it is used for many open source projects out there. Google Chrome and many other projects use it. So that's a Skia. Skia Sharp is the binding library on top of Skia. So basically, it's just using all the power of Skia and getting it to the .NET world. And Uno recently added support to use Skia as the rendering UI. So that way, we're gonna be able to render an application on the WASM by using Skia. If I'm not wrong, also on the Linux part, you're gonna be running a Skia of your UI rendering. By using this URL, Skia Sharp -wasm.platform.uno, there's some of the controls that you can play around, and you can see how is the rendering on Uno and Skia, how they can work together. Hot reload, we saw recently So part of the Uno platform is looking to create a rapid application development where you are able to modify your SAML and see your SAML updating on your simulator, emulator, depending of the platform that you are targeting, or even on your browser. It have support for partial reloads, and also if you go to the GitHub Uno platform repository, you can start from there the Git pod, and from the Git pod environment, you will be able to have to run your application without not even installing. So again, this is a way for people to getting started with Uno without not even having to install the computer, but installing the anything on your computer. But also it enables the possibility for you to contribute. If you're in the open source, it enables the way to contribute and making it easier for any contributor. So, but what about Uno platform MVVM? Unfortunately, I can say unfortunately, because sometimes probably you will want something out of the box. Uno at the moment doesn't have any MVVM capabilities like coming from Uno. But as it was mentioned earlier, this is a slide that was shown earlier. Uno supports any library that supports .NET 0. .NET Standard 2.0 library, Uno platform will be able to run it. And just right there, we see that we have three different MVVM frameworks that we can use. We have Prism, ReactiveUI, and MVVM Lite Toolkit. There are others, I know for sure there are others, but these are just an example of the things that we can already use. In this presentation, we're gonna be talking mostly about how can we add support of Reactive UI to Uno platform application, because something is that to add support to MVVM in an Uno application, Uno platform application is just a regular .NET application. So we have access to the unnotified property, and we can see that if we come to the same application that we created earlier, if we would like to, this application had added some MVVM support, we could just come here and add a new class. Let's call it main view model. Let's use the class so we don't mistake. You know, if you have done any MVVM, you know that you will be having a view model, and then you'll be implementing the iNotify property change, which is, I think it was mentioned earlier. I think it was mentioned earlier that everything in .NET, most everything comes from an event. It's because it's missing this, comes from an event. So when you're working with MVVM, it's just the main thing that you will be working with if you're doing by hand is you'll be implementing this class and doing the race, creating your properties, and making sure that every time you set a value to one of the properties, it is notified to the view that is waiting. Remember, MVVM is no more than model view model in that order. But I recently listened a very good friend of mine talking about MVVM and .NET, and he mentioned something that I will repeat here literally. Friends don't let friends implement manually the iNotify property change. There are many MVVM frameworks out there that are already tested and retested. And did I say tested? Yeah, tested again. And let's say that by creating ourselves, we will not be taking care of many things that many people already are taken care in those MVVM frameworks. Just to mention some of them, in the previous slide, I mentioned Prism, I mentioned MVVM Lite, but I also mentioned ReactiveUI. And if you are new to the MVVM, let's say MVVM war, MVVM paradigm in your application, I would advise you to avoid doing this. And unless you're learning, you want to know how it is. But once you go to like a real application, I would advise you to just go and use one of the libraries. So today, talking about ReactiveUI and how can you enable Uno applications to use ReactiveUI. It is simple because it was mentioned ReactiveUI is already supported. So the things that we're going to be doing is that we're going to be adding the ReactiveUI library. It's just open the Nougat package and looking for the ReactiveUI, and it should be the first one. And then you select all the projects that you want, and then you install. So by the time installing, it is also good to say that, as it was mentioned, ReactiveUI is just one of the many libraries that you can use to make your application reactive. And a part of the group of those libraries, Annie just mentioned some of them. I would say that Refit, for example, you can use Refit in a Uno platform application the same way you can use Akavash. All of those libraries they use what is reactive programming and Rx.net. So as of now, we should have already the ReactiveUI installed in all our platforms, and we can confirm it by coming here, for example, and instead of using this, let's use reactive. If I know what it's called, reactive object. So from there, we can see that we have access to what we can say it is the base view model of your application. Will be the base view model of your applications, unless you want to come and there's some application specific things that you want to do and you want to extract it. And you want to extract it, and instead of making all your view models accessing the reactive object, they can access your a second. I'm nervous. Oh gosh. And so from there you can have, so if there's any application specific or business specific needs that you have for your view models, you can just add it here, and all your view models can just inherit from that view model. So from here is a simple ReactiveUI application. You just have, let's use a string and let's use a name. For simplicity, also there is a library that I'm gonna use it is this one actually. It's select, let me install it. ReactiveUI 40 will help me defining my properties, so I don't have to be doing the private fields and the properties and doing the race changes. If you want to see, if you have never seen ReactiveUI, how is it done? Let's say that you want to have a property here that is called, let me call it test. Are you from the one for the underscale for the property for the private? This is actually private. And here you will have a public string. You have a test. And then you will have the same, you have a getter. This is just gonna be returning. This is basic MVVM, but I'm going forward so you can see that if you have done this with any other platform in .NET, it is exactly the same. So for the setters, it is exactly as we see. So we set the value, what we want here. Well, in this case, we're gonna call this the race itself, race property if change. This here, now we're seeing the benefits of using ReactiveUI as our framework, because from here we are using one of the extension that it's going to allow anybody that is using ReactiveUI to only notify if there is any value that is changed. If we were doing this manually, we will be checking if the value was different than the previous one, and so checking the value was different, and then just raise if so. So the backend field in this case is test, and the value is just value. Let's get it. So there is, as I said, this is how a reactive UI works across any application, and as can be seen, it is exactly the same that we're gonna be doing when using reactive when using Uno platform. So the library I installed, which is 40, it helps us to avoid doing all this, because if it is only one or two properties, it is okay. But when you have many properties in a view model, it becomes a mess. It becomes hard to keep track. So with 40, you just annotate your property with this, and at compile time, it will create this for us. So we don't have to be creating this. Good I mentioned, this is actually gonna create this at compile time. This is not using reflection at all, so there's not any performance hit on your application. So yeah, from there, we already know how to do the binding. So we have the main page here. Well, by using ReactiveUI, we will need to use we will want to use all the different things that come with ReactiveUI. So talking about MVVM, and any MVVM framework will have this, what I call the 3 pillars of the MVVM. I don't know if that's even a thing, but that's how I call it. And it is the binding. The second one is going to be the command. You want to be able to, from the UI, execute things on the view model. And the third one is going to be the navigation. As a third one, the fourth one, and this is an extra, because I say 3 pillars, right? So an extra, I will call it the containers. Most of the MVVM frameworks will have a container where you can compose your application from there, so you don't have to be doing new objects in all the parts of the application. So let's say what I mean with containers is that if we have a main page, there is here, if from here we want to have an access to the view model, we need to set the binding of our view model to our actual page. And let's say that we're gonna call it main view model, and private, because I don't need anybody to be doing. So we might want to avoid this. We don't want to be newing objects in our page or any part of the application. There are different ways to deal with this. One is dependency injection. Other one is service locator, and it's mentioned service locator / because that's exactly the way ReactiveUI out of the box comes. So ReactiveUI comes used as a dependency Splat. Splat is another great library that you can use for many things, but one of the things that's going to help you with is dealing with serving you as a container. So to avoid doing this, we can compose our application on the page, which is the main page. Well, the main app, it's here. So this is where everything starts. We can, if there's something that we want to do, that it's gonna be available when the application starts, we might want to do it here. Like, let's say that we want, in our case, we want to avoid this and using Splat to get this dependency instead. So I could create a method, but I'm gonna do it just right here. So I'm gonna get the locator, The locator you can have two different. So you can have the current, which is no mutable. That's the one that you're gonna be using in your other Splat, in your other part of your application. Or you have the current mutable, and I would advise to use the current mutable only here at the when you're doing the registration of your services and your view models. I just mentioned that. Let's just register the view model that we just created, so we can use it. We can use it later in our app, and then this receive a function. Just for simplicity, let's just do this. Well, we don't need this because getting the type from the function itself, but just leave it there for so people can understand what is happening. We just registering, letting know Splat that we are registering a type, and whenever this type is asked, we just want an instance. We want an instance all the time. There are other ways to register, and I don't want to go very deep because if not, I'm gonna be talking about Reactive UI for long. So we have registered constant. If what you really want is just register a value that is going to be used, the same instance is going to be repeating all the time. So your view models, you might want that every time you ask for a view model, it's clear. So you don't want to save the state of your view model to avoid any issues in the future. So from the locator, let me yeah, it's gonna complain. I know for sure. Yeah, because it happened to me earlier. Because there's a Splat also comes with a login level. So to avoid this issue that the application doesn't know which one to use, let's just use the Microsoft .NET login level. I think it is the name. Log level actually. Yeah, from there we already have our containers. We already have our or do we do in the registration of the view model, and then if we come to the page, we don't need to do this anymore because now we can use one of the Reactive UI capabilities to serve to get that instance of the view model. You don't need to use directly the service locator. There are ways for you to extract the location, when you are getting the services. So you don't need to be using the static all around service locator. But for now, I'm gonna be showing this. And we're just telling that we want a service, and the way to get it is you just need to pass the type, and it will find you the type that was registered. If there's not type, fine. This will return null. So this is so the way now that we have our view model instance, we want to set the instance our data binding, our data context in this part. And by doing this, we're telling the page that we're gonna be binding this object to this part, which is the UI. Hopefully this is here. So from here now, the same page that we were seeing, we can replace and use something like this. If I'm wrong, I think it is called test. Let me see in the view model. Yeah, it's called test. let me, for now, let me just remove this and let me come back to the view model so I can set some tests. Let me, constructor, here we go. And I never remember the order, but here we are. So just setting an initial value so we can have the initial value when the application runs. So basically, here the test block, the test is being bound to the test. For those who love binding in SAML, this is the way to do it. There are ways also to do it in code. For those who prefer doing it in code, it will require a bit more of configuration. That's why that's why I believe I prefer SAML, because you don't need to do anything and just the binding works. For you to do it, the binding in code, you will need to put a name to the test block, and also in the code behind, you will need to be doing the binding here by using the this bind. But this extension is only available. I hope it doesn't break because I just set by the time it was running. Let's wait. So yeah, it didn't break.
There's a couple of base classes in ReactiveUI NuGet package that allow you to do the binding very easily.
Yeah. So if you prefer doing the binding in code, as it was mentioned, that you can get, there's a library, right, that you can get, and so the initialization, so all the configuration that is required for you to do that in code, you can skip that. What's the name of one of the name of those libraries? Can you?
It's just ReactiveUI.uno. That's one you're interested in.
Okay, so there you are. So I do prefer SAML because of this. No need to add any dependencies. Is there is clear. Other people like it to have it in code because there's more control. You can do many other things in code that probably in SAML you be required to do, for example, converters. In code, you could be able to transform the data from one type to the other without having to do a converter. But in doing it in SAML, there's no other way of doing it.
The other thing a lot of people like is type safety. So in the code behind one, if the changes from a string to an int, it automatically just be a compiler.
Yeah, exactly. And type safety is something, because if here we're saying the test is test, but we have something that is not translatable to a string. Well, everything is translatable to a string. Let's use let's say an int. You will have a runtime error instead of while using it in code, you have a build time error. And sometimes I believe that everyone prefers to know afterhand that everything is working fine before shipping it to the markets or shipping it to the users. So can we see here that we have a very quick binding coming from ReactiveUI, but we mentioned that MVVM framework is binding is one. Then the second, it's commanding. So by using ReactiveUI, we have that. And let's say that here we want
just
to
got a question from a user here.
Yeah, sure.
Just asking if the reactive command API works in Uno platform like it does in Xamarin. So like I command and also reactive command, do they work the same?
Yes, I believe it should work just the same, and we can just test it just now. Let's add a property that's gonna be our common, and that's it's not n, it's just unit. I don't want you all, I just want unit. So let me stop the debugger so I can have more control. Whoosh. So here, just creating my comment. Let's say click comment. Some people don't like using that comment on the comment, but at least from there you can quickly see that it is a comment that we have here. And let's say, you know, constructor, let's say that we have, oh, no, that's not what I wanted. This is what I want. This is a reactive comment, reactive. Let's just create. So something really quick here, which is posing a comment, a reactive comment, and if the comment is executed, we're gonna be calling one. We're gonna be setting something to the test that we already saw that has binding capabilities. So from here, have subpanel. Let me add a button. Say. Set a comment, and let me add the binding. Yeah, just adding the binding, and what's the name? Click comment. Let me set some margin to separate. Let me split that 20. Let's just run the application again and let's see. So what we're looking here is being able, a comment will be bound to the comment of the button. And when the button is clicked, in this case, we're gonna be getting in our view model that event was raised. And from there, we can execute any task. So we have the button here. And then we can see that by using reactive comment, we can use it in a UNO platform, and we can see here how the binding and the comment works together by using ReactiveUI. And but ReactiveUI is also they're one of the coolest features that I like about ReactiveUI is this when any value, because it will allow you to clean many of the code that we see, many of the logic that we have all around the view models in many different parts. You have it in a specific place. And to make, well, before jumping into this when any value, just to talk about one of the pillars that I mentioned, which is the navigation. In this specific presentation, I won't go on the navigation, but it is as well possible to use ReactiveUI to serve the navigation of your apps for UNO platform. The reason I won't go through it is because I don't use it that much. Honestly speaking, in the community, there's people saying that you can see that that's one of the part of the ReactiveUI that can get some improvement. And in here, I would say that it works. It requires many different setups, and that's why probably I most of the time ended up using or another framework navigation, which is one of the coolest things about ReactiveUI as a framework. It is one of the frameworks, MVVM frameworks, that would allow you to mix and match with any other frameworks out there, well, not any other, with many others, because there are some others, unfortunately, that won't allow you to do anything else that are not part of the framework. So having said that, if you struggle having the navigation working and running, not saying that it doesn't work, it works, but I feel, just it's a personal thing, that it requires many hooks, and sometimes you just use what is available for the framework, or you just use another framework if you can do it. That's the thing. That's the best thing, that you can use it.
We got a couple of questions come in that you might be able to answer. One is they want to extend the collection. When I click on it, the result of a command, I think they're trying to say they want the result of the command to be bonded to to a list or something. I presume that's possible. The other one, which is probably more relevant, is does UNO support multiple screens and navigation across them? I can have multiple window instances on multiple screens. I typically use 4 screens, for example.
Well, there's a distinction of what if a Windows and a page, because you have the window that is the boundaries of your whole screen as a hardware screen, and for example in mobile, that's why this question if can clarify a bit more, because yeah, you can have different pages and you can navigate through different pages. If you mean different windows as well, you can have different windows, but depending on the platform, because for example, in Mac OS, you can have 2 windows, floating windows as part of an app, but that's not something that you will have in Android.
I know this particular uses a Windows developer, so I guess they'd be concerned with that platform.
And yeah, it's specific to the platform. In Windows you can, in Mac OS you can, and iOS and Android I don't believe you can, because of the limitations of the platform. But this is, I can clarify, and you can find me on Twitter and ask me the questions, and I will check with the maintainers and see if this is possible, because out of my head I don't have the answer. But I believe that it's not possible on iOS and Android, and it is possible on Windows and Mac OS because of the platform allows it.
Makes sense.
And so finally, I was talking about this when any, let's say that you want here in your page, you want to be, instead of having the test flow directly, this is something that is very common to use. So I'm going to be using those 2 of good properties that come of features that come with the Reactive UI. And one of this, let me set a text box. Let me just test set name. That's it. I need to define the name. I think I can, let me see. Let's say that in MVVM we have seen this happening, that we have different properties, but the one that we want to bind to the view is a combination of 2 properties. So Reactive UI comes with a very useful helper, and it's actually called like that. It's called a helper that would allow you to expose a property that is not it's just a property that is used to be bound to the UI. In regular MVVM, if we want to do that, we would need to have the name, we would need to have the last name, and also we will need to have another property. We will need to wait a second. Last name. Oh, we need to have the name. We need to have the last name, which are these 2 properties are being bound here. But also we will need to have a wait. So when either this one change, we notify the full name change. Let's say that we have a public string full name here. And by using this without 40, we might, well, there's a way to do it in 40, but let's make it here. We will need to be also doing a notification. So when this is not in the text, actually in the name and the last name. So when either one of those change, you need to be listening to those changes and manually notifying the user of another change. By using Reactive UI, there's a way by doing the same, but a much cleaner way. And those are the type of benefits that you get when you're using Reactive UI in let's say in any application. Let me 1 second. I have it around here, so it's like quick because I have
only a couple minutes left.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it quick before my time runs out. And what I'm gonna be doing here is using observable as property helper, and it is is that it is a way for you to use an observable and expose a property without having to create a full property for the full name, because what you really want here is bind 2 or more values from your view model into expose it as a real property. And the way that you have that you can create that, it's so here, instead of creating a full property, we're gonna yes, for name, and then we're gonna get the value. So there we have everything that is needed to do the work, but also now we will also need to listen to when things change, and for that we're gonna be using this when any value. Though this when any value is an extension that it was gonna listen in this case when any value change here, either the last name or the name, and it's gonna be mapping the results. Here we're doing what we want with it. It's just combining the result of those 2 properties, and then that combination, we're gonna be mapping the value to the property that we specify here. And we don't need to specify this because this is going to be handled by ReactiveUI. So here, let me see, because I will need something else, is that here the mode, it's I need to make it 2-way. So Uno, we have so far seen the samples running on UWP and Android the same way as it was. Uno platform is another way to get ReactiveUI and .NET code into WebAssembly, and Uno UI, as was mentioned earlier as well, it's going to help you run on Linux using a Skia shop. So let's this sample I'm going to run it in UWP, and I think that after this, I'm gonna get probably a couple of questions if there's time. If not, you can find me on Twitter, and
yeah, we might well supply everyone with your Twitter details so they can ask questions.
Yeah, he's complaining for something. Let me see the type namespace Andre.
I think you had first name in the view model and name in everywhere else. Oh no.
No, it's not compiling here. Let me see really quick, and if this doesn't build, okay, I can. So something's going on that we can see, and for some reason it's not running. And I know I run, but this sample, what really wanted to show was a way that you can have textbooks bound to a ReactiveUI application, and textbooks bound to the view model, and using the ReactiveUI capabilities of server property helper, this when any value, but as well, this doesn't stop there. You can use DynamicData. We're going to be talking about, well, not me, but later there's a whole presentation about DynamicData, and DynamicData will also be available for you to use on your Uno UI application, Uno platform applications. I don't wanna really sorry for the last, and with that, I just want to say that thank you. One last word that I want to say, that if you love open source, I said it a couple of times, if you love open source, or if you getting into open source, ReactiveUI and Uno platform are, for me and for my experience, the 2 most welcome open source projects that you can find in .NET. So I would advise you to go to knock the maintainers and say that you are available, and they will be more than happy to have you on board. With that, I want to say thank you. It was for me a pleasure to be here today in the first ReactiveUI conference, and looking forward to be here next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Michael's going to do a quick intro.
Hey, yeah. Can you hear me? Just double checking.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Andreas. Appreciate it. Next up, I know we're going to have Shane Neuville coming up here. He is a senior engineer over at Microsoft working on Xamarin Forms, doing some stuff with Duo and this new cool thing called .NET MAUI. I don't know if anybody's heard of that yet, but seems interesting. So yeah, so Shane's going to come on here and he's going to give a presentation talking about doing dual screen development, talk a little bit about MAUI and integrating ReactiveUI. Shane, we'll hand it off to you there.
Yeah, for some reason my Zoom window went off the screen right when I was gonna.
You need one of those Duo devices. I think they've got 2 screens on them, right?
Oh yeah, I should have done this whole thing from the Duo device, huh? Down by the pool. All right, let's see. Share screen. Screen. Share. Let me know if that's coming up all right.
Yep, we got it.
It's coming up. All right. I figured I'd reuse the slide with my cat holding the Duo.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. Are we good? All right. So feel free to ask questions while I'm giving this talk. A lot of this is about sort of clarifying aspects of MAUI, making sure everyone's sort of clear on what we're doing with it, what the direction is, what the goal is, what we're not doing with it, how much we are or not exploding everything up. Because I know there's been a little bit of trepidation around it. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk through that. So I'll do that. I'll show some samples with it. And then if we have time, I have a little bit of work I actually did against Sextant and some dual screen stuff if time permits. But yeah, just ask questions about anything that comes up and I will cover it. So to get us at a starting point, let's look at the current Xamarin Forms architecture. So just kind of understanding the way everything's put together. So renderers are tightly coupled to Xamarin Forms components, right? So basically you have a button renderer takes a dependency on a Xamarin Forms button. So in the button renderer, you have hard references to a forms button, which is a bindable object, which has like iNotify property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the way all that works is assembly scanning. Assembly scanning is really slow. Basically what happens is that Xamarin Forms goes through and it scans all of your assemblies for any assembly attributes, and then it automatically registers those to the framework as being what's used for those components. What that does is it means that it takes you take a really big hit on the front end. So this is kind of how the render architecture works. It spins up, Xamarin grabs all of your assemblies, it scans through all the assemblies for types, and then it registers those types, which works. It's great in the sense that it, in theory, tries to remove some requirements from the user, but it doesn't really perform as desired. The other thing is that it's really difficult to reach the native platform from the cross-platform aspect because of the way that the dependency tree works. The renderer depends on the button. So the button has no concept of a renderer. When you're in the context of a button, you can't interact with the renderer. So you basically have to go, if you want to do anything native, say at any native level, you have to register your own custom renderer, and then register it against a custom button. And then at that point, interact with it however you want. Or you can use these very confusing APIs that are effectively just mapping native specific properties to cross-platform concepts. So things like blur effect and like that, they're literally just setting a value on a native property. Like they don't really do anything that exciting. I've told this story a few times. I was actually a Xamarin Forms developer for about 2 or 3 years. I didn't even know platform specifics existed until I started working for Xamarin Forms. So the API experience there leaves a lot to be desired. All right, so one of the goals with .NET MAUI is to decouple the renderers from Xamarin Forms. So the idea here is that we're effectively inverting the dependency tree. So now the Xamarin Form button depends on I button. And then the I button is what's used by the button handler. So the button handler now only knows about an I button, and that's it. It doesn't know anything about a Xamarin Forms button. It has no concept of what that is. So now what this allows you to do is map multiple concepts to, what this allows you to do then is use different types of controls if you want. For example, this allows Comet to kind of create its own buttons. Fabulous can create its own buttons, and you can even have a reactive button. So these are all controls that have that would have no concept of what Xamarin Forms is. It would have no dependencies on Xamarin Forms. It would purely be a reactive button with an I button and a button handler, and the whole Xamarin Forms aspect of it just completely goes away. So that's what's enabled by this architecture here that we're putting together. So the idea, a lot of the idea driving this is performance minded and simplified. So just simplifying everything down so that you're a lot less boxed in. Because especially if you're a new developer and you're starting from, say, the XPlat side, it's really confusing understanding how to get to the renderer or how sort of all these magic little bits work. It's also really difficult to access anything from the XPlat. So what we're doing is we're sort of moving everything into the cross-platform side so that you can access things from within the context of your shared application. So you'll see some samples of this in code after the PowerPoint. But yeah, basically, you can register any set of handlers you want. And we're going to have, obviously, a set of default ones, but then you can kind of swap those in and out. A lot of that is for the purpose of, one, getting rid of the assembly attributes, because the assembly attributes are confusing. Probably took me like 5 years before I could type one of those without having to copy and paste it from somewhere. But yeah, so you could basically register. You can access it from a native context. Anybody who's done cross-platform will recognize sort of like the if-defing. That's mainly used for the purpose of the demo. You could also put it in shared files, however, whatever floats your multi-targeting boat. So also zero runtime assembly scanning, because we don't want to take that performance hit. If you're running a website, doesn't matter if it's crazy slow at the beginning, because if that first user is slowed down, which is usually you, making sure your website's working, doesn't really matter. But for mobile app, startup time is everything. That's why even some of the that's why Splat and those are really cool, because Splat is super fast. It doesn't do any like crazy scanning or anything like that you need to do that sort of overcomplicate on the a queue's name. If I click this, will it like show a queue that I can A? Ooh, hey, Erland, how are you doing? Good to see you. How many developers are working on MAUI team? Let's see, answer live. Done. So efficient. How many are working right now? Oh man, you're gonna make me count the team. That's a tricky question, I would have to say, because there's a lot of aspects to .NET MAUI, which I talk about a little bit later. So working on, say, this raw code aspect is the Xamarin Forms team, which I don't know, 6 or 7. I'd have to count through the people. Let me see. When I at people, it says 8 in teams. So if we minus David, I'd say 7. Yeah, I'd say 7. And then one of those is Sam, who's the project manager, and then David, who's doing a lot of the project management. But there's a lot of aspects of MAUI that extend beyond just these things. For example, a lot of the single project aspects, Jonathan Dick's working on a lot of how the single project's going to work. All the .NET 6 stuff applies to MAUI. So, you know, the Android team, et cetera, et cetera. So as far as like the team, I mean, it's largely most of Xamarin that are working towards making, you know, making a product infrastructure that MAUI can live on top of as well. So yeah, there's like 7 of us working on, say, the core bits here.
Just a quick question I have is that going to be what you do in production with the if mono Android, or would you have separate target assemblies at the end that you would register stuff in, or how would it work?
Some of the stuff, I mean, is still being evolved, but I mean, the idea is that so this is kind of an example of a user project. So some of that's going to take shape based on what, a lot of that's hard to answer because it depends on what the single project experience is going to look like once .NET 6 and all that stuff get more built into Visual Studio. So really whatever that experience turns out to be is going to sort of drive this structure. So like right now MAUI is and I can show you, let me make a note, targets file. Right now MAUI just has a general targets file that we're using that sort of standardize the type of naming conventions for different files. And like inside the MAUI code, this would probably be, our default initializers would be in like a .android file. And that's going to be targeted. That's just going to be, you know, a multi-targeted DLL, you know, so there's going to be a platform handlers DLL that's all monodroid built, et cetera, et cetera.
So it's similar to what we do in RxUI. We have a
Yeah.
platform as well there.
Yeah. I just use the if-defs for presentations because it's easier than clicking around separate files. So yeah, but it all just depends. So in theory, this experience is going to be not in theory, but once this experience has been developed in Visual Studio, it'll be something that's super useful for users. So I know I forget the conference, but we call them Kazoo, but yeah, Kazoo demoed sort of some theoretical project experiences where you could have like a project and there'd be like an Android folder and an iOS folder, et cetera. So yeah, a lot of the stuff is still being discussed, how we want to surface that out in Visual Studio. So if you're interested in having some of those conversations about how would you like Visual Studio to interact with a multi-targeted project, we'd be curious to hear from that. So there's always those conversations of like, is it better to separate them by folders? Is it better to separate them by dots, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, the MAUI solution does everything by file extensions, mainly just because that's how Clancy had first set it up. So yeah. The goals with .NET MAUI. All right, removing confusing APIs. So this is referring back to the platform specifics and the renderers. I know I've mentioned this like so many times, but like the renderers are just the worst. So the idea, and then this will sort of, this will resonate some more with, I think, some of the reactive crowd, is that a lot of the MAUI hooks are functional based, but you also have access to the native bits from a cross-platform standpoint. So if I have a Xamarin Forms label, I can just access the text view from a cross-platform context. I don't have to go to the renderer. I can just access it from the cross-platform side. So whatever the cross-platform experience of it looks like, you could say, add an iOS version of this file or control, and then you could interact with that control as if you're in an iOS scenario. So yeah, a lot of it is, that's what's sort of brought on by that inversion that I was talking about earlier, where now the Xamarin Forms is taking dependency on the renderer as opposed to the renderers taking dependency on Xamarin Forms. Boop. So what MAUI is not. I just wanted to sort of cover a few points here. A lot of this stuff should probably propagate out to what kind of impact will have UI tests such as, what kind of impact will I have? UI tests such as the UI tests, if any impact. No impact. So it'll all be the same. So that'll play into, let me write that down, UI test. Cool. So yeah, that actually dovetails perfectly into this answer. It's almost as if I planned that. Answer live. Done. What MAUI is not? Oh, I think I have an extra animation in there. There we go. MAUI is not a complete rewrite of Xamarin Forms. So MAUI is not a, an Angular JS to Angular 2.0 type shift. It's not anything that, it's not an Android to Android X type thing. It's the Xamarin Forms itself stays the same. 90% of what's rendered stays the same. And everything. So all the accessibility stuff stays the same. The way the automation IDs stay the same. Actually, to kind of talk into that point, the ideally the Xamarin UI test stuff gets better, because I know on the Android side it's a little tricky with the way some of the ID aspects work. So ideally it'll get better, but it won't change. It's not completely incompatible with Xamarin Forms. So if you have a Xamarin Forms application and you switch to a MAUI application and you have no renderers, it should be a fairly smooth experience. There might be some subtleties, like some layout differences, some that we want to try to avoid. But there's certain aspects of layout that we're wanting to improve with MAUI. For example, a lot of the things that have to do with height and width. It'd be ideal to make those work a little more like deterministic. So min height means min height, height means height, and max height means max height. To sort of allow more fluidity there. But on the Xamarin Forms side, all the Xamarin Forms controls will still work. So worst case, anything that's deprecated will be in sort of shim or legacy packages. But otherwise, Xamarin Forms still stays Xamarin Forms. So if you have a ReactiveUI application that's written against Xamarin Forms, it'll still work. It's still a control throwing a notify property changed event that ReactiveUI hears and does stuff to. So the XPlat layer is staying exactly the same. There's nothing changing there. It's still all the same stuff. So anything built against Xamarin Forms, like Prism Forms is a purely cross-platform solution against Xamarin Forms. It doesn't have any native aspects. It's an abstraction of the Xamarin Forms abstraction. So Prism will still work with Xamarin Forms. So the only things that'll be different is maybe some things will be in a different binary and things like that. So we'll have to sort of figure out the best way you want to do any sort of forwarding or things like that. So what is it? Dun, da, da. Xamarin Forms controls will still be the same controls, right? So you'll basically have a label, but now we'll put an iLabel on it. You'll have a stack layout, we'll put an iStack layout on it. You'll have a label renderer, we'll put an iView handler on it. Bada bing, bada boom. Now at that point, that makes it so that these Xamarin Forms controls work with .NET MAUI handlers. Ooh, yeah, these questions are great. DI container, we better. There's definitely a lot of conversation going along the DI container stuff. So, I mean, unless that for some reason just gets totally nixed, that's a big thing I'm pushing for, is to especially pull in a lot of the Microsoft hosting things is what we want to pull in so that it's a familiar experience for .NET developers. I have a demo put together. There's a couple demos floating out there. James did one demo. I did a demo with Shell where it basically can dependency inject into everything. So like you can specify a data template and it'll new up your view that'll dependency inject stuff into the view or the view model that's associated with it. So yeah, everyone's super excited about using the hosting extensions for things to really open up a lot of those scenarios. So
you should see the screams coming from the chat just then.
Yeah, so that's the mindset right now. Everybody's mindset is that's what we're going to be using. So A lot of times things don't survive excitement. So if it's not coming out in year, just, anything, I mean, because the thing is that the due date, it's coming out in end of November, November 21 is when we're planning for official release. So a lot of things could change, but right now I'll show you in a little bit. Right now there's an issue up. I have a bunch of notes in there talking about what I want it to look like. Even the team who's in charge of a lot of the hosting stuff, they even outside of our request created a sample of what it might look like. Like everybody's thinking about this right now. It's like everybody going through the same phases in history, right? All the different societies, no matter where they are, we're all still we're all honing in on this same hosting service stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be awesome.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had a quick follow-up for you on that one, Shane.
Okay.
What about our good friend dependency service?
Yeah, so that's the dependency service that comes with the hosting extension stuff?
With, no, just inside of Forms today.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the idea, the hope would be to sort of just convert that over. So I talk about that on the issue as well. The hope there would be to transition that dependency service to just use the iService provider, I think is what it is on the hosting side, so that we don't break anyone that's using dependency service. But if people want to keep using that same dependency service API, it'll be backed by iService provider.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. So talking a little about the shim stuff, current renderer implementations with Xamarin Forms, right? It's an iVisual element renderer. So iVisual element renderer is what drives, is what powers all the renderers at the native level. Everything that this is how the layout system or anything interacts with a native component. The native component implements this interface, and then at that point, the layout system or whatever can tell that native component things. It can tell it how it wants to lay out. It can ask the component, what size do you want to be, et cetera, et cetera. So to sort of compare these two different things, so we have iVisual element render, so that's the older stuff. And then the new stuff, iViewHandler, is MAUI. If you compare the two, they're very much the same. I mean, all it really is a new interface that we can move things to that represent controls using new implementations. But as you can see, it's the same stuff. But it's all based on interfaces. So set view is like set element. Update value is the same as element property changed, because we're removing all the stuff we're removing all the eventing and things like that. It's all very non-opinionated. Your native view is your control. It's your view up here. Get desired size, set frame. Set frame's a bit more powerful in this respect, because what we're doing is we're making it more, we're being a lot more aggressive about projecting the sizing information from the cross-platform to the native platforms, which is going to really help us with performance stuff. So here's kind of a look at the iViewHandler and the iView. iView, this is the stuff that any cross-platform UI toolkit will implement. So this is just the stuff that your button might implement. iViewHandler, that's your native side.
So just a quick question with the sizing stuff. Like Mac at the moment is very bad at sizing correctly the Xamarin Mac, because you use NS views and all that sort of stuff, which doesn't always size nicely. How are you going to handle those platform intricacies, I guess?
I probably won't be able to answer that specifically, but I will say whoever implements that will deal with that. So that's the idea, is that we want to the hope is to make it. The intention is to make it so that it can be very, because right now there's a lot of really confusing ways that things get laid out. So the hope there is to greatly simplify the layout strategy, so that you could very much articulate the sizing you want of something, and then it'll then force whatever on the native platform to be that size. Because one of the complaints we definitely get is that the layout, laying out things isn't very deterministic on forms. So I don't know if you guys can hear my cat. He's grumpy, the door is closed. Yeah, so I can't speak to the specifics of that. Glenn, I know you've done a lot of the macOS stuff, so especially once we start dissecting those, I'd be really interested to, yeah, I'd be really interested to get your thoughts on that stuff. So I haven't done a lot of the macOS stuff. Rui and Javier have done a lot of that, so I'm not too much of an expert over there. Yeah, so kind of comparing the way this stuff works. All right, cool. Yeah, so we can talk about that. Yeah, I mean, Shell will still be part of MAUI, and yeah, a lot of the navigation stuff will be built into VM navigation. I don't know if that'll be something that we naturally have, but the hooks will, especially from the Shell side, should make that very easy. So, because VM navigation, even with Shell right now, is fairly trivial to implement. So there's kind of a line we have to walk, right? Because we don't want MAUI to be too opinionated of an MVVM framework, but we want it to have the capabilities to be powerful enough where people could just use it if they want to. So especially a lot of the stuff we've spiked with Shell, like if you look at the large PR I had for the MVVM stuff that's going to shift over to MAUI, like if that stuff gets implemented, a lot of times you wouldn't really even need a larger MVVM framework because it would handle a lot of the stuff you would need through those things. So yeah, and also it's leaving navigation up to the platform. So like you said here, exactly with MVU stuff. So, you know, MVU and things like that might kind of take a different opinion on it. So it's sort of trying to allow enough leeway for things to do their own thing and not taking on too much ourselves, if that makes sense. So that's another big push with the MAUI stuff. And as you might have seen, we moved a lot of things to the community toolkit. So the reason we did that is that we really want to focus down and make the platform itself very targeted and functional, so that it can be you know, very useful, very fast, very extendable, et cetera, et cetera. So we don't want the vision on it to get too skewed, if that makes sense. So this is kind of like what our current renderers look like. If you've seen the renderers, a lot of them are very closed down. They're scary. It's these huge if statements. There's a lot of consistency problems. A lot of the methods for the behaviors are all private. They never really were supposed to be, but that's just kind of the direction that it's gone. So yeah, view handler strategy is more function-based. So the idea here, we'll show some examples, just keeping my eye on the time here, is that everything is going to boil down to extension methods effectively. So the current strategy is that all of the behaviors, so like that update text you saw before, is all going to be part of extension methods. It's all going to be public methods that you can apply to really anything. So this is very useful too, because these are features of things that you can use even outside of, say, a handler. It's basically just saying this is how we apply a text idea to a text element, which is also very powerful for cross-platform, because since the way these all work is it creates a standard API across all your platforms. So for example, these extensions, we could have this here take in a handler, and then all you really have to do at that point is say like update text, iText, and that's it. And then it'll automatically operate to the correct platform, because every single platform is going to have the same implementation of this update text method, right? So yeah, so I don't know. There's just kind of different things you can do there. We can kind of show the handler stuff doesn't survive too well staring at it in a PowerPoint. So it's a little more useful to see in implementation. So basically, it's effectively just a dictionary of functions. So before, when you saw this property change thing, all this is really doing here is mapping strings to methods, right? That's all this is doing. This is just doing a string comparison and then calling a method. That's literally all that the mapper is doing, but it's standardizing that to a structure and something that's more pluggable, something that's more functional. So for example, you can see here, we're passing in different mappers. They're chainable, which is, I guess that'd be like a decorator pattern, right? So you can basically decorate the mappers and wrap them in these different layers so that they pass up through the chain. So it's this idea of doing inheritance, but doing it through the other thing. I'm blanking on the word. It's sort of like weaving the functions in, opposed to being stuck sort of with these rendering points. So just to sort of push the point, handlers are really just a reorganization, right? So all we're really doing is you take a label renderer and we move it to an extension. That's really what it comes down to with the shifting around of the renderers. It's basically taking all the renderers, creating a consistent and common API and a common consistent API that users can use. But so this kind of plays into some of the, oh, I didn't write done. It's interesting you have to write answer and done. All right, is MAUI all about the renderers? No, it's not. I think I put an extra animation there. All right, it's all about simplifying everything down. So everything else that MAUI is about is what's the really exciting part, right? So the renderer stuff is pretty neat. It's obviously nice being able to access the native controls, but there's so many other things, right? The whole single project mindset. For example, we're having a lot of conversations about eliminating your application heads, right? So like right now in Xamarin Forms, you have Xamarin Forms, and then you have the platform heads, which have like an app delegate, a Forms app activity, and like an app an app XAML file. And then you have the Forms application, right? So what if we can condense all of that down so all you have is an application? You just have an app that you inherit from. And then if you switch to a iOS context, that's the iOS stuff. And then if you switch to a UWP, that app has this other class. And then we can also then project a lot of those native events out to the XPlat in a simpler way, right? So those are all the really cool things that start to happen once you're sort of shifting everything to single project. And a lot of that is enabled by the .NET 6 stuff. So once Android, iOS, and all of those move to, say, like the Net 6 targets. And then once we can start building those. And a lot of it is about being future forward with the design and UI paradigm. So everything is moving out to interfaces, right? So all the shapes are moving to interfaces, all of the types are moving to interfaces. So at some point, because now we have drawing APIs, we're going to start creating more drawn controls. For example, the radio button right now on iOS is using drawn elements. So now we can define that radio button through interfaces of being drawn, and someone could implement sort of Skia drawers for that radio button at this point. So a lot of it is just poising the framework to easily be able to pivot to these other scenarios. And then especially pulling more control template stuff in. If you want to see the beginnings of this, go check out the radio button that just got checked in. That's our first permutation of this into 5.0. So Easy did an excellent job on that one because iOS doesn't have a radio button. So he's effectively drawing it with ellipses. And then you can specify your own control template, and you can use a content presenter. And then it has like a visual statement, the whole 9 yards for that type of control structure that you can put together. And shell, all the shell you always wanted and then some. Yeah, I mean, shell's going to be a big strategy with the MAUI stuff. So tell me what you hate, tell me what you love, and let's get it shaped. A lot of the stuff I know that we need to kind of push through, but a lot of it's going to be the integrations we can do with the hosting stuff, better integrations with MVVM frameworks, etc. So yeah, it's all about how we can MAUIfy it to the best extent. If you want to sort of follow, if you sort of want to follow along with any of the MAUI stuff, you can check the .NET MAUI repository. If you had created an issue over there and I moved it to discussion, I'm sorry about that. But right now, what the idea here is that we're moving anything that users want questions about or discuss or that want to know about, we're putting those in discussions, and then we're keeping the issues as sort of a clear idea of where we're talking about enhancements and things that are going to be proposed, et cetera. So that, because we want people to have a very clear idea when they go to MAUI repository what the strategy is there. So READMEs, things need to be updated in pending. So yeah, so other things, control templates. This was an example of Dave's control template. Microsoft extension hosting. So this was the hosting and dependency injection that I talked about. These are just kind of highlighting some of the features. Fixing stuff with the layouts, making the layouts more deterministic. All of the layouts are moving also to interfaces. So, you know, Comet or any of those can implement their own stack layout that implements the iStack layout, and then our logic can lay it out successfully. So I might just shift to the demo since we're getting to about 20 minutes. Yeah, a lot of it is about defining the cross-platform strategy. And yeah, so here, .NET MAUI. So you can go, this is the right window, right? Yeah. So you can go to GitHub here to .NET MAUI. And you can see the issues currently what's being accepted and what we're working on. And here's different proposals that we're talking about. So here's, you can already see there's a good amount of conversation on this. Andrew is also, he's fun to talk to about this stuff. But yeah, I think in here I talk about dependency service. Yeah, here we go. Convert our dependency service to use iService collection. So that was something that that I looked at when I was first kind of spiking this out. So,
hey Shane,
yeah.
we did have another question come in really quick.
Yeah.
What will the support for third-party controls be like?
I'm not too sure what that means. Let me think. Like Telerik and those things, I guess they're asking.
Yeah, that's my assumption.
I mean, those will all work. So yeah, I mean, we're still, like I said, everything shims over pretty easily. So anything that those third-party controls have used that are based on forms components will work fine. Anything based on renderers, it depends how they built them, but it's all just interface driven. So
but you'd have to wait until there's a Telerik version of the control, right? It's not you just can't take the Xamarin Forms one now and plug it in. Is that correct?
It depends how it's built is what that sort of comes down to. So that's what, so for example here, okay, let me kind of show a demo here. So this is kind of a demo I put together where I've registered these different types of renderers, right? So this is a label renderer, right? This is an existing label. So this is the existing label renderer that's in Xamarin Forms. And this is a button renderer that's in Xamarin Forms as well. And that's what it's using to render these things. It's using those existing renderers. So, and then the way I did that was to basically just, do I still have it up? I don't know if I still have it up. Was I basically just took the base class on view render. Here, no, that's the wrong one. Is this it? Here it is. I took our base class view render. I implemented iViewHandler like that, and then I just implemented those interfaces. Right, so I just went through and I did the set frame. I did all of those things. So for scenarios where controls are like they'll most likely have to rebuild against the MAUI DLLs to work, but it's not going to be, say, a large shift. We're going to sort of look in that deeper as we develop and as we start to put out the demo, the previews, there it is, will interact with the third-party developers to make sure that the whatever the migration is, it's as painless as possible. And I mean, the plan is to support all Forms 5.0 for 2 years after release. So it's going to be still supported up until 2023. So yeah, but ideally the migration over is going to be pretty simple. But yeah, I mean, all I did was take this iView handler and implemented it. That's it. So for example, if you have a renderer, if you have a custom renderer that's implementing button renderer here, then your button renderer should just work once you go over to MAUI. You're not going to have any, the button renderer implements view renderer. Now, when you recompile it, it'll be inheriting from, because you don't even have to recompile it, do you? The only thing you'd have to recompile is depending on how we do the DLLs, because these are going to most likely move to a different binary. So we might have to type forward, but it should still be API compliant. So yeah, I mean, it shouldn't, we're still developing that story, exactly how the migration is going to be, but it's not going to be so, it's not going to be like you set it up and everything blows up and you have to totally rewrite your renderer. Like all these renderers are doing, all the renderers do is place things on the screen, right? They're not like these, they're just placing native components onto a screen. So if you look at it, I mean, that's all it does. So it's just setting a frame, and things like that. So, you know, anybody that needs to implement this interface will provide samples of how you can kind of do that themselves, or provide like a proxy class, for example, where you could just instantiate like a proxy view handler that would map things to your own custom renderers. So it just depends. But that only really comes up if you're not using any of our renderer base classes, if you're only doing the custom ones. So, all right, hopefully that's not sounding a little too confusing. Something like that's a little easier to map out. But yeah, third-party components, it should be very minimal for them to provide the next level of components. But yeah, so we'll see what that migration strategy looks like as we start integrating with them, working with them more, if that makes sense. So Q&A. Any plans to create Skia renderers? Not with our team currently. Clancy has been developing Skia renderers for Comet. So the plan is to build the infrastructure for those, to better build the infrastructure for those capabilities, so that we can adapt to those types of things much better. So for example, shifting all of our draw APIs to work much better off of interfaces. Clancy has a decent amount of stuff written, but that's not part of the current strategy, but it is, you know, it is always something that we're interested in exploring. So let's see. All right, so let's see, let's kind of talk about the app stuff here real quick. Just kind of, I can give a quick demo as the time's ticking along here. So basically, all we have on this application that I've launched are these set of views, right? So this is a forms label. I kind of create a different set of labels here to demo different ideas. So you see, this is a Xamarin Forms label here. This is this reactive label I created that I can show you here in a second. These are these custom entry controls that Javier created. This is a custom user control that you might create. And here's like a Xamarin Forms button. These are all sort of, you have these handlers here that are all registered to these types. All the Xamarin Forms stuff will be sort of abstracted away, so you won't have to like do these all yourself. But you can register, you can do all this yourself from the shared context. So just to sort of show that here, see, this is all from this multi-targeted sample project here. So yeah, that's, yeah, so let me sort of demo how the basics of these handlers here work. So the idea of the handler, I can kind of build it up here. If you look at a label handler, this label handler here is the common class. So this is the class that all of the platforms share, right? So here's all the different functions that build up this dictionary of our label mapper. And then what happens is you, on each platform, you fill in what those functions do. So here's the map property text, here's the update text color, and then the rest of these, which Javier has filled in on a different PR. But that's the basics of it. So then what this lets you do is this lets you sort of weave your own logic in there and do whatever you want with these mappers. So, for example, the way you can tie this in here is what I've done here is I've taken the view handler. So the view handler is a common handler. So like if we go to button handler, you'll see that the button handler here passes the view handler in. So this is that wrapping I was talking about. So any property changes that don't exist on this button mapper get forwarded to this view mapper here. And what I've done is I've registered sort of my own function here to have my own custom behavior. And what I've done is I've said, okay, if this is a custom label, then I want you to do this different behavior. I want you to turn purple. So that's one of the, so like that's one of the demos that Clancy always likes to show, especially with this stuff, is that you can just tap in at any level. So if you wanted to, for example, you could do something like this. You could do something like this. And now what this is doing, did I cast it as a viable class? Yeah. So now what this is doing is that this static method here to set the background is called by literally every single class. So, and I think I tested this, so hopefully it survives testing. Yeah, see now everything, all these things, these entries here are all purple, right? Because this is all being called, all of these things call the exact same mapper. So this is kind of a way that I've now created an inheritance strategy, right? So I've inherited from, you could think of it as I've now sort of injected an inheritance point from the view renderer. I've inserted my logic, and then now it's calling the other. Now I'm doing my own logic, and then now I'm doing my own logic, and then letting it move on. So if you were doing something like inheritance, for example, it would look like this. Like this would be the equivalence of doing like inheritance, right? So this is like calling base.update background color, and this is now calling my own logic. So it's kind of creating this common point to access your to access the behavior of sort of when properties are updating. Yeah, and the neat thing here, let me show you kind of some of the stuff you can do. Let me show you a reactive label. So one thing I did here was I created a reactive label. So if you look, this is a React view. React view inherits from reactive objects, and it implements iView. And then reactive label implements iLabel. And then what happens here is that I just register the reactive label with a label handler. So the label handler handles all the text, the messaging. And then inside the reactive label, I can just forward any of the updates on the property changed to update value, which tell the handler to update. So it's a little easier to play with once you start playing with it, of course. But yeah, so that's the thing, is now I've kind of created my own reactive view. And so you can create your own reactive view. You could create your own reactive stack layout, and then you could create your own reactive content page. And now you have this UI framework that has literally nothing to do with Xamarin Forms whatsoever, and is purely reactive stuff built on top of the handlers. So that's a big thing that Comet's going to do, and that's a big thing that like Fabulous is going to do, because they don't want to work on any of the INPC stuff, right? So that's where sort of that pivoting comes from, especially with building out different controls. So for example, if someone builds, for example, if someone wants to build a Skia button, the Skia button just has to implement iButton, and then that Skia button can kind of now work with stuff. So it's ensuring it's sort of removing a lot of the cruft of forms, making it very simplified down. Yeah, and making it sort of lean and mean. So that's the, let's see if there was, any other points I wanted to make on these components here? Nope, those are all the main points I wanted to make on the on these components here. Yeah, and then so then the other thing here is that this gives you yeah, so you can access any of the native components as well, right? So that was kind of like what I was saying from the cross-platform context. Remember, this is all your XPlat code. So you can just grab a label, and on that label, you can grab the handler and then do whatever you want to it. So you have access to all the native components from the cross-platform toolkit. Yeah, any other questions? Any numbers on performance? Any numbers on performance gain? So I did a really stupid sample to just, I don't know. It's probably, it's kind of silly, but I did this because why not? The performance is a big thing. Performance is a huge focus of a lot of this. So right now what we're starting with, so let me pull back the curtain a little bit, since some of you might have your doubts here. So what this is here, this application here, right now it doesn't have, say, a cross-platform layout. All that's happening is these are creating native controls, and it's placing these in a relative layout. So it's so that's almost as fast as you can get, right? There's no assembly scanning, nothing. So what we're doing is we're starting from the performance aspect of a native Android application, and ensuring that there's minimal overhead from our side of things. That's a big thing of removing the assembly scanning, right? So the performance aspects are going to be a deep analysis point as MAUI is being developed. It's going to be a very incremental aspect of it to ensure that the performance is going to be better. So yeah, a lot of performance. Ruby's doing a lot of really cool stuff, making sure all the startup times are being traced and all of those things. And then if you want to see, I might have to kind of remember how I put this together. I put this really silly demo together because why not? Yeah, that's kind of a far-reaching goal as well. Is that in theory, Blazor could create? In theory, you could, yeah. You could create Blazor.
Another quick question. Those assembly registers for the attributes for your handlers, could you do some sort of source generator stuff with that so you get a compile time hit rather than a runtime one?
We're definitely looking into that one as well, as far as source generators versus the registration, and kind of how that'll look. I mean, a lot of the way this registration is going to probably look in the end is you're probably going to have, I forget what the exact syntax is, but like when you're doing Microsoft hosting stuff, right? You have like services.use forms renderers. And then if you install a package, you would be like, use Prism. Here's like a service locator type thing where you could now define settings, use Apple login or something like that. That's kind of one of the strategies we're looking at, because that's sort of a familiar way, especially from the ASP.NET Core side of things.
Yeah, because you could definitely reduce a lot of code there by having a builder. Like you've got a lot of registrar handlers.
Yeah, we're looking at that. But the thing is, too, is we don't want to make the registrar too smart, because there's kind of some intermingling there that gets a little bit complicated. For example, like the visual ones, trying to register visual handlers like material over things, like it just gets a little bit crazy, all the different permutations. So it's one of those things where we don't want to overcomplicate. We don't want to overcomplicate this where it's not needed. But the registrar is something that's it's still being developed. This was sort of just like to get it running, tying the stuff together. So this is another thing we're talking to a lot of single project stuff about. This was my super silly demo of, yeah, so if everyone's seen this, It's a silly performance.
Is that frames per second?
It's nothing. It's a timer that you make up so that your framework looks cool.
Awesome.
But the one cool thing about it, I'll just say this and hand it to you, is that you do see a performance difference here if you switch from the MAUI handler to the if you do switch between the MAUI handler to the other one, to the original
Forms
one.
handler.
Yeah, it's still performant, but it's interesting because you actually do see it gain about 500 or so. But yeah, I mean, it's basically just every time, every second, it's seeing how many modifications it could make to an array of texts is basically what it's doing. So it's just kind of a copy of the other things that people had sort of put together. But yeah. So, and then, yeah, see, here's the one now using the MAUI one, and you can see this is now running 3 times faster. It's, you know, so that's the thing, is that let's start here where it's rendering super fast and then make sure we stay at that point. So yeah, so there you go.
I have to say, as somebody who dabbles in building custom renderers, just the way that you manage property changes and whatnot in the new, that new, you know, structure with just kind of listening to that dictionary of properties and then their methods to handle their updates is wonderful. It's so much easier to work with.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. And so it'll be cool because you could either go through the dictionary, or if you have, if you want to use these extension methods to apply the same behavior. So it's just trying to make it open and as consistent as possible. Is a big push. So that performance, single projects, like so much. There's so much happening right now in .NET that we can leverage. It's like it's hard to even stay focused on what we need to focus on sometimes.
It's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah, with all the .NET 6 stuff and things like that. Like I'm super excited to see by the end of next year what the whole Xamarin ecosystem looks like with .NET 6 out there. It's going to be awesome. It's going to make Uno look awesome, Avalonia, everything. It's all going to look awesome. So yeah, cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for everyone. Thank you for having me. Yeah, thank you, ReactiveUI community. It's probably one of the first open source communities I was ever part of. Thank you, Annie, for being super helpful to me in my beginning journey. I think Annie was the one who actually taught me about first chance exceptions. I logged an issue on like the Google group, I think where everything used to be logged.
Mm-hmm.
She had pointed out how to catch some of those exceptions. So yeah, I mean, the whole ReactiveUI community has probably been the largest boost of skills that I've ever achieved from learning Reactive and interacting with that community. So yeah, it's a great community. Go over to Slack. Everyone on there is super excited to help. Rodney, Glenn, everybody, Michael, everybody. So yeah, thank you again for everything. And Michael, take it away.
Appreciate it. Yeah, awesome talk. Thanks, man. All right. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to get set up on my side.
So just as an intro, Michael's been doing the talks around RxUI for a while, but usually does an intro talk. So now he's going to beef it up a bit and get a little bit more advanced. I think there's some sound issues for some reason, Michael.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
That was my side. Can you hear, can you see my presentation there?
We can see PowerPoint slideshow, Advanced RX and Dragons.
That's the one. Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, Glenn. All right. So yeah, like Glenn mentioned, I'm usually talking about intro stuff and kind of trying to get people interested in reactive extensions. But today, we're going to jump a little bit further in and do some advanced RX and Dragons here. All right. For anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Mike Stonis. Work for a company called 8bot. build the Aurora controls. If you want to come and scream at me afterwards, if I say something stupid, if I say something wrong, which is likely to happen, you can go grab me on Twitter there, or you can go grab me at one of these websites and let me know what I did, good or bad. All right. Like I mentioned, though, today we're going one step further. So, the idea here is if you've already done a little bit of reactive UI, if you've already done a little bit of reactive extensions, the idea is we want to go kind of past that first chapter. So, you're kind of getting your app set up, you're kind of getting things rigged up there. We want to work through this player's handbook and kind of learn some more or cover some things that we know are issues. And so what I did for this talk is I reached out to a bunch of clients. I talked to some of my developers. I asked some other developers, what are the things that got you, or what are the things that get you when you're writing code? So what's something that you wish you knew? What's something that you stumbled across? Things like that, where it's kind of like, and unfortunately it's like this a lot in the reactive extensions world, where we've got this like arcane knowledge out there where if you tap the right person or if you talk to the right person, they've got all the answers for you. But if you don't find that person, you could end up spending days or, weeks or something like that trying to find that knowledge. So what we're going to cover here, like I mentioned, is basically going to be just sort of a high level overview of a lot of these types of issues that in tips and tricks and everything like that I know that either I've come across or people that I've come across have come across. So hopefully you find this helpful. Hopefully you find this interesting. All right. So before we go too much further, I want to talk about my favorite wizard. We're going to come back to wizarding a little bit here. There's this one here, which this seems like a pretty good wizard. But this is my favorite wizard. This is Usador, wizard of the 12th realm of Ephesius, master of light and shadow, manipulator of magical delights, the devourer of chaos, champion of the great halls of Tarakis. The elves know him as Fiang Yelik. The dwarves know him as Zoning Hood Stanges. And in the Northeast, he's known as Gas Manus Maystar. So if you're wondering if I just had a stroke, the answer is yes, probably. But if you really want to know what I'm talking about here, it's this podcast called Hello from the Magic Tavern. It's about wizards and magic and a guy who falls into a magical realm while trying to get some Burger King. So check it out if you're into that kind of stuff. In any case, let's jump in here and talk about some actual useful stuff, right? So where I thought we would start here is kind of with some tips and tricks around reactive extensions themselves. Okay, so this is a common issue that I have seen over and over before, and I know that I've caused myself. So the thing here is if you look at the code, the very first thing that we've got up there on the top is this observable that's going to go ahead and, it's going to run on an interval every 2 seconds. It's going to, basically log something out to the console out here. And then below it, you'll notice that we have, 2 listeners, right? So we've got our first listener who then subscribes to that interval observable, and then a second listener who subscribes to it. And then we're just going to kind of wait out there for a little bit and clean up this code. So what you'll notice, though, is that, the first listener and the second listener maybe want to sort of listen to that interval observable and sort of pick up, where the other one left off. So once that first one creates, we'll get a notification. Once the second one subscribes there, we'll kind of pick up where the first one left off. If we look at what happens, though, from a code perspective, you'll notice that sort of both of these listeners start up. They both get an interval of 0. They both get another interval of 1 and 2. And both of these are kind of getting duplicated out here. The problem is that in this case, we've got a cold observable out here. So it's just basically hanging out saying, when somebody subscribes to me, I'll start my interval and I'll start pumping out, messages every 2 seconds. But it's not until somebody subscribes to me. So the problem is, once we do subscribe to it, right, each one of these is going to build a brand new subscription. So although they come from the same common source, it's sort of like 2 different pumps of data. Each one starting up and establishing that subscription, then creates a brand new listener out there, and then is getting, its own set of messages and its own interval out there as well. So if you want to just have one observable and you want to have multiple subscribers to it, one of the things you could do is this, right? So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify that interval observable, and I'm going to use two additional methods on it. Specifically, I'm going to use these methods here called publish and ref count. All right, so what publish is going to do is it's going to take our observable and it's going to convert it into a multicast observable. The second piece that we're going to do there is ref count, which basically says, as long as somebody is subscribed to this observable, keep it alive. So essentially what will happen is once our first listener subscribes to this, it'll start pumping out messages. And then our second subscriber can listen to the same observable and just sort of pick up and get that same list of messages that's being pumped out, from the time that they subscribe. All right, so now in this case, I'm not going to end up with two different timers out there running or two different intervals out there running. Essentially, I'll just have one interval running and two listeners listening to those output messages. So, pretty common issue that I see out there with people saying like, why is this running twice, right? So publish and ref count, really helpful out there again, if you want to have multiple subscribers to the same observable. Here's another one, and actually going all the way back to earlier, sort of in the conference here, Annie made a reference here that, async and reactive extensions aren't separate. They work really well together. And so one of the ways that they actually work really well together here is in this extension method that you could see in this example called select many. And so what's actually cool about select many is that it allows us to inline be able to perform an async and await or a task returning method, right? It's not something you could do out of the box with LINQ, and it's something that we get as part of this reactive extensions framework. One of the issues with it, though, is if you use it out of the box, select many is basically just going to get in the notification. It's going to do whatever work it needs to do, and then it's going to send off that notification basically as fast as it can, right? So it's going to get it, if something runs longer, if something runs shorter, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to get it, process it, and push it along its way. And so if you look at this example here, we've got, this random number generator up on the top here. Each message that comes in, we just generate some new random delay. And then we're just going to write that out to the console for how long it took to process. And then we're going to push it forward as well. And so, I might, maybe as the consumer of this data, I would like to see it in order. So even if one took a long time to process, I'd like to get the result of one first before 2, 3, or 4. But in this case, the way it's set up again right now is that select many is kind of like a fire hose where everything's coming in, getting processed and pushed forward. And so if I were to look at the output of this right now, you could see that it's kind of all over the place, right? So I get all these messages in. You could see that, sort of 10 actually pumped out first, 3, 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 6, it's all over the place, right? So depending on, again, like I mentioned, how long things took to process, how long it took to pump those notifications out. We don't have any guarantees out there for an ordered type delivery. But it turns out to support this, it's actually fairly straightforward. So instead of using that select many like we used before, we're instead going to change that select many to just a select. So now it's going to return out a task of T, or T is whatever the value is that we want to push forward. Our, async method in the middle there basically stays the same. There's really nothing that's changed there. But then finally, outside of this, you'll notice that we're going to use this concat operator. And the concat operator is going to say, essentially, as long as the async processes that ran before it ran to completion and everything was okay, I'm going to push those notifications forward in the same order in which they were received. All right, so now if my range runs up above there and it's pushing 1 through 10, 1 through 10 goes into this async operation. Concat will then ensure that even if we get out of order completion, like you can see in this here, 9 and 5 finished before 1 finished. If you follow the messages that say received notification, all of those are going to flow in order. All right, so now we could forward any of the async messages that we have in order in which they were received. right? So that's kind of nice, pretty helpful there. If you've got something like, like some kind of ordered processing, if you're doing something like a workflow or anything like that, where it's important that things flow through in the same order, it's pretty helpful to use something like that. Another issue that kind of comes along here with select many, like I mentioned, is that it's a bit of a fire hose. So if you have a bunch of processing that comes through all at once, and then say you're calling out to a web service or a database, or you're trying to do some operation that maybe has like a limit on concurrency. If you're calling to an API and your API key is only valid for 2 concurrent calls or something like that, you might be able to blow it out, or you might just slow down your system, something like that. And so again, this is a fairly typical way that we would write a select many type call to go do this async work. So, we're going to get a series of notifications. We're going to do this processing on this notifications, but again, it's running them, blowing them through about as fast as it can, and pushing them forward from there. And so here, just like we saw in the last example there, you can see that we basically get our starting point completed at the same time, but we're sort of just running through, everything's getting kind of pumped through all at once here. So, all 10 notifications pump through immediately. And then, depending on how the speed of everything took to complete, we're getting our notifications out there afterwards. All right, so luckily for us, again, as reactive extensions developers or reactive extensions users, there's kind of a simple way to do this. Now, this one takes a little bit more setup to make it happen, but it's not really too bad. All right, so here's our setup for code here. You'll notice that, again, we've moved away from select many. In this case, we're just using a select statement again. And then also we've modified that inner block of code there from just being async and await. And now we're using this call here of observable.defer async, right? So it's basically saying there's going to be some async method that we want to execute, but hold on to it until the subscription occurs, or until it's, basically ready there, if you want to think of it that way. The other key piece of this then is that we're going to have these deferred asynchronous observables, and we're going to marry that here with this method called merge, right? So merge is going to take a parameter, and that parameter is going to control the amount of concurrency that we'll have for this processing. So right now, I have this limited to just one instance of these deferred async observables at a time. If I knew that my service could handle 2 or 4 at a time or something like that, I would just change that number from 1 till 4 or 5 or whatever it is. And then I would be able to manage those in a more concurrent manner out there, right? And so again, pretty simple, little bit of a slight tweak out there. We do have to change up, again, just the way that we present this here, but or the way that we construct this here a little bit, but not too bad of a change, right? And what this will get us then is the ability to get our messages in and then be able to sort of process them just sort of one at a time. So you'll kind of see here, I get my first message in, it goes and does the processing for that, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So if I've got something where, again, you've got some sort of limit on concurrency, this is sort of a nice way that we could use some of that built-in functionality to shut it down a little bit or constrain it a little bit so that we don't blow out our systems or don't, sort of fire hose something too bad. Cool. A next issue that I have here that's pretty common that I see is what I'll refer to as like priming the pump. So in a lot of cases, I'll see people create observables. This is a pretty common thing. We'll create an observable from event pattern. Maybe you're using the Awesome Pharmacist library to listen to some change events from a user interface element or something like that. But the thing is about this is that there may never be a value. And so again, I think this is maybe more something if you're kind of new to reactive extensions or things like that. I know this is something that's hit me before, is you kind of expect there to be something at the beginning, right? And so with this case, if nobody ever changes the text, I'll never get a notification, right? And maybe on my user interface, I need to have some kind of like a default value, or I want to show something, or I want to kind of set things up out there before I get up and running. And so to do that, again, we've got a very simple way to manage it, and it's just this start with operator. So start with is going to say, hey, even if we never receive an event pattern or, an event from that text changed event out there on our text entry, just use this value as the starting value. So this way, if you need something to kind of trigger off, do any kind of pre-processing for, your component, set up your user interface or something like that, you're just saying like, here is your starting value. So even if they never change it, you've at least got something to start. So super helpful out there just to kind of kick off a process if you need that. All right, next up, there's a lot of operators inside of reactive extensions that take schedulers. The same is also true in ReactiveUI, as we'll kind of see out there a little bit. But if you look through a lot of these components of reactive extensions, for example, if we've got something out here like range, range is an optional third parameter, actually takes a scheduler with it. A scheduler basically says, where do we want to schedule this work to run? And so in this example here, I'm not providing that additional scheduler. I'm going to say observable.range. I'm going to want it to go between 1 and 10. I want this to repeat. So it should repeat basically out here infinitely. And then I'm going to have it just, again, right out to the console with some coloring and things like that. Finally, then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call dispose right away. So again, this basically should go, it's going to be a range from 1 and 10. The observable looks like it should repeat forever, but the very next line of code that I have after this subscription is I dispose it. So to me, what this means is I've created this observable. It's supposed to be doing something, but I kill it right away. And so as a developer, you might think like, well, I've disposed of it. The line of code that I see here says that it should dispose it. But if you run this code, what actually happens is this, right? So we got that range of code, subscribe to it immediately. But then your output looks a little something like this, right? So if you were to look at your terminal in this case, you just get a bunch of stuff pushing notifications out to the terminal nonstop. And that really comes down to the fact that, we didn't provide it any additional type of scheduler, right? And so what's going to happen is it's going to schedule this sort of on whichever schedule was brought in. So we're going to have, if this was executed on user interface thread or something like that, we're basically going to go and schedule that work to be executed out there. So if something takes a scheduler, the kind of the key thing here to keep in mind is that if it takes a scheduler, it probably means that you should consider using a scheduler. All right. So if you want to be able to sort of break out and get to that dispose method out there, like we saw in that example, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to schedule this work to be executed on the task pool scheduler, right? So it's sort of that managed threads out there by the task pool. I'm going to tell this range, hey, when you get created out there and you go do your work, please go do that on the task pool scheduler. Don't do that on whatever my default scheduler is that came in here. Because, in our case, like we saw there, it's going to execute on our inbound thread. It's going to hold up the rest of our processing, and we'll never actually make it to that dispose out there in that case. So again, if you see iScheduler as a parameter, you should at least sit and think about it for a minute and consider what the implications are of using that scheduler. Finally here, for our extensions, reactive extensions are just extension methods. And so whenever I work with somebody sort of new, or, you kind of work with somebody that's kind of picking this up, you'll see them fall back to, like non-functional programming, or I'll see people start to put in like a bunch of if statements and things like that inside of their code. But realistically, reactive extensions, as the name implies, are just a bunch of extension methods that we could start tacking on here and there and wherever. And so what I'd recommend you do is if you find yourself, switching back to, this sort of non-reactive or non-functional programming style, you may want to consider doing something like building your own extension methods like I've got here. These are some that I pulled out. We have like an internal toolkit that I use all the time. These extension methods are super handy. basically just for us because they're, they're things that we do day in and day out. They're checks that we do day in and day out. So like get value or default, is the value default or not default? Is the value true or false? We've got a whole bunch of these things that are just sort of these like typical common bits that we do day in and day out from here. So, just kind of those types of ideas. Don't, try not to break out and do something crazy. Just sort of use some of these like where statements, select statements to do some processing there. I had a question come in. So how would you do a switch case in an observable? Right. So if you had a switch case in an observable, this is a little bit tricky, right? So what you could do is you could have a select type method, right? Where let's say in the select method, you get in some value that you want to send to your switch statement. Based on whatever happens in that switch statement, then you may have some different type of output. So you build a select statement, I should say rather. Inside of that select statement, you could put a select statement, right? Make whatever choices you need to make from there and then push it forward. So that's one way that you could handle it. So sort of just use a select statement inside there, put a switch, do whatever you need to do, figure out whatever the right output should be, and then forward that onto your next piece. If you need to do something more like if it's A or B or C output, alternatively, you could do something where you would have one source observable, right? Something that's pumping out a value. And then perhaps you could have that particular observable have a publish and a ref count on it, for example, where you could have a multicast observable that multiple connect into. And then each one of those connectors, each one of those observers then would need to come through and make any decisions that they need to make, in terms of what values that they're interested in. So it's not exactly the same, it's sort of like, again, I use this example all the time. You kind of think of it like a factory floor where you have one inbound sort of conveyor belt there. You might have 4 different conveyor belts, or you might have 4 different places where that package can go to. You basically want to use like a where clause out there, more or less, to listen to that inbound package and then make some decision for it to figure out where to fire it or bring it forward into the future. So yeah, let me know if that helps answer that for you. It's maybe not perfect. There is no like exact switch case operator. I think Annie actually mentioned this a little bit earlier, that there was I think some like experimental work being done out there for this, but I don't think that ever made it to the light of day. So yeah, like I said, either use a select statement, process the value coming in using like a switch or a case, figure out what happens there from the output, or just have multiple listeners to the input observable and let them filter out and figure out which data is valid to them. So those are 2 ways that not exactly the same. It's not as like clean and concise as something like a switch statement out there, but probably about the closest that I could think of off the top of my head. All right. Next up here, what we're going to talk about is dynamic data. So dynamic data is incredible. I love this component. There's a few things about dynamic data though, that I know that I've gotten feedback from with people that are new to ReactiveUI and dynamic data that say that like setting it up is a little bit weird. And I don't know that I totally disagree. Once you do it a few times, it starts to make sense. But if you've never worked with setting up binding in dynamic data, or if you've set it up by looking at an example and you didn't feel good about it, I figured what would be helpful here is kind of just to take a few minutes, sort of talk through what it is and kind of get a feel for how we set this up, right? So the first thing that you have to do with dynamic data is you need to define a source list or a source cache. So this is sort of a property that will be held internally to your view model. So source list and source cache, not meant really to be exposed to the user interface. This is kind of, our, I want to say it's like our dirty secret, but it's sort of like our hidden controller or hidden controller variable that we're going to use to do all of our processing and all of our cleanup and all of our preparation. So that is private. that's not getting exposed anywhere going forward. You have to make sure that you initialize it. So you can see I'm actually doing it twice here, whatever. You know, I'm just initializing it in the constructor. You know, just make sure that you knew it up, and then we're going to hold on to it from there. The source cache itself is disposable, is the big thing I want to point out here. So if you are doing anything with like, you know, attaching to when activated or any kind of life cycle events, this might be something that you also want to clean up and dispose in case you're doing any kind of like heavy duty operators with this source list when it comes to filtering or anything like that. All right. The next piece, though, of a source list is actually that I want to point out is going to be our externally exposed property. So here, you can see I've just got, this is a reactive property. We're using the FODI attributes out here for reactive. It's got a public getter, private setter, and it's also exposed as IEnumerable. It's not exposed as anything crazy. It's not like an observable collection or anything like that. A cool thing, at least if you're using forms, is that forms will inspect your objects and see if they implement iNotify collection changed. So really, this is like the minimum surface area type property that we can expose out of here. So let's just get away with that if we can. All right. And so here, it's just IEnumerable. In this case, I've got this RSS entry, but this is the piece that we're going to show to the UI. All right, so now this is where I usually get feedback on this is weird and this is crazy, things like that. So the first thing that we have to do with the source is you have to connect to it, right? So we have to say, I'm interested in this data. I'm interested in updates to this data. Is really what that's saying out there. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to tell it where we want to get these changes. It's not necessary that you have to do this, but this is a pretty typical example for what I see in code out here. So in this case, I'm going to say observe on RxApp main thread scheduler, saying, you know, basically for downstream subscribers, I would like to schedule this work to be executed on my main thread. Now, this is where it gets weird. So there's a few different ways that you could set this up for your bindings. This is the way that I found to be the most straightforward, though, I guess, right? So other people could do it differently. I know that we've got a presentation on DynamicData as well today. They may do it differently there. Totally fine. Again, this is kind of the way that my team and I have kind of arrived on being the most straightforward way to do this. So when we make this call to this bind method out here, it's basically going to build us an observable collection. It's this read-only observable collection that's going to listen to our source list. So this will kind of be our collection that we want to show to our UI, right? So this is going to be like our source of truth for the user interface. Now, in order to gain access to that collection, you'll notice that we have this kind of weird thing here. It's out var and then some variable that I assign it to. So what always gets people, or what I find always gets people, is they don't expect that that variable to be available immediately. Even though it says out, I understand that, and it says var and everything like that. It's just a little bit different than the typical design that we see a lot of times in .NET. And so when we use this binding operator here, this out var, you know, search results binding in this case, that variable is guaranteed to be set, you know, basically by the time I reach the end of this block of code here. So, you know, after I'm done with that dispose with and whatnot there and the describe, that search results binding variable is guaranteed to be available to me. And so what we do with that afterwards is then we're just going to take that variable and assign it to our IEnumerable. Okay. And so at this point in time going forward, we've got our connection to our DynamicData, you know, source list in this case. And it's going to be able to pump out any collection change notifications. We'll be able to assign this property and allow that to be bound to like a collection view or a list view or whatever it is in Xamarin Forms, if that's what we're using, and allow it to just kind of manage itself going forward there. So it's a little bit weird looking. Totally works though, 100% works. So just remember, when you do your binding, out var something, take that something and then just sort of bind it up to a public property and you're kind of good to go from that point forward. Another thing that I've got some feedback on too is filtering. That filtering also looks kind of weird. And I guess it does. You know, so in this case, what we're doing is we're going to build a filter based on some criteria, right? So basically what we want to do is we would like our list to be filtered and filtered down again whenever somebody enters a search query, right? So if we've got like a title bar or, a search bar at the top of our screen and then a list below it, I would like my data to be filtered and refiltered anytime somebody's typing through there. And so what we have to do in this circumstance is we're going to use this when any value to say, this is our search query, right? So this is basically our filter criteria. In a lot of cases, if you've got like a more complex app, you might have like a search bar, you might have a couple of toggle switches for doing like more, larger granular type filtering. If you want to do something like include this group or disclude that group or, active or inactive type of things like that. You maybe merge a few properties together, but basically we just need some observable that says, this is our starting point for our filter criteria. From there, then what we do is we actually build this func. So again, I think this is the part that kind of like throws people off a little bit because it's not something that we do all the time as .NET developers. So in here, you're going to notice that what I'm actually creating is a new func that's going to take in an RSS entry and return out a bool. So the part that I think gets people a little bit, or when I was talking to people about this, that could be a little bit confusing out here, is you kind of have to know what your inbound object will be in this case. So even though I'm building this filter sort of abstracted or a little bit separate from where I'm going to add it into my my source list down below, I still need to know that the object that's coming in is going to be an RSS entry. Additionally, then I'm going to take that search parameter that came in from my observable up above. So you can see I've got search up here, and I'm going to use it inside of that func, right? So in this case, I'm doing some kind of like fuzzy searching for something, and I'm going to compare it against my current RSS entry's title, right? So again, I know this looks a little bit weird. Building a func on the fly is maybe not something that a lot of us do all the time here. Maybe there could be some nicer syntax for this, and if you know it, please do let me know. But yeah, all we're doing is we're just building a function that takes in some value and returns out a Boolean, or takes in some object, returns out a Boolean, takes in an object, applies some filtering, and then returns out a Boolean whether or not it met that. And so down below then, finally, that filter that we created, so it's an observable of a func that takes in our object and returns a bool. We're going to apply this to this filter method down below, right? We could have written this in line inside of there as well. I didn't have to write it separately and assign it to a variable, but just these things could be a little bit verbose, and maybe just to unpack it a little bit and make it a little bit easier to read when it comes time to set up our filtering. I just abstracted it to a separate variable. All right. So again, what we're doing is we're setting up some kind of observable that's listening to criteria changes. Every time our criteria changes, it's going to go and build some new filtering func. That func will actually execute if our criteria changes again. So it'll automatically go through and update our filtering. And then we could use that to update our list out there, which I think, again, is kind of neat.
Michael, you got another question.
Yeah, where is bind? Oh, great question. Bind in this particular example is somewhere else. So this would have been an example of I pulled this from an example of some code where there was multiple listeners to my source. And so there actually would have been 2 downstream listeners. But in all reality, kind of going back to here, right after that filter method out there, it could have ended with a bind, right? It could have gone straight into bind, and that would have been totally fine. It just happened to be that, yeah, maybe I should have pulled a slightly better example here, but there just happens to be 2 downstream observers to this source list. So again, if you take a look, there's our publish and ref count, just like we've seen, like I mentioned earlier there in the presentation. Another thing too that comes with dynamic data that I feel is like kind of hidden out there are a bunch of these aggregation processing methods. These methods themselves, they override or supersede some of the built-in aggregation processing. So if you've got a link statement, you could say count. In the way that gets handled in the reactive world is, it's going to go and I think it counts the number of, I'm bad at this one. I can't remember exactly what it does. I think it gives you like a count of the number of notifications that have come through or something like that. I can't remember offhand, to be honest with you. But likely, if you're dealing with a dynamic data list, like a source list or a source cache, you don't care about the number of notifications that have come through. You probably care about some sort of count based on criteria in the data, right? So how many items are in my list? What's the sum of X in my list? Like how many of these have been approved or checked off? What's my min value? What's my max value? And so what I see people do a lot of times is they'll maybe look at the docs or they'll come back to me and they'll be like, I just want to get a list of items. And what I'll end up seeing them do is they'll, on dynamic data, they'll call .toCollection, and then they'll do some processing on top of that. And I'm like, no, don't do that. That's bad. ToCollection will go through and sort of materialize your list out there. So if you want to make use of these aggregation extensions, you do have to pull in using system dynamic data.aggregation. And so by doing this, you'll get a bunch of these different operators. I've got a couple of them listed out here, and they'll do kind of what you think, I guess, is kind of the easiest way to say that. So they will actually count the number of items in your list, and then you could, expose that to your user interface or do some other processing out there for that data. So, pull in dynamic data aggregation if you want to do something on an aggregation level for dynamic data, right? This is another kind of like hidden feature that I absolutely love of dynamic data. So it's going to vary a little bit depending on if you're using a source list or a source cache. But what you'll notice here is that I've got these two methods listed here. This is going to be on item added. There's actually on item updated and on item removed, or on item deleted, I think is the third one there. What this is going to do is it's going to give us this little block of code or a little Lambda area here, or we'll get an action, I guess you should say, where we're going to get in the value whenever it's been added, updated, or deleted from our list. So in this example, what I'm doing here is I'm saying, hey, if something was just added to my list, let's go ahead and let's update the new property to true, right? So I know that it was just added in, did not exist in this list previously, so I can give this a true sort of thumbs up here as this is added in. Likewise, if we're doing something, in this case, to use the on item updated, you would need to have a source cache, and that will give us the ability to sort of manage changes over time. And with that source cache, then we could get, the new object that came in. We'll get the previous object instance as well that came in, and that will give us the ability again, maybe do some diffing if we need to do some diffing here. In this case, just kind of keeping it pretty simple. And we could use this to do, set that new flag to false. So again, really helpful. We find ourselves using this pretty often. If we have something like a child object, which has maybe some kind of command, or a notification that needs to reach back out to like a parent view model, we'll use this on item added or updated to be able to sort of tie it back to the parent view model out there and be able to do whatever work that we need, back in that parent view model. So really helpful from those situations, from that stance. And I think, again, kind of a neat feature that we have out there. There's one other thing that I'll throw.
Mike, you got another question out here.
Sure.
About anything to say about performance with big amounts of data?
Performance with big amounts of data. So this is a tough one. It's situational, right? So I've had, it really depends on what you're doing. Obviously, if you're applying a filter that has to rip through every single item in your source list, you need to be careful about the filter that you write out there, right? Because that could be a big performance issue. If you're doing a lot of, heavy lifting type performance, maybe you've got some async stuff out there, maybe you've got some stuff that just takes a while to calculate. Like on this example here, you could see I'm explicitly scheduling this or subscribing this rather on my task pool scheduler. So I want to set this up off of, potentially my user interface thread. So just, queue up these messages to be scheduled on the task pool scheduler, at least keep my UI responsive. I don't know that it'll give me more performance, but it'll just keep my app feeling better out there. In terms of performance, one tip that I would have out there for you is try to make large changes or easy to make changes early on. So for example, if you've got a filter that maybe is like a 10-step filter, but one of those steps will eliminate, like half of the items in the list, consider breaking that filter maybe even into 2 different filters, sort of like a pre-filter and then a post-filter, where the pre-filter maybe makes some really simple, easy observation to eliminate and sort of crunch down data out there before it pushes it forward. That's kind of a nice performance benefit out there. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, it's fairly performant. Like, dynamic data in terms of like re-rendering UI, crunching through changes, pushing these change notifications out to the UI. There's a lot of really cool, helpful features in there. And by, if you just kind of follow it's almost like the out of the box pattern, it's got really good performance in terms of, managing those changes, managing updates and things like that. But then again, like I mentioned, if you've got a huge set of data, you might need to do something to kind of, like I said, pre-filter data. If you're doing some sorting or if you're doing some kind of like on, item added or something like that, just tread lightly if you've got just an incredible amount of data. So I know I kind of gave you the most consultant answer out there ever, this non-answer answer, but it's probably about as good as I could do. Grab me on Twitter if you've got something specific, I guess, and maybe I can give you some better feedback out there.
Another quick question, Mike, is the on item updated? Does it work only with observable objects in the collection?
No, yeah. So on item updated is just letting me know. So like I mentioned, that's specifically for a source cache. And I haven't called it out here, but the difference between a source list and a source cache in dynamic data is that a source list is basically just like a big list of items. It's just whatever, here's my regular .NET items or whatnot out there. Whereas a source cache is, again, a big list of items, but you give it some kind of identifier property. So you would say like, ooh, you know what, this ID that's a GUID, this is the unique ID for this particular object. And so going forward with that source cache, we can make an update to it. We would do something like an edit diff with the source cache, which is our operator out there, give it like our new list of items. And if when it goes to update those items, it'll say, hey, does anybody have this matching ID or have this matching property out here? If it does, it'll just perform the updated on it there. So nothing needed, in terms of that on item updated to be an observable object. This is specifically for items being updated in our source cache. Now, if you do want to listen to property change notifications, there is functionality for that built in straight out of dynamic data. So there's the ability to listen to, subscribe to property changes of inner objects. There's the ability to subscribe to any property change of an inner object. I can't remember, is it auto refresh or on property change? Rodney, you might know offhand. I can't remember which one it is, but there, if you check out the documentation on it, there is functionality to do property change, sort of inner object property change notifications. And for those objects, if you want to listen to those property changes, that object itself would have to raise, or it would have to implement rather, iNotify property change. So it would have to be able to pump up changes from itself there. Hopefully that wasn't too crazy, maybe a little bit crazy. Again, holler at me on Twitter or whatever if I said something nuts. All right, finally then, what we're going to look at here is ReactiveUI. Some things that I know with ReactiveUI that sometimes will get people. So entity value, whenever you use entity value, this is basically us saying, hey, give me the current state value of some property on an object, right? So in this case, I'm looking at the color property of a view model. What's cool, it's actually awesome about onEnemy_value is that it will return out a value essentially immediately, right? So once I create my subscription or once I bind to this, whatever I'm up to there, it will give me a value immediately. And that's great, except for when it's not great, right? So sometimes you don't want that initial value, like let's say here with this view model color, maybe there's no value assigned to it by default when I come into my page. Maybe it's just, color.default, which is like all zeros or something like that. And do I really want to update my UI with whatever that value is? Perhaps not. So it's really easy to get around that. If you don't want that initial value that comes out of onEnemy_value, you could just use skip one. And you could say, this isn't something that I want, just ignore it. And we'll wait till somebody actually makes a change to it, or maybe until my things get instantiated out there and I get some changes passed into me, right? So skip one, really easy way just to ignore that default value. All right. Another way where this could come to bite you is potentially if you're listening to something that could be null. Okay, right. So in this case, maybe I'm on a page, I'm using onEnemy_value, I'm listening for my view model object to be assigned, but maybe I'm doing some late binding with that view model and I don't set it initially. In this case, I created an extension method because, I only care about this value when it has a value, right? So I created an extension method called isNotNull. It's just a where clause with x not equal to null kind of idea, right? And this will allow me to sort of ignore values until I have something. So again, if I were trying to update my UI and read through the title, the category, or the updated, I could do something where I put null checks on each one of those lines where I say like VM, Elvis operator title, right? Do that like ? Dot title or something like that. But that's a huge pain in the butt. So instead, just pre-filter it. Don't let that value come through. I guess I could use the skip one as well, but this seems like a more safe operator for this for this particular situation. All right. onEnemy_observable then does not work like onEnemy_value, right? So onEnemy_observable is listening for an observable to send us out a notification. And so unlike onEnemy_value, it's not guaranteed to send us something. So it might not ever fire. Somebody may never perform login, like in this example. If we're basing this on the completion of some other observable, or if we're expecting this to be fired off by some command, that operation for that command may never happen, right? So I just have to keep that in mind. Again, we saw a little bit of this earlier. We want to prime it. So if there is something that you want to have as the default state, so like in this case, if we're doing some property mapping and maybe we want to default map it to true, where if it's like a Boolean, usually that might be false or something like that. In this case, we could just use that start with true, right? That actually isn't a great example because toProperty has the ability to supply some of that type of functionality. But conceptually, just know that onEnemy_observable is not always going to give you a value by default. It's a little bit different. onEnemy_observable won't give you that value by default. It's a little bit different than onEnemy_value. This is a neat feature that I feel like people don't even know exists out there for reactive object. It does have a method in there called, or an observable that we could set up here called auto_persist. Auto_persist will get the current object that we set it up for on our reactive object there. And then we can give it an interval and tell it how often we want this to save. We've used this quite a bit with clients. If we've got something where it's like a long form and the user's filling it out, and just in case something goes wrong, we want them to be able to come back into the application and kind of pick up where they left off. We'll just subscribe to this auto_persist out here. Again, it's gonna every so often, whatever we schedule it for, like in here, every 6 seconds, it'll pass me an instance of whatever my reactive object is that I'm interested in. And then I can go do something with it, save it to a database, save it to an API, just do something with it there. The only thing that is of note of this is that if you want to do this, your reactive object does need to supply the data contract attribute to it, right? So you do need to sort of opt in with data contract data member in order to supply serialization for that object to give it here for auto_persist. Next up here, we've got reactive command cancellation. So a lot of people, if you've got a reactive command where maybe you can get canceled by a user, maybe they can click like a cancel button on the user interface or something like that. The way you would set this up, or the way I see a lot of people set this up, is they'll do create from task. And you'll notice that create from task has the ability to take in a cancellation token in its creation. This thing's basically a red herring. Underneath the sheets, there's some work happening where I believe it calls observable.startAsync. But we really have no way to listen for this cancellation token being, invalidated out there. So no great way to do this. So if you really need to cancel out like this RSS download type method here, don't use create from task like this. What you're better off doing is something a little bit more like this. Use create from observable. All right. So we're going to switch from, our async there. We're going to use create from observable. And then down here, what you'll see is we've got this start async, right? So basically, just like I mentioned, I think it's doing the same thing underneath the sheets. Anyway, if you use from task or from async, we're going to say start async. So whenever we get the notification to go do the processing for our command, we'll go do it. You'll notice that this one takes a cancellation token in. But then we also have the ability to give it this secondary observable that we'll use take until to say, this thing is valid until I get a notification from an outside observable. So if that start async runs and runs to completion, everything's cool. But if we start to process it and our user panics and says, oop, didn't mean to click that, they can hit that cancel search. Since reactive commands are just observables, they're going to fire off a notification here. And then that notification will basically cancel our start async up above it there. And then that cancellation token could be inspected along the way, and we could clean up any resources or shut down any processing that we need to do out there. So again, if you truly need to cancel that command, don't use I don't want to say it's like the out of the box way. This is kind of like the actual real out of the box way, but again, it's this little bit of sort of hidden functionality that we need to know to get that set up there. Yeah, what's wrong with the cancellation token in create from task? Yeah, the thing that's wrong with it is we don't have any way to trigger that cancellation token, right? So I don't have a direct way as a developer to basically say, shut down this command, right? So I can't go and say, from a cancel button, from some other, process that's firing off here. It's just not exposed to me. So that's really the problem of the create from task from this perspective. Sort of set up there, but it's not directly exposed to me as a developer. The easiest equivalent that I could think of here is it's kind of like if you use an anonymous Lambda to subscribe to an event, right? So it's object.event plus equals then sender event args Lambda over on the side. You have no direct way to unsubscribe to that thing, right? And then it works when disposables are disposed. I actually don't know if it does get canceled. I'm going to open that one up. Glenn, if you're hanging around here, Rodney, do you know, will that get disposed of if you dispose of your reactive command? I'm not sure that it will.
Reactive
I might be wrong.
commands dispose is all about disposing the can execute.
So it will? Is that the answer?
That's what its purpose is to dispose when you're passing in the second parameter to create from task, your can execute observable, it disposes of that observable for you.
Gotcha. So it won't actually dispose of your main
No.
unit of work. Right. Okay. That's what I thought that was the case. Yeah. So there's really, and I guess I'm not wrong about that, right? There's really no way for us as a developer to access this cancellation token.
Yeah, it's probably something we probably might want to think about for another future revision of
Right.
reactive commands.
Guys,
Cool.
if you were to pass in a delegate as in the name of another method in the far less functional and helpful way, that I tend to do it in Blazor, for example, just so that people can see what I'm getting at. And that has a cancellation token on it. Is that going to cancel can execute observable, or is it going to cancel the command itself?
So I think like Glenn said there, I believe that'll execute the can execute observable, correct?
Yeah, we'll dispose of that, yeah.
Or dispose of it. Gotcha.
Cool, thanks.
Awesome. Next up here then, exceptions, right? So there's really cool functionality built right into reactive object where you could listen to thrown exceptions from the reactive object. Same thing with reactive commands. So here, basically, if you need to catch exceptions, right, instead of having to do like big try catches anywhere, you could just basically say this dot thrown exceptions, and we could start to listen to exceptions from there, right? So if you want to provide some logging, if you want to be able to handle those exceptions, a really nice, easy way to capture those and to do something with them, which I think is pretty awesome. All right, so that's everything that I had. I've got a minute and change left. So hopefully it's helpful to kind of, like I said, you know, these are a lot of the things that I know people hit day in and day out, doing some work with ReactiveUI, reactive extensions. Hopefully a few of these were helpful for you there in kind of doing your project setups or things that maybe you've hit before and you've wondered about. So I guess I'll leave it here for another few seconds. Otherwise, we can hand it off to Glenn for his presentation.
All right. So my presentation, what I'm planning to do is just break open an IDE and sort of like look through some of the source code and try to talk. I'm going to do a little bit of internals of how ReactiveUI does stuff, but also talk about as we're going, you know, maybe a little bit more user. So I'm doing a fairly advanced topic, I guess. So this is more for the advanced users, but you might learn some tricks and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. All right, so I'm going to share my my IDE with you guys. And so have we got questions already? Okay, so I'm going to talk about initially the when any. So we have basically a set of extension methods, right? And when any value will tell you when a property on an object has changed its value. And we've got quite a few of these sort of like modifiers here. So we have when any value, we have when any, and when any will tell you the sender as well as the value that's changed every time. We also have when any dynamic, which no one ever uses and sort of obscure what it does. And we've also got when any observable, which allows you to subscribe to an observable, automatically dispose of the old instance and subscribe to the new one. So what I thought I'd do is sort of like, let's go into how when any works, and by definition, when any value, because when any value is just a deviation from when any. So let's have a look. So this is what I was talking about earlier today. There's this method called observable for property, which produces an observable for our property for us on a view model. And it's fairly, you know, you've got the item that you're interested in, an expression. So this will point towards, if we do some pretend code, you know, it'll be an expression like that, where you're referencing on the left-hand side the object you're interested in observing, and then you kind of go through a property chain, and you can chain them up. And it also indicates if we were interested in values before the values changed. So it gives us it will subscribe to iNotify property changing rather than the iProperty changed. And it also gives you the ability to skip the initial values. So what that means is you won't get a notification for the first value that comes through. By default, we actually pass that as false into when any value. And what that means is you'll get a null value. And so the typical trick, which Michael was talking about to get around that is, so what this will produce is it'll produce a sequence of always null, the initial value or default, I guess you'd say, of whatever this chain is, right? And then it will produce values once every value in here has produced a value. But in the old-fashioned observable property, which when any relies on, you can actually turn that functionality off so you don't get that default emission from your when any. So what's happening is we basically have in here a whole heap of very voodoo-like magic going on. So, but I'll break down the voodoo and get it down. So we have a notifier, which is just an observable that notifies the object value. And initially we're just going to do sort of like null, right? And then we're going to just get an expression chain. So what the expression chain is basically doing is it's going through every single one of those kind of expressions in our chain here, right? So property 1, property 2. So what we're saying is in this sort of like list here, we'll get property 1 on our first iteration. Then we get property 2. It's kind of going through each property that the user kind of specifies in their expression. And so we determine if it's an index. So we can actually handle constant arrays. So we can handle the fact when you've got an int array is equal to a new, when it's a constant. And we can say, in your when any value, you can actually do so you can actually subscribe to a particular index. But the common approach that most people are using is actually just a field or a property, right? And we can handle both. So we can handle both properties and fields as long as they're public, and there's some way of monitoring it. So what we do is we go for each chain and then we kind of like just rewrite it, make sure it's all correct, or otherwise we'll spit out a message here saying we can't support it. So if you, a common mistake that a lot of new reactive UI programs tend to do is they tend to do pass in the X, but then they don't use the X. So they do, you know, view model property 1, the view model property 2. And so if you forget that X, we can't handle it, right? Because we need it to be referenced from what's on the left-hand side here. So that X value is actually whatever's over here. So we just rewrite this expression, pumping that back out. And then we have a nice chain here, and then we aggregate it. And then what we do is we subscribe to whatever mechanism we have for determining when the value changes. So it can be an iNotify property change. It can be an iReactive object value change. It can be a dependency property change for WPF. So we support a number of different mechanisms. And the way we do that is we have, let me go into some examples. So if we go into we have this interface in which you can use yourself that says I create observables of property. So what this mechanism allows you to do is to subscribe to an object and provide an observable for when it changes. So it has two methods. So if we go to the base class of it, one method is to say, get a vote basically on how well you can handle making an observable for this. So affinity is probably a technical word for that, but basically you get past the type, the property we're interested in, and if we're interested in before change, so I notify collection changing instead of changed, so before the value is changed. And the other method is basically give me an observable that tells me when the property value is changed. And what you'll give me is the expression that the person's interested in, the property name, if we're interested in the, before or after the value has been changed, and if we can suppress any warnings. So if we go back into our iNotify property change version, so basically what it's doing in here is it's voting based on if the value is an iNotify property change. So if it, like we got to make sure if it's before changing, that's an iNotify property changing, or if it's an iNotify property changed. And then we just make sure using reflection that the type is of that type. If it is, we just give a vote above 0 saying we're about 5 confident that we can handle this. Otherwise we'll return 0 saying we can't handle this at all. And so, yeah, so then the next property comes in, and this is actually fairly normal code, right? We're just, converting to a sender as iNotify property changed. And we come in here and we you know, if it's before change, then we can't handle it. We just say, don't fire it ever. So this is just an overload saying never fire, but we'll do 2 different chains based on if we're doing before or after. So let's just focus on after because that's when any value does. So what we do is we just create an event from the from the property changed, and you know, if it's an index, we just add in, make sure the indexes are there, and then we will handle the fact that we only want values that are not null or empty. So we won't spit it out in those cases, and then we'll spit out each time the observed change, and the observed change is basically the sender and also the expression, which we can then use to get the value out of. So now if we go back to our guide before where we're getting all that coming in. So we're subscribing to each nested change. So we have our expression at that point. And we have a kicker, which is just an initial value that we want to push out. And then we just subscribe each time to a new observed change. And we've got some questions coming in, probably. And so we just subscribe to the chain the way we go through. And we do this for each property in that property change. And so, yeah, we just combine those together. And then at the very end, you'll have the value that's changed, basically. But let's have an example of different ones that are available in our framework that we handle. And you can see how they all differ, right? So if we go into the, probably in the WPF project, I think. There's one for WPF. Let me collapse all these, so it's a bit easier. So here's a dependency object one. So we have we can handle different type of object notification mechanisms. So what we say here is we make sure it's a dependency object. So in WPF, we have a concept of mostly in the views of a dependency object and a dependency property. What WPF does, and also UWP and quite a lot of other platforms, is they have a dependency property that defines the value only when it mutates. So it saves a lot of memory. So that's the motivation for having them. And in this case, what we're trying to do is we're just saying, if it is a dependency object and there is a dependency property on there, we vote for 4, but you notice that's a little bit lower than our INotify property change one. So that means INotify property changes have priority over dependency properties. So all, you know, like if we had a dependency object and there's an INotify property change, that one will be picked over the dependency object. And then, so what we do in here is we just create, inside of here, we got our dependency property. And what we do is we just ascribe to the, to methods that we can get from WPF saying, get the property descriptor, and then we just basically subscribe to add a value changed event. So they have a delegate you can pass in with a handler, which we pass in. And then every time that changes, we just push a next value into our subject. So that allows us to have, you know, like on our WPF view models, we might have my view model, which is often a dependency property, or we might have a text box, which is a dependency property, right? And then the text, we might want to subscribe to that, for example. So this will allow us to have multiple binding techniques. And so for you guys to support your own, let's say you make your own objects with your own events. So let's make a pretend one here. And let's just put up, you know, like an event on here. So we have an event on here that says a property is changed, right? And, you know, like you could do it in a lot of different ways. Sorry. I'll just do a string. I think that was supported fairly recently. There we go. And then we just have, you know, like our something like that, right? And it's quite common in a lot of applications. They might have their own notification mechanism. They might have a signal R service, or they might have a some sort of server that provides a notification, a very weird technique, and you need to support it. Your boss has said you need to support it. But what you can do now is you can create a and you just derive it from that. And then we can just put in our methods. So now we can sort of like say if the type is assignable from, so we just borrow some code from the from this guy. And so we'll just say our my fancy mechanism, and we just say, you know, we just need to include some code in there. So if it is assignable, we just return, we could say 10, right? We could say this has high priority, then I notify properly changed. Otherwise, we just return 0, right? And then what we can do in here is we can set up our other method. And then here we can just sort of like subscribe to the event. So let me find the, and we'll just grab one of these chains, right? So we'll just grab this one. And then, so what we can say in here is we've got an event. And instead of being our handle here, it'll be our, will be just a string event, right? So, and that'll match what's in our, this guy. So then we just sort of like, we'll pass it that string. And then rather than, I know, you know, the property change value, we'll actually set it up so that we hook into our I notify property change, and then it becomes fairly similar to what we were doing before. So we handle the factor as an index, but otherwise we just pass through when a value is changed, basically. So it's fairly complex in some ways, but in other ways, it's simple, I guess. So we have enough. So that's sort of like a kind of overview of how when any value works. Let's go over another example which builds on top of that, which is our binding mechanism, right? So we have in ReactiveUI for the views at the moment, we have the ability to say this dot bind, which Andreas earlier in the day was showing off. The first parameter is the object or our view model parameter. So our second parameter is pointing to expression pointing towards our view model. And our third parameter is our view. So it would be what's here, the vis property. And this can be a text box dot text. And then thirdly, quite commonly, a lot of people will either pass in the converter or they'll do a little lambda to convert from a value that's on the left-hand side here to the right-hand side. So say if this is not a text property, let's say this is an object, we can then convert it from to a text value, right? So let's say this is an enum. We can then sort of like say prop and then we can output. So we can have this sort of like chain here saying bind from the view model to the view, bind the enum value, go to the text box, grab the text, and then have a converter method that changes the enum into a string that the text box expects. So that's the way this guy will work. And again, it uses similar mechanisms to the observable because it uses the same mechanism. And what it does is says, go create me an observable for each value in this chain, right? And that'll allow me to bind each way back and forth between the two. So this is a two-way bind, and this is aware of type, right? So if I try to bind an enum value to the text box without providing this converter, we will actually get a compile time warning normally that the value types are wrong, which is very nice, very easy to do. And the other advantage we have is we can actually globally in our DI inside Splat register, hey, I want to be able to convert the enum type to a string. We can register a converter for that, which I'll show you next. So we have quite a few different overloads here. We have the one I was talking about with where we have a binding type converter, which is a class that's very similar to the WPF type converters, where you, let's have a look at it, where you kind of specify, very similar to that I creates observer, where you specify the from and the to, and it casts a vote. So it says, can I handle changing this from what's on the view model to what's on the view? And if I can, how confident I am in doing that conversion. So if you want other things to take high priority, you put a fairly low vote in. And then we have a method on here saying try convert. We got the object from to a conversion hint, which can basically say, let's say we're converting booleans to visibility. We can say default to collapse, or we can say default to hidden. So we have the ability to change how the conversion works, and also output the result. And we'll use that in the binding engine. And we have another overload here, which takes in the bind also a conversion hint. So the other one didn't have that conversion hint. And then we also have the Lambda style, which allows you to specify on the fly which allows me to check as before. So that's that Lambda type here. So we have in the bind example, we have to and from. So this is going to the view model. From the view model to the view. So that's the text property. And this one's going from the view back to the view model. So converting it from a string back to an enum, for example. So I'll handle that case for us. We also have cases where we have the ability to signal when to update the binding other than the iNotify property change. So this could be some way of the view saying something's dramatically changed. And we also have the concept of one-way binding, which goes from the view model to the view. And the advantage of that is we have less conversions to worry about. So we still have the iBinding type converter, but that's only one way from view model to view. But also when we do the functor style version of it, we only have the one selector because we're only binding one way. And also quite often in, I guess, in view development, you kind of don't want to necessarily go two ways all the time because you want to read only value on the display, and it handles that case for the user. And we also have a third case, which is a little bit weirder, where we can kind of bind, not just for view models, we can bind all the time and kind of handle binding to a property. So let's create a, it would kind of be like, let's find a good example. So if there's a property on here called, we can bind to another object. So we can do a when any value, right? So it takes an observable. And then you bind to the target, which can be, And then you specify expression to an object, to a property on that object. So that's what bind to. It's a bit of a weird case. It's not the normal bind engine, but it allows you to kind of do binding in your view models, not just your view. Comes in fairly handy. It's a one-way bind only, and it can be used anywhere effectively. So now let's look through the implementation of these guys, just so you get an idea of how it works on top of. So what we'll do is we'll go into our binder implementation, which is a class, but there's a property binder implementation in here. How are we going for questions, by the way, Rodney? Have we got any yet?
I'm hardware muted. No, Glenn, no questions yet.
Okay, cool.
Oh, well,
so
there is one in the chat. Someone said they would like a overview of activation and deactivation.
Okay, we'll look at that next. Cool. Okay, so in this example, for example, we're doing bind, and this is the functor version where we have the view converters that just take a value conversion. And so we just have some local members, and let's have a look at the implementation. And so within here, we're doing some funky stuff just to make our expressions to be very clean, because sometimes you can get unclean expressions. So this just rewrites it into a very plain expression. And so this will be one for our view model and then one for our view expression. And then we hook up saying, this is where when any dynamics commonly used, you probably wouldn't use it much in your own code. Basically says take an expression and bind to that location. So it gets an observable that has that value from that expression. And then what we do is we merge first the view model expression. So we have a method in the background that says create a view model when any value. And so that will actually use a when any value mechanism. Binds the view model one first. So that has priority over the view. And we also can take a signal initialization, which normally we have nothing in there. And then we chain that with also our view version of as well. So we get the value for the property change. This gets called every time. And then it does the conversion and then triggers down below. Every time there's a change, it triggers, basically does a observable and triggers a value change. So we check that the value is valid. We check if it's in the view model or not. So we know which way it's coming from. We publish and we ref count. And then basically what we do is subscribe to those changes. So at this point, we've only had the changes come through. So we have either from the view model or the view. And then at the very end here, we have a binding hook. So we can modify the way the binding works. Hooks are often used for things like we have an item source on a list view in WPF. We can automatically hook in a item template, which is a common feature that confuses a lot of users. So we'll look for an item template that matches the value being passed along and automatically make a lookup in Splat to an iView4 object that matches the view to the value, and then we'll make sure it hooks in correctly. So this is more about adding extra ability to look for an iProperty binding hook and then providing extra logic based on that hook. So it allows us to hook into the binding system and provide extra functionality. And then if we go back. And then at the very end here, what we're doing is we're basically coming in and we're saying if it's a view model, we set the value based on the expression onto the view. Otherwise, we push from the view onto the view model to its view model expression, and we get the latest value. And this just uses those expression chains we had before and then pushes the value in. So basically, we get the setter through the expression, and then we call that setter to call the value. Now, as you can see, there's a little bit of disadvantage to this technique at the moment, right? There's a lot of expressions are by default, unless you compile them, a runtime system. So our binding mechanisms are a runtime binding. So they use a lot of reflection to go through and determine where they need to set values and all that sort of stuff. And these expressions do have a little bit of a cost, which is where earlier today I showed you the when property value change library. And what that library does, I'll just go to a website so you can see it. Give me a second. So this is the library I'm hoping to augment the story for property change. And what it does is it actually caches the functions away to get the property information. But then at the very end, as long as it's not Mac OS, see how I've make sure it's not UIKit. If it's UIKit, it does exactly the same what's happening on ReactiveUI. The reason why UIKit is so important is because Apple don't allow you to have runtime compile code in your code base. So it would violate and you wouldn't get approval. But in a case of every other platform, what I do is I actually compile the expression to the setter. So that way it's, you get the reflection cost once, and then afterwards you get normal compile time. So this will actually get compiled into real, at runtime, once only into real life IL code, and then it'll be as fast as your normal IL code in executing. So that's where we're going in the future. But you can see with our existing code base, we're doing a lot of every single push, we're actually calling into this expression to get the try, setter, and all that sort of stuff. So there is a bit of a cost to our reflection engine. And now let's go into the when activated, like was requested. So let's pop in. Okay, so we have two types of activation mechanisms in ReactiveUI. One is for the view and one's for the view model. And the way the view model one works is it basically hooks into the view one. So basically the view looks for it on its view model property. It looks to see if it's based on let's have a look. Do you remember the type, Rodney? I think it's activatable view.
Activatable view and activatable view model.
Yeah. So on the view model, it has a concept of an activator, which you just have to set up in your class. And what happens is the view will call into that activator and then activate it. So if we have a look at the view model activator quickly, all it does is has a subject on here when it's activated, deactivated, and then there's a call on here to activate it, and does a little bit of logic in here. It says if we've called the activator already, don't call it again. But if we haven't, then we basically call the activation handle, and on the deactivate, we make sure the reference counts back to 0, and then we call the deactivate handle. From your point of view, it's basically going to be a enumerable of disposables in a block, and you'll block it together. So let's have a look at a little example on the website for how that would work. So just rather than reinventing the wheel. Because the complexity in this project is actually the view, because the view we have to know about a bunch of different frameworks, how they activate. So yeah, I think I picked the wrong one. Wonderful. So in our view model, we have a when activated, and it passes in a disposable. And we can do logic inside the when activate where it says handle activation. This will always run once per activation and will activate our view model for us. And then inside these disposables, we kind of will put in our deactivation logic. So we can do it a couple of different ways. We can do disposable.create, and that says handle deactivation as a separate method, but we can also do dispose with all, like our when any values and our invokes and our timers and things like that. And people often get confused because this probably should be called when activated and deactivated, because it does both bits of logic. It doesn't just do activation. The things that get passed and disposable get deactivated as well. So that's the complexity with the view model activation. But let's have a look at the view activation logic. I see there's a question there. Let's have a look.
Glenn, we've got a question. Yeah.
What is it, Marty?
Says, do you have any advice about performance when the application has large numbers of reactive objects?
Probably try to put all your when any's in the in sort of like the constructor is probably number one. It can probably not to get too in depth with your chains of when any values and things like that. And also when you've got a large number of reactive objects, avoid observable as property helper too much. If you start getting huge chains and tens of thousands of objects, you might not be doing it right. You might be better off creating models in the background and then only create view models that are necessary for the view. So you have your models that have your data representation, and then just do virtualization and only introduce the view models you actually need. And that'll save you a lot of speed, especially with observable as property helper. It's an area we want to improve performance on. Also, there's a bunch of helper performance options on that object. So if we go into observable as property helper, let's go into the to here. So there's two different versions. One uses reflection and uses the expression we've been seeing all along, right? And I introduced about a couple of years ago a version that does a string. So this version, instead of being an expression, would be, let's say we have an observable, which is, let's just do a, so it just returns one value. And we want to put that into a property. So the first one will be our source. So there'll be the current object. And there's two options, right? One would be, what I'd recommend doing instead is actually doing the name of. And the other thing, you can defer the description. So what defer description says is, don't subscribe to the observable until someone tries to get the value property out of here. So there's actually a property, it's like lazy, if anyone's dealt with that. And if it's not, it can delay the activation of the value until you do the first access. The disadvantage of this is if you've got an observable chain, so let's say this is actually a real observable now. Let's do range or something, I don't know. And you don't subscribe, you don't get the value out of my int value until a lot later, right? So let's say in your view model, you're doing view dot text is equal to, I don't know. And let's say already been emitted is 1, 2. You won't get 1 or 2 anymore. You'll get, like until that value is accessed, you'll actually get null initially until another value is being pushed out. So you probably also want to use the initial value in there and just specify, whatever the initial value is. But yeah, definitely use deferred description name of. And the other thing to probably be aware of is probably some of the when any value stuff, probably avoid a little bit in your going too heavy on it with your view models. Try to do a lot of just setting properties directly. We're trying to address that in future versions of ReactiveUI, but at the moment it's definitely a limitation. So I hope that answers people's questions. All right, let's get back to the activation. So as I said, there's two mechanisms. There's a view model one, but let's walk out how view model activation works now. So it's very similar to the observable creator that we saw for the properties earlier, right? So we have a concept of I can activate for a view model. So it goes through, finds in Splat, our DI engine, can we activate from this object? So we have a type, which is our view, and we say, does it derive off I can activate? Yes or no? And then we get an observable value from it. So what we have to do is we basically have hooks inside all the different platforms of ReactiveUI, specifying how things, what can be activated basically. So we go into the UI kit and we go into the platform registrations and somewhere in here. So we have the UI kit observable property, but we also have, let me just do a search for our I activatable, right? Because that'll probably be quicker. Let me go back. All right, so you want to grab that one, we'll just do a quick search. Okay. So there's our interface, says has an observable if we can activate, deactivate. So we provide the I can activate for quite a few of our controls. So we'll say, like we'll have our own activity and we'll have an I can activate and we'll hook into, like, for example, this is Android. We'll hook into Android's events to work out this is activatable. But there's also times when we don't want to, we want to provide support for existing UI layouts out there. So we often will have our own sort of like, I'm just trying to find it. I can't find it off the top of my head. Do you know where it would be, Rodney? It's sort of like a, there's a, in our code, we often will have, let's say you want to, on a page, you want to activate, we basically hook into that page's activation mechanism. So there's some, this might be it. I can't find it off the top of my head. Let's go for Windows Common. Let's go to WPF. I may have to move on a sec, but I can't seem to find it, but yeah, we support basically a bunch of different type of classes and we'll hook into the activation of it. So, oh, here we go. So here's one, for example, with WPF. So we have a class called iActivation for view fetcher, which determines if we can handle activation for that view. And what we'll do is we can actually check that's a framework element in this case. So that's a common class in WPF. And we'll say we can handle it with a vote of 10 if it's a framework, otherwise we can't really handle it. And what we do is we actually subscribe to the loaded events, his test, and we basically, and unloaded. And we basically will then, let's go back to this guy. We'll use that to determine when we should call when activated and when we should call the disposable of when activated. So if we go into here, so see when we're calling when activated with an iActivatable view model, we add it to an activator block. But when we go to the view version of this, what's it called? So it's in this, we actually cache it off. So let's, so we come in here, when we activate a view, what we do is we see if we can activate it, right? So we say, does it have an activation fetcher? Well, if it doesn't, we can't handle activation, right? So we just tell the user, sorry, it can't work. And then we get the activation events for the user, right? So we have the iActivatable, which actually says bool if it's coming to life and false if it's not. So we have this observable, and in the observable, we check the IV for, we handle the view model activation. So what we do is we check to see what its view model property is doing. So we check to make sure, we check its view model property. We check to see if it's an activatable view model. If it is, we call that manager we saw before. And then we handle the view activation. So if we go to the view activation, we basically subscribe to it. So we call the activation, we pass in a composite disposable, and we pass in the block, which then allows you, if we go back to our view model, view example on the website, basically now you're getting called this version here. So you're getting when activated, you're getting passed in, and that's how we're kind of handling it. And then we'll, on the loaded event in WPF, for example, we'll call the non-disposable version so you can handle the activation. So for example, a method there. And if it's the deactivation, so if we have the unloaded event, we'll call this disposable, or we'll call any of these with the handy little helper method called dispose with, and go through it that way. So that's the way activation works in ReactiveUI, I guess. So we have two mechanisms. One is the activator on the view model, and the other mechanism is all these hooks that talk to all the different UI frameworks and then determine when they should activate and when they shouldn't. And that way we can abstract it out. So we're only having to deal with one concept of activation. So yeah, what would other people like to see out of curiosity while we're looking at the guts of ReactiveUI? Does anyone else want to throw a thing that I'd like to see?
Well, there was another question, Glenn, that asked, do we cancel commands on view deactivation, i.e. network tasks?
Do we cancel commands?
Right. Like if my when activated block happens and it goes ahead and deactivates my view, right, or my view model, will it cancel any in-flight reactive commands that may be happening?
No, not normally. If you've got in-flight commands, you're best off using that pattern that Michael's talk had with the, it's probably something we need to think about for the future, right? But at the moment, let's go through the dispose just so people can see it. It's fairly primitive, so it's in the base. And let's go to the dispose method.
You are still sharing your browser, Glenn.
Okay, sorry, I'll swap over. So here's a reactive command base. We have a dispose method. This is just a kind of abstract class that allows us to do I command. So we separate that out from the main reactive command. And the main reactive command has most of the logic in it. So cool. So let's go to dispose of this guy. So what we're actually doing is we kind of do delete off some execution info. So in here we have some information about what's being executed. And we also dispose any subscription to our exceptions. And we also dispose of can execute. But we don't actually say, sorry, stop executing. That's really up to the user and probably doing that approach before. And this is probably a good lead into doing a sort of like explaining how the reactive command works behind the scenes. So let's go from the user's point of view first, so how they would use it. So these are all the overloads we have. So we have create, which is just a very simple method to create a single execute from a func. So you have the parameter, you have the result, and then you'll you basically, when the execute's being asked to be executed, when the command's been asked to execute, it just runs that execute. It kind of does it on a new thread, right? Because observable.create usually uses a separate thread. But in this case, what's going to happen is it's actually going to output it to, you can actually specify the output scheduler for the create example. And in this example, it doesn't do what most other create methods do. It actually says run it on the main thread. So for the simple case where we have we just want to do a bit of logic. So we want to do quick text is equal quick. In this case, it's going to be on the main thread schedule by default. So it means you can do sort of like quick and easy stuff and not have to worry about threading, because most UI frameworks don't like things being that are interacting directly with the view being done on a separate thread. So that's what we do for create. We also have create from observable. And in this case, we will kind of have our execute function. But in this case, again, we return an observable, but it's up to you whether that observable gets fired though, right? So you have a little bit more control when it comes to observables, where they actually get executed. But we try to output anyway onto the main thread scheduler. So one thing a lot of users get confused about is they expect this logic to happen on the main thread, right? So the problem with this is the quick text, if it's bound to the view, if your view's not UI, unhappy about events happening on the UI thread, this potentially happens on a separate thread. So something that a lot of users get confused about. What you can do is you can kind of do, you can start chaining in the main Rx stuff. All that kind of stuff. So something to be very careful of. And task especially is where it gets confusing to users, right? Because all we do is say to observable, and that means it doesn't necessarily happen on the main thread, right? So be very careful there. But what you can do, which is really nice, is you can actually go off to a body of work. So you can do you could also do a cancellation token version there, but that doesn't mean much, as we discussed earlier. So this will be on a separate thread, right? That grab users. You don't want to block the UI anyway. But then what you can do is you can kind of do. So this subscribe is always guaranteed to be on the main thread. And this will have the results from here. So we'll have a user list, right? And then what we can do is say a user list is equal to user list. So this describes a handy way of saying, I've done a body of work in this create from task, come back and sort of like execute on the main thread. So it allows a lot of asynchronous support there. So yeah, I mean, we could keep going through these sort of examples, but you can see behind the scenes, a lot of these create from tasks are really create from observable, and they override it. So they pass in the to observable. So that's why the cancellation token doesn't have the meaning you expect. And also our dispose doesn't mean anything because we don't obey the normal rules of observables. We actually create a brand new execute every time you execute the command, and it's a brand new observable as well. So it's a little bit, they're always cold observables every time you trigger and execute on a command. So anything else there, Rodney?
No, Glenn, you covered a lot of very valuable information, things that I didn't know when I came to the framework.
Yeah. But yeah, the trick is definitely be aware of threading in ReactiveUI, because as a new user, we do things you might not expect, especially if you come from like Prism commands or those sort of other commanding frameworks, and you kind of expect you to have to handle manually all the threading. we kind of assume that you're coming from a observable background where you're kind of wanting having stream of events that are not, can happen anywhere, right? And it's up to you to say at some point in time, I care about this being on the main thread now. And the thing about reactive programming to get the best performance and to get the best results is to put that at the very end of as late as possible in your chain. That way you're not blocking the UI. So it's very important in reactive coding to know, like the reactive command create from task is not always going to be on the main thread, but that's a good thing usually, because you can then treat your reactive command, you subscribe to it. It's just like another observable. You can subscribe to it, get the results of what you've executed, and then you can have a nice functioning UI that is very responsive to the user. And it's something that, task async, that's another nice thing. We can chain, unlike async patterns, we can chain things up very nicely in reactive command. So things are going on predictable threads. With async, different frameworks in the .NET framework and also in .NET Core have different philosophies about where threading should be like. For example, if you're an ASP.NET Core application, by default, when you do an await, it's always going to return the result on a new thread, right? They got rid of the synchronization context, while in WPF, it will go back to the main thread, but then, like you kind of can say, don't go back to the main thread, just go back on whatever thread you executed that logic on. But then a lot of users get tricked by that. Well, we're very explicit, right? We make it very obvious when we change from being on a task thread worker. So let's do, so by default, your reactive create is on a separate thread, right? You know what I mean? And then we can say subscribe on, so you can override to say thread pool schedule or whatever this task pool schedule. So you can say go onto another thread, and then I want to mutate you, right? So I want to mutate you into, so at this point, we don't care about it being on a separate thread because the object is all fine. So we can pass in the value you just created. And then eventually we want to get back to the main UI thread. So what we do is we say observe on.
So Glenn, we have a question about observe on versus subscribe on and explaining the difference. And if you don't cover it, I definitely will in the next session. So
subscribe on says everything from before this chain, do it on this scheduler. So this create will be done on the task pool schedule if it's not being overridden. So we'll say, okay, this I want to control where this is done. And then what says everything before, and then we come down here, we do the select, that's still on this thread scheduler. The observe on says everything after this point, go into the main thread schedule. So if we do another select, or we do a, we know that might be an operation that needs to be on the main thread, right? So we know everything after observe on is happening on the main thread scheduler now. Or we might want to add a value in. So what it allows you to do is kind of like say, perform as much as possible things before this point and after until something changes it on the task pool scheduler. But after this point, do everything on the main thread. So that's what it basically means. Do you agree with that summary, Rodney?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I've kind of gone through a little bit of, it's kind of a mixed talk where I've gone through, for the advanced users, a little bit of the back end of how reactive UI works, but also I guess I've kind of covered sort of like a mini intro to the features that I've been going. So hopefully that gets both sets of users inspired and using the framework. I'm going to hand it across to Rodney because we're almost on time anyway. and he'll be showing you a great little real world example of how to use Reactive UI.
Thank you, Glenn. Let me go ahead and start showing my thing there. All right. And then I need to close this thing. And I'm going to click the play button. I actually don't want that. All right, so let me start sharing my screen. Click the share button. All right, can we see everything?
Looks good.
Good to go. All right, so we're gonna build. We're actually not gonna build it right now. We're gonna walk through a sample application that was built with ReactiveUI, several libraries in the ReactiveUI space called Social Queue. So, you know, my usual self-marketing slide. I'm Rodney. You can find me at all these places. You can, you know, troll me all you want. It's fun. But I'm a Xamarin developer. I found ReactiveUI actually after a talk that Michael Stonis did at Xamarin Evolve 2016. And he was telling me that I should build better mobile apps. And I was like baffled. A couple of weeks later, I asked David Driscoll, who's talking up next, about, you know, reactive programming. And he was like, yeah, Rodney, it's great. Do it. So I broke my brain, and now I'm like sort of a functional programmer, like quasi-functional. Rich actually taught me that I'm not as functional as I should be. So I live in a capitalist society. So yeah, I know we got people on from all over the world, but I live in a capitalist society, and in my capitalist society, one of the main things that that is big is free market. So, you know, we like to capitalize on all manner of things, good and bad. And Glenn came to me and said, hey, Rodney, I've got this idea for an app. You should build it. And I was like, oh, okay, great. So we're going to kind of go through the thought process of kind of an indie developer, maybe somebody working on the nights and weekends, trying to do something by themselves, something small, something simple. You know, Uber, when it first came out, was a 3-screen app, and it's worth lots of money now. So, you know, it's not about the number of screens you have. It's about the quantity of, or the quality of the screens that you have. So we're going to kind of walk through the sales pitch for the app. We're going to look at what we're actually building. We're going to take a look at the scaffolding, and then we're going to talk about some future features that may come to this. And again, all of this code will be publicly available after this talk. So Glenn had this idea for an app, and he was like, hey, Rodney, I've got to go out this weekend and I've got to go do some stuff, but there's all of these unmanageable lines. I myself had just come from going grocery shopping with my wife, where we had to stand in line and wait for folks to come in and out. And it dawned on Glenn that, hey, you know, what if you had the ability to queue up for these outings, right? What if you had the ability to say, hey, I need to go to Home Depot and let's call it Target and Best Buy in a given day, but they have capacity limits, and I want to be able to schedule out my day so I don't have to wait in line physically, because I live in Texas where it's really hot, and standing in line in the middle of the summer is not really what you want to do unless you want heat stroke. So if I could have a virtual queuing system that says, hey, I'm going to queue up for a given store and find what their weight limit is, and adhere myself to that information, and then get real-time updates from that information on if the queues have changed or if other things have changed. So we can use Rx, right? SignalR can push updates to a mobile application. We can use Azure Functions to store data in Cosmos DB. We can use Cosmos DB to update. Cosmos DB has like an eventing concept where it can actually push events through SignalR and SignalR services and project data from the database, or changes from the database out to broadcast consumers. We elected to use Shiny for the platform services because Shiny is a nice new thing, and I like shiny new things. But it'll allow us to get stuff like location services, so you know we can determine the distance between certain establishments to determine whether or not we might want to put certain things in priority above other things. We are going to elect to model our asynchrony as observables, and I'm going to continue to harp on that throughout this conversation. As a matter of fact, when we get to the code, I'm actually going to pull up and I'm going to show you the number of places in the code where I actually do async task, because, and Anna said it earlier, one of the things is observables don't necessarily replace tasks, but they are an alternative way to model asynchronous programming. And one of the main things that I find about asynchronous programming is people consider when I do await, and fire off a task that I'm actually running on a new thread context. Well, that awaited task is not guaranteed a new thread context. It could potentially get a new thread context. But with observables, we can explicitly send you to whatever thread context we want at pretty much any point in our observable pipeline, and change that at different points of execution in our observable pipeline. We're going to use model events. Okay, it seems.
Sound's gone, Rodney, and so is your picture.
And I'll text him.
Okay, can you hear me
I
now?
realize it.
Yeah, I realized that Zoom decided that it was going to change my note in the middle of the, it says my internet is unstable. Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, we'll jump back in. You can still see my screen, so we'll go ahead and jump back in. All right, so we're gonna model events as observables, and then we're gonna use ReactiveUI, specifically ReactiveUI for handling mutable state. So we can target multiple platforms. One of the things about multi-platform application toolkits is the fact that I can reach more users if I can target more operating systems. So for this, we're looking at targeting iOS and Android and using Avalonia UI to target desktop. But the primary focus of this is going to be the Xamarin aspect of it, as I still have yet to dig fully into Avalonia and figure out exactly how to make it work the way I want to with my Xamarin Forms application. So what is Social Queue? Yeah, it's the new hot app. Yeah, it's going to allow you to go ahead and plan out your entire Saturday afternoon, get updates from various establishments when their capacities are available. It'll tell me when things are different, when I'm getting close to closing times, and all sorts of other wonderful things, right? It will allow me to take back control of my life in these crazy times. Yeah, so that was kind of the whole thought process behind it. So what do we need? As we said before, we're going to use Azure Functions and SignalR in Cosmos DB. On the front end of it, we're going to use Xamarin, like I said, in Shiny. We're also going to use Refit, ReactiveUI, Sextant, which is a navigation library, Pharmacist, which is going to generate a whole bunch of observables, DynamicData, which now that I know how it works, I don't know how I lived without it. I guess that's Rx in general. We're going to use RG plugin pop-ups as well, and Acrobash to do our caching behind the scenes. So what this app needs to do essentially is display a list of stores. We need to allow you to filter that list of stores by searching free text or by category. We need to allow you to queue up for a given establishment, give you some potential countdown timer on the time left that you have on your wait, and give you some notification when that time is close. So let's go ahead and jump directly into the code, yeah, because that's enough talking, and we've looked at enough slides, and now it's time to dig into some code. All right, so, oh, is this thing on? Am I still not?
You're fine. You're coming through.
Okay, good. All right, so let's just go ahead and jump in and just talk about the realities of this application, right? So it's a Xamarin application, but before we get too far deep into those weeds, yeah, Rodney's clicking buttons again, doing his normal button clicking thing. Let's kind of walk through some of the bits. I actually brought Sextant in as a Git submodule so that I can create a feature that's going to probably ship in the next week or so, which is RG plugin pop-up support. But more importantly, we've got some Azure functions in here where we're going to do some queue storing and some other things. And I think we're going to kind of start our journey there. We've got some different things that are happening in our source folder. Like I said, we've got several targets. We've got our Android target, our Avalonia target, and our iOS target. And then we've got some unit tests in here because no good project is going to be successful without at least a place to run a unit test, even if you just delete them all afterwards. But you'll notice here that I explicitly have a social queue.xamarin forms, and this is where all of my Xamarin UI layer stuff is happening. And I'm keeping all of my shared stuff kind of behind the scenes here in this project where I've got my social queue. So this could be like a .core project or a .common project. There's a lot of different ways that you could do this. But lo and behold, this is the way that I elected to do it until I find a need to shift. So I've got some, here we go. So I've got an Azure function that is just stuck to a Cosmos DB. It's going to allow me to update a queue selection. So when you'll notice here that I'm actually using SignalR as a service and not the actual full-on SignalR backend. So I didn't stand up a web API and go through all the rigmarole there. I just turned on the SignalR service on my Azure function and allowed me to get access to the SignalR backplane, and I can push messages on that SignalR backplane. The reason why this is important, SignalR actually plays really well with the concept of Rx because Rx is all push-based collections and push-based notifications, and that's basically what SignalR does. Is it's pushing you events or messages or notifications from some backend that is doing work. So it really fits into the reactive model where we just want notifications or state changes that we can respond to. So the way this all works is Cosmos DB will actually emit a trigger under the hood, and then it will go off and create the update and push the update down on this SignalR message. You'll notice here that it's not wired up because the functions actually got kind of a little bit unwieldy, so I had to disconnect them because they were causing some Azure problems. But all of this is more or less functional. And more importantly, kind of the next bit that I want to go into is I'm actually able to mock out my backend services. So I'm not actually bound to these Azure functions because Azure functions is a pay-as-you-play concept. So if I've got a API where I'm paying to play and I've got a team of developers hitting it, then that's probably not the best idea. Also, on that thought where I just don't want to pay for things that I don't need. So if I don't need to go and incur the cost against Azure or against AWS or against whatever my cloud backend provider is, there's a trick I'm going to show here shortly, which will allow you to write a mock layer into your Xamarin application. So instead of having to deal with design time data and some of that stuff, you can actually build out, and I'm going to show you that trick in a minute, you can actually build out an entire disconnected application state where you're dealing with mock data with very minimal change in your application. And instead of having to mock out like 3 and 5 and 10 layers, you really only have one layer that you have to mock. You only have one layer that you actually have to mock, and then everything else in your application just works. So you're getting more of an actual real world test of your application. You're just mocking out the data. So I've got a lot of, I've had the good fortune of of being a mentee of a lot of smart people. And one of my mentors once told me, he said, Rodney, do you want to mock the data or do you want to mock the data source? And I realized in that moment that I was making a very critical error in my approach. So that's kind of the SignalR aspect of it. I'm not going to dig too much into this because it's really more about the Xamarin piece, but that is with this application and will be all functional and available for anybody that wants to pull it down and look at it. So kind of digging into it, again, I said I use Shiny as a way to do platform services. So this is a way to do startup in Shiny. I'm using Shiny, which actually uses the ASP.NET Core iCollection service concept. It's not ASP.NET Core, it's just Microsoft dependency injection. But it's widely used in the ASP.NET Core space. So just the ability to wire up services. So you'll notice here that I'm not explicitly using Splat as my container of choice or service locator, but I am still using Splat. I'm using a feature that we built into Splat a couple of releases ago, where we actually started to ship adapters for Splat. So what's going to happen in this method here is I'm going to wire up all of my services to the Shiny host. So Shiny has access to whatever it needs, which in this case is actually probably overkill, and I could probably rewrite this to be a little bit cleaner. But Shiny is going to get all of the services and register them against the Microsoft dependency inversion container. And then I'm actually going to use this Microsoft dependency inversion resolver. Let's go ahead and F12 into that code real quick. And you'll see that I'm going to take that and create a new Microsoft dependency resolver and set it to the locator. What this does is under the hood, it makes it so that the everything that resolves through the locator, i.e. ReactiveUI uses the locator to resolve various things that it needs. Those things will actually now go through the dependency, the Microsoft dependency resolver. So you'll actually be resolving those things from the iService provider, actually, but from the iService provider as opposed to the locator itself. So that's a neat trick to where if you want to bring your own dependency resolver, if you don't like the way location services are done, if you've believed the dogma that service location is an anti-pattern, then this is a tool that's available to you. I've had some things recently where I've realized that service location isn't the anti-pattern, because service location is a tool. It can't be an anti-pattern, but tools allow developers to do bad things, and that's where anti-patterns come in. When you use the tool incorrectly, you create the anti-pattern. So anyone who's ever spouted the dogma of service location being the anti-pattern, I'd say, did you do it right? Anyway, so here I'm registering my pages for navigation. I wrote some custom navigation stuff for Sextant to just say, hey, this is a page, this is a view model, wire it up. Sextant is our navigation service of choice here, and it is using Rx paradigms to provide view model first navigation in the Xamarin Forms space. Currently, we support Xamarin Forms and UWP. I have been sitting on a Blazor implementation for more months than I care to count, and I know WPF is on my radar going forward. So trying to make this the kind of natural evolution. You heard Andres earlier say that the navigation story in RxUI isn't the best. It's because of kind of the net involved and the platforms that it originally supported versus the platforms it supports now. But so I'm just doing all of my dependency registration. Now I've got an actual dependency or a resolver that will give me view model injection, and I can kind of go off about my business. So this kind of gives you an understanding of how all that's wired up. But we'll talk about this here because I told you I'm going to show you a trick for a mock. So we'll kind of get into what that looks like now. As I said, I'm using Refit as my API connection. So I'm using Refit to actually call my Azure function layer. So you'll see here I've got a social queue, AzureNet, Azure website. Everything's great. I'm doing a generic setup for my iHub client, so that way any hub client that I have, I can just use the generic type off of the SignalR client and get some code reuse there. But you'll notice here, I'm actually mocking those same contracts. So I've actually got mock contracts that will wire up to my actual contracts, and all they do is implement the same contract as the Refit contract. Yeah. So the Refit contract is here, and on my stores, I can get a store, and I can get some metadata about stores, right? So what this will allow me to do is mock out, and I actually am using Bogus here to do some data generation, but I can mock out my data on my mobile application. And now when I actually spin up the application, I can have click-through screens that simulate what the app's going to look like. Now this is good and bad, right? Because you can have the scenario where you're doing some testing against it and the testing works, and then you spin it up to your back end, and out of nowhere everything starts failing. Well, yes, that's a problem, but at the same time you may have already had that problem, and really all you have to do is check the seams at that point. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to start identifying where that might come up. I'm actually going to run this entire demo in disconnected mode, so you're actually going to see all of these things happen. I'm not ever actually going to hit this Azure instance.
We just had a question from a user on YouTube. They're just asking if you're going to share the source code.
Share the source?
Yeah.
I mean, for the entire build app, I'm going to share the source after the talk. So it's actually technically already publicly available, and if your Google Foo is good, you can find it. But I'm going to provide the exact link to it after I get done talking about all of the details. And that was kind of the point of this, was to leave an artifact, right? Because when I came to ReactiveUI, there was very little, samples, and we create a lot of samples, but contrived examples are contrived examples. So, we tried to build some level of real world. This is still, at best, this is a prototype. It doesn't really get you 100% of the way there, but I feel like this will get you closer than a lot of the, hello world samples that you would see. So yeah, we'll make sure that that's available to everybody after the talk, and it'll be available on the YouTube link afterwards as well. So this whole thing is going to be done disconnected. So I'm going to show you how all that works, but then I've got some other things, and I think we'll kind of dig into the whole, to the refit contract piece of it here. So like I said, I've got my refit contract, and I explicitly am using terminology called contract because when I came from a web world long time ago where I was doing service-oriented architecture, and we would always define contracts for how we were going to communicate across boundaries. So in my mind, this is a contract for how we're going to communicate across the HTTP boundary. And again, I'm going to point out that refit actually does, out of the box, return iObservable and respects iObservable. So again, I told you that I'm using iObservable to model asynchronous programming, and this goes all the way down to my HTTP layer. Even the layer, the closest to the metal in the system here, is actually using iObservable to do asynchronous programming. And I said I would do it, so I'll just go ahead and do it now, right? We'll go ahead and look for async task, and you'll notice that the only places where you find async task are primarily going to be in this function. You find one here, which is the authentication that I didn't wire up. Shh, don't tell anybody. It's completely unsecure. Don't tell anyone. I didn't wire up the actual access. That's another thing that I'm going to do, and I'm going to keep iterating over this over the next couple of months and try and make this better. So feel free to leave issues about features that we want to add, and we can kind of make this a artifact that the entire community can use to understand how these things can and or should work. But again, you'll notice that I'm actually not using any asynchronous tasks in my forms layer, in my shared code. So everything here is truly being modeled asynchronously using iObservable. And this is why I said I'm going to actually talk about subscribe on and observe on, because around 3 o'clock in the morning, I hit a snag where observe on didn't work the way I expected it to work. And I was like, wait, maybe I'm supposed to subscribe on. And I was like, oh, I'm supposed to know these things. Anyway, so the way this works is my contract gets pushed into a client, right? So and this is like all the way down the chain. So my client is gonna get stores again, and this may seem like some level of onion architecture, but it's not, and we'll explain it and we'll get there. And there's a couple of layers, but the layers have reasons and meaning, and all of it will hopefully make sense as we finish. So my API client is actually going to take in, so I've got one inheritor of that API client, and I told you earlier, the rest of my application is going to work fine, right? Because I'm mocking out the actual data source. The HTTP contract that is getting the data I can write a mock that will just give me data. So now that's going to get injected into my API client, and you'll notice what else gets injected into my API client. I'm taking a blob cache, which is my ActiveAsh layer, and I'm taking in an iLog manager. So now I have access in my client layer to cache the things against my database implementation, for lack of a better term. You know, underneath the hood, ActiveAsh does have a database and it does have access to like a SQLite database if you wanted to use it. I don't know if I'm using one here, but that is an option available to you. There's also in memory as well as JSON, I believe. So, you know, I can take the bits that come from my result and immediately cache it into my database or my data store. And how that looks here is you'll notice I've got this get store and I'm calling my API contract. And when I go to get my API contract, I'm doing get store. The get store is actually going to return the iStore DTO, right? So I'm returning the actual store that comes from the HTTP request. And because it's an observable pipeline, and again, this is where I think tasks are lacking, because they don't really allow for me to chain a pipeline onto it, which is funny because if you look at, you know, we'll go back to the .NET Core framework. If you go back to like the HTTP handler stuff that beforehand, and even the HTTP handler stuff in .NET Core now is actually very similar to an observable pipeline. We're just taking some value, pumping it into some function, and then whenever that value mutates, I'm taking the mutated value, if it does mutate, and I'm passing it to the next function on the chain. So what I'm doing is I'm going out to the web, getting my HTTP contract information, stashing the cached result. So what I'm doing is I'm actually going to ActiveAsh and saying, hey, I've got this store by this ID. Go ahead and cache that in ActiveAsh and allow me to log. Task T is a monad, and you can change the thing all day. Yeah, task T is a monad, but what task T doesn't give me is a consistent API to work with asynchronous programming and events in the same chain. So while I can do it, it's not as clean or intuitive to a user how they would actually do it. And I think that's the main.
Come on. You said to troll you, so I'm trolling you. Come on.
Please. Oh no, I love it, Rich. I love being trolled. You know, call me on it because I may not be right. So yes, Rich is correct. Task T is a monad, and you can chain it. You can use continue with. I've been actually using that recently, much to my own dismay, but it works, and it is a tool available to you. But it's a little bit more difficult, and I don't have the ability to do things on certain thread contexts as well. So while Rich is right, you can do it. I'd rather not, because it's a little bit more cumbersome than I care to deal with. But you'll see here that now every time I call, I'm actually calling into my cache layer. So like, what does this method look like? This method has a expiration that we take in. So we've got some constants where we're setting our cache timeout. And then if you provide the override, we go ahead and give you that value that you override. Rodney did not do some stuff. So you'll notice a couple of weeks ago, or that's actually a while ago, I reminded myself that I need to add some retry logic. I have the ability to, but I have not done that yet. And I can go through some of that as well. But you'll see here that what I'm doing is if I need to force the update, I'm actually going to go out and get the information inserted into the cache. If not, I'm just going to go to the cache and get it. So now I'm allowing my public consumer to tell me whether or not it wants to go against the cache representation of the data or go get the data directly. And because we're using ActiveAsh is one of the few caching libraries that has this feature. And it's because you really actually need observables in order to do it well. Which is this get or fetch. So what it'll eventually do is it'll actually go out and fetch this call anyway and store it. But what it will first do is return me the value that it currently has in the cache. So this actually can bite you. And it was trying to fetch it, and it was blowing up all types of ridiculous fun stuff. So, you know, these things are not silver bullets. You know, there is no panacea, there is no silver bullet, but these are, you know, things that could get you further along down the way, right? And it kind of shows you the fact that we are using functional programming in a manner by which to chain together operations over streams of values over time. So that's one of those places where you might want to use that select concat that Mike was talking about earlier, right? Because we're getting these values over time, and then we can operate on those values over time in ways that other things don't really provide a succinct API to do. So this gets passed back up the chain. So my iStore API client is actually going to be called from my iStore service. And this is where the real fun begins, right? Because you can see here that I expose on this service this observable cache. This is a trick that I learned from talking to other RX programmers in the industry. When I first found out what DynamicData was, I had no idea what it was. I was like, okay, I don't get it. And then when I found out what it does, I was like, oh my God, it's great. I'm going to cache all the things. But you'll notice that I'm explicitly using a source cache because I have a unique value. So anytime that you have a set of data that you know has a unique identifier, I personally would urge you towards an observable cache, primarily because it's got a key, and anytime you have key value data, you're going to move faster than if you don't. I mean, if you have to traverse the list, every operator is available to you, like add or update, which you saw earlier. Or maybe you didn't. I can get to that in a minute. Add or update that comes off that iObservable cache. But you'll notice that my data store as it is, or my store that is actually going to be, and this is the thing that's actually going to get injected into my view model, and we'll show you that in a minute. This thing that gets actually injected into my view model provides me a source cache. So now my view model layer has no understanding of how it connects to data. It has no understanding of how to cache data. All it knows is it has data and it can operate on that data. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, having worked around MVVM for the past several years, the number one thing that I see people do wrong is they provide knowledge of the view to the view model. The number two thing that I see people do wrong is the view model becomes this place where you glue a lot of code together. They do HTTP requests and database saves and try catches around database stuff to make sure that it all works. And it's not that you can't do that, but I don't feel like that's the view model's concern. I gave a talk, oh God, at this point, literally 2 days ago, where I kind of broke down the way we approach reactive and the mental model around reactive programming is really much more around dealing with events and streams of values and less about, or it's really about, you know, managing that mutable state or dealing with that mutable state and dealing with state mutations. It's not really about, hey, I've got this view model and this view model is the global place where I can put my global stuff here, right? Let's find techniques where we can actually create better scenes so that the layers only have to interact with the things they need to interact with. Here I'm actually providing an iObservable of iChange set of metadata, which is just string values, which is actually just the store names right now. This is actually a observable that I have connected to and I'm getting data from versus the iObservable cache. So I'm actually going to take this iObservable cache and turn it into this metadata, and I'll show you that in a minute. I get my stores, I get an IEnumerable stores when I get all my stores, and I get my IEnumerable store metadata. And this is the thing that gets passed in my actual view model. So looking at the details of how this is set up, you'll notice again, I've got my injected IAPI client. I can do more in this layer, but I don't necessarily need to for this application. But it gives you a clear separation to do that. So here I'm passing down my concern of forcing the update. I've got this extension method here where I can pass in a cache and add or update. So now instead of actually just like having to create some really awkward thing where I do some stuff, I'm just going to go ahead and add or update in some extension method and move to more of a functional model. I'm actually going to thank Rich for this because Rich is the one that made me realize that I was doing it wrong. And I'm probably still doing it wrong, but I'm doing it better today than I was yesterday. So that's progress and I'll take it. So we're going to just go ahead and add updates. Here we're going to add ranges. And here we're going to just add or update the individual store. So now you'll see that as my data get pumped back from my API contract and gets cached in my blob cache, It's then going to pass back down to the other layer, and it's going to say, hey, now that I know that I've made a valid network request and I know that I've saved myself in the database, let me save myself to the in-memory representation of my data. And then I'm going to go ahead and then further pass that back down the chain. And again, as you see, this is just passing on the same eye observable information that you already had. It's nothing really magical at this point, and you get your data back down. So let's go ahead and dig into the view model now, because this is where the fun begins, I think, maybe, I don't know. Here is my sextant bit, and I think we're gonna go talk about the main, or the view model base here in a second, which is my extension point. But again, so that I'm not a liar, these are now all the dependencies that my view model has to resolve, right? The only thing it's really resolving are things that allow it to interact with the view and things that allow it to interact with data. It has no knowledge of where the data is stored, because it really shouldn't. All its responsibility is dealing with mutable state, right? State that is in memory, state that is in flux. It doesn't have to worry about where the downstream concern of how the data is getting from the API. We don't care. All we know in our view model is we have mutable state, and we are going to be able to act on that mutable state in some fashion. So now our view model is very light, right? We don't have a whole lot of concerns we need to pass in. We're dealing with very, very lightweight things that we are passing in. We're dealing with a way to navigate and a way to display notifications. Really nothing more, nothing less. And I'll use this moment to kind of dig over here. You'll notice, and anyone who's used Prism or has seen Prism before will be familiar with these looking things. I will go ahead and be honest, because this is open source software. I went out when we first started down the road of Sextant, which was some years ago now. We looked at all of the MVVM frameworks and how they do navigation. We looked at ReactiveUI, we looked at Prism, we looked at MVVM Cross, we looked at Fresh MVVM, and we looked for some consistent themes and some things that we knew we were going to be concerned with. Specifically in Rx, we care about disposing of our dependencies. So this iDestructible was something that we wanted to get in, because this gives us an extension point for us to dispose of our view model subscriptions. I will point out that I am not electing to use when activated and the deactivated pieces here. A couple of years ago actually asked Anna about this, and she said that I'm effectively achieving the same thing, but it's unfortunate because now you have to do something different for different platforms. The reason why I started going down this approach and creating my own composite disposables is because there is a bug in Xamarin Forms that is dealing with iOS view appearing and disappearing. So I ran into some issues with the view activation, and ever since then, you know, I'm very much the type of developer where once I've been burned by a piece of technology, I try and stray away from it if there's an alternative that works better for my mental model. So here, the base view model actually has a subscription, and I'll point out the fact that I'm using explicit interface implementation actually allows me to alleviate the need for the developer to actually ever call this. Like the developer, another person on my team that's calling this view model base, never actually has to call this destroy method. It never has to do like base.destroy, because the interface is just going to call the virtual method. So if you want to do more than just dispose of the general descriptions that are going to be on your view model, right? You can do that by overriding the destroy and just giving it whatever values you want, and it'll be good to go. So that's a very keen trick that I've been using recently, and you'll notice that it's there for all of my when navigated to, when navigated from. So in Sextant, we actually have the ability to pass navigation parameters, very similar to the way Prism does it. And that iNavigation parameter is just a dictionary of parameters that you would want to use, or that you would want to get out. And we'll show some of that in a minute, because I'm actually using some of that. And part of the feature that I wired up was the ability to do this using RG plugin pop-ups. So I'm actually using some level of this to navigate through my details and all that stuff. So I think that's the basis of that view model base. So we can kind of kill that and go back here. So I think probably everybody's seen the default Rx search example. I mean, it's out there on the website. I've done it ad nauseum. I've showed the code ad nauseum. But I realized that we may not always want to fire off against the internet, or we may not always want to search some random thing. We actually want to search the eventuality of, okay. We actually want to search the list. So here I've actually got the filter stuff that Michael was talking about earlier. I'm actually spinning up a behavior subject, and I'm allowing this to be my search function, or really this should actually be filter function, because naming things is hard. But this is actually going to be what filters in the entirety of my dynamic data cache, right? So again, I'm doing my connect, my ref count. I'm filtering, I'm transforming out into my view model. I'm observing on my main thread, primarily because this function could technically happen on the task pool scheduler, and I know I'm going to want to update on the main thread. I'm going to bind out to my my read-only observable collection, and then I'm going to dispose. And then you'll notice here I also have another, the same thing that I was telling you earlier. This is my actual I observable of I change test. So this is live data that I'm getting. I'm going to show you some of this, but this is loading and when in the observable. But this is a keen trick to setting a is loading property on across multiple things. And this kind of really shows the power of a when any observable or when any value. Because you can chain together a lot of different properties and then merge those things together. Or really, it's actually not a merge; it's a combined latest. But you can get all that stuff together and make it function. So I think I've done enough kind of perusing through the code and just talking at this point. Now I kind of want to just spin it up and talk through a little bit more and talk through the various aspects of things. One other thing that I will point out that I did in this app, and again, all of this is publicly available. I'm available at all of the mediums of communication that I posted earlier. So if anybody looks at this code at some point in the future and wants to ask more questions, open an issue, reach out to me on Slack, Twitter. I'm all about trying to help people understand what I couldn't figure out easily. So yeah, I think the one other thing that I want to point out is I actually created this concept of some startup tasks, and now Shiny has a concept of startup operations, but I've used sync frameworks in the past where I've actually had to go and create some form of operation that has to happen while you have your splash page. So I've got this splash view model where in my splash view model, what I'm doing is I'm taking my iApp startup. My iApp startup is just a startup function, but what it does is it actually is going to go through my list of startups. So I'm actually registering these in my IOC container, and I'm saying, give me the list of startup operations that need to happen, and run through that list of startup operations, and then observe and complete. This is actually something that I realized a couple of weeks ago. I was having some conversation with one of my mentors, and I realized that I have been doing this wrong for a very long time. There's a concept in part of the reason why task is easier to deal with from an asynchronous perspective than observables is because a task really is a single value observable. It ticks a value and then ticks its completion, more or less, right? So here's my value and I'm done. So anytime you're modeling observables as asynchronous programming, you have to be aware of values over time. And if you do not explicitly complete the observable, that thing will run forever and you may end up in like an infinite loop. I've done that more times than I care to count. And I literally just realized this week that stuff like this is really, really valuable. So, I've been doing functional programming for about 2.5 years now, maybe 3 years, and I'm still learning, beginner stuff, as it were. So this thing right here is actually a notification access operation. So I'm using Shiny's iNotification Manager, and I'm requesting access for notifications. And all of that is actually happening on my splash page as I load up. Notice it's not still spinning on my splash view model. Rodney's a great programmer, and he messed up the very simple thing of making sure that it blocks completion until all of the startup operations are done. But that should be a minor fix. Glenn earlier pointed out the toObservable. The toObservable extension method, more or less, is really just wrapping that thing in observable from async in this project, I elected to go with the more verbose route so that people could see how to interact with this operator and to kind of start to understand how some of these functions work. But if you're not familiar with RxJS and you go look at RxJS actually uses more of this syntax rather than the fluent syntax. So you actually have to pass in all of your functions as opposed to using them as extension methods. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to turn this off, go in here, put this breakpoint here to kind of show something. Is that even the right operation? That may not be the right startup user operation. Yeah, I think I want to talk about iSettings. Yeah, I got a breakpoint on the notification access. So these things basically are just kind of like a poor man's chain of responsibilities. We're just going to give them a thing to whether or not they can start. Why that's important is because on my Splash view model, again, we're working in a disconnected state. I might want to, while I'm in debug or while I am using mock data, come on, Ryder, you can do it. It's not going to do it. So okay, whatever. We're just going to keep going down the road. Nothing to see here, folks. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, you notice that's my loading indicator, and we'll kind of get back to that. And these can starts, right? So I can turn the delay operator. I can always register the delay operator and just say, hey, when you're not in debug or when you're not using mock data, just don't use it. Just don't use the value. But enough of the semantics or the meat and potatoes of this is, when I put a breakpoint, if Ryder is going to let me put breakpoints while I'm debugging, it may not. So let's go. I don't think I'm on the latest Ryder. So another fun fact, don't schedule demos during WWDC or when iOS is doing major version updates, because you will break. iOS Xcode actually updated on me yesterday afternoon, all without me knowing. And I spent a good 2 hours recovering my system so that I could finish giving this demo on iOS because I had spent the majority of the time working on the iOS head. But what I'm doing with this search function is I'm allowing down here in my, Ryder, just keep being fun. So yeah, Ryder is actually going to go ahead and tell me when all of these things are happening. So now you'll see over here, Ryder is actually telling me which observable is ticking and which one actually has a truth value. So Ryder is actually allowing me to set a breakpoint in the portion of the when any observable where I'm actually doing my selector. It's letting me put a breakpoint there and evaluate those values, which is extremely useful, as we'll see here in a second. Because right there, it was just the initialize, so now I've initialized, but I can go ahead and trim down by category. So you remember earlier on the slide deck, one of the features that we wanted from this thing was to be able to search in the text bar or sort by category. So you'll notice there's no data here. I had planned to do some type ahead stuff, but time permitting, it didn't happen, but it'll be a feature that comes later. Notice here now the category has ticked true. So on my reactive command, the is executing properties of all of my reactive commands are setting up this is loading indication, and then I'm just propertying it out. Again, I'm using the Neuville op because I like performance, and I'm deferring that subscription, which is a very important thing for this particular thing, because otherwise you'll subscribe and these things won't actually be constructed based upon the way I have it, and it'll cause you some headache. But now you see I've got a list, or maybe I don't. Yeah, I've got a scrollable list of restaurants, right? So I can go to Thailand Market, which is like one of my favorite Thai restaurants in Houston. I can go to McDonald's, Fuddruckers, hopefully a Velvet Taco is another one. Torchy's a great one. If you ever come to Houston, Torchy's Tacos, Velvet Taco, great. They're like gourmet taco places. If I can find one, Glenn, what's one of the things that's in Australia? Because I'm pretty sure I wired up some Australia stuff here for you. I want to say was it JB? Maybe, yeah. Let me click search, and search is executing. So maybe JB, yeah, JB Hi-Fi. So yeah, JB Hi-Fi is one that's in Australia. So I can now you can see I'm searching from that same data in that same list, which is actually the data that's in the service that I have projected into my view model. And I'm able to do a filter on the restaurant type, and you can see that the category is happening. I can now go off and do all of that. I can check by sporting goods stores. The only ones that seem to be here right now are Academy, which is one that's local to Houston. I'm sure I don't have any laundromats available or any laundry available. Yeah. And maybe some furniture stores, right? So, you know, as we're sitting here Friday night having dinner, my wife and I can say, hey, you know, she wants to go to Rooms to Go tomorrow. So we'll go ahead and click on Rooms to Go. We'll get the RG plugin pop up. So this is where the sextant library was very important. Over here in my store details view model, I've got the ability to override that when navigating to. You'll notice that I'm creating an observable and I am getting the value out of the dictionary. I'm setting the store ID and then I'm returning disposable. Now, this is where reactive programming really starts to become good and bad. And I know I'm running up close to time. Reactive programming can be good and bad in that I've also set a when any value on the store ID and I'm excluding the empty case, doing a distinct until change and then doing my get store. So what I'm doing is I'm actually passing the value of the item that I clicked on, and we'll go back to here and show that. Here I'm using Pharmacist to generate my events. So you see I have the item tapped event on my list view, and I'm explicitly using a Xamarin Forms list view for a couple of reasons, because of the item appearing event information that comes off of it. But I'm doing my item tapped on my list view. I'm selecting the item. I'm casting it as the binding context, and I'm going to invoke the command and pass the entire binding context to my command definition. So you'll see that here, right? So what then that details goes and does is, here we go. It's just doing, you know, the pop-up view stack service, and it's saying, go ahead and push the pop-up. It's passing the navigation parameter over, and I think we're going to actually put a breakpoint here so we can look at that. We have to put it here, we can't put it there. And then I'm getting that back off on my detail view model and hydrating my pop-up page. So this is kind of like a really big thing, because when I came to Xamarin Forms, I didn't understand how to pass data between screens. I've seen a lot of different ways to do it. The recommended way from Xamarin Forms was less than ideal. It was to use the binding context and do a lot of binding context switchery. But every time the binding context change, it notifies property change. So that's stuff you may not want. You may not want when you're doing it. So here, you know, like I said, I can now add this to my thing, and I get my nice little notification that says Rooms to Go has been added to my queue. I come over here and you see Rooms to Go is added to my queue. It's got an 1.5 hour wait time. I haven't filled out all of the details on the card. Again, you know, at the end of the day, we can add map services and some other things and some location services, which is all part of the plan of this app. But those are the future features that we're talking about. And we can now go back here to our search page, and let's say, wow, you know, after we go to Rooms to Go, we know we're going to be hungry. So let's take that breakpoint off because we beat that horse to death. So now let's say, you know, we want to go to Fuddruckers because we want a burger, right? So Fuddruckers has a closing time of 12, opening time of 12. But you'll notice here now I've broken on this execute details. I've got this ID, which is my GUID value for my store. So then when I go ahead and F5, I'm actually going to now on my store detail view model after the before the navigation is happening, while it's navigating, right? So it hasn't actually done the navigation yet. This is happening before the view is actually put onto the stack, or onto the visual stack on Xamarin Forms. It's going to go ahead and get that out of the parameter, which is, again, just a dictionary. It's going to set that store value, and it's going to fire off the command. And now you see I get my pop-up page. So I can go ahead and add Fuddruckers to the deal. And, you know, my wife likes those types of stuff, but I think I potentially might want to, you know, go to Home Depot or Lowe's or Bunnings, because, you know, I want to go ahead and do some home projects for the weekend. Maybe I need to go ahead and put a studio on the outside of my house like Brian Lagunas did, which I'm extremely envious of. I'd love to have a production studio off of my house. But you see, now I can go ahead and do that. And again, this is using dummy data at the moment. Hey, but you can see that now I'm adding all of these things to my queue. these time values are happening. I originally was going to write a chaos monkey that was just going to come in here and swap these values out. But as things are happening, we've written a signal RQ hub. We can find it. Client. So we got a hub mock client, right? So this is actually not the one we want. We want the other implementation. Yeah, our signal R1. So our signal R1 is just going to connect to the signal R stream channel. It's going to try and read out the value. It's just going to on next on the observer. So on the observer of whoever is observing this connect is just going to get values. So signal R could push us an update and say this has changed, and maybe I can go and show you that real quick. Client mock, yeah. So let's go. I had some chaos monkey stuff that was happening in here. I don't know if it'll actually work right now. But what it should do is every 8 seconds, it should just go grab one of the things and change it. So it's not working right now, but
This always ends a question from the users. Are you planning to do more stream work for this on your live stream?
Rodney, I think you've lost sound again.
Yeah, I think sound's lost again, Rodney. Don't think he knows it. Oh no, he does. Every time we think he doesn't. Can you speak, Rodney?
Is there anybody there?
He's aware of it.
Quick, get your insults in now.
He's a balmy lad, I don't know.
okay, so it seems like my mic is just randomly disconnecting or losing power. That's really disheartening. Oh, anyway, apologies, folks. I guess I didn't sacrifice the right size goat to the demo gods this morning. So here we go. So we're doing all of this based upon a remaining time, right? So we actually I just wrote a timer that gives me the remaining time off of a time span. And what that looks like where are we using this, the usages of this. We're doing this on the actual item view model. So on the item view model, each queue item has a remaining time that gets pushed to it from the server. So basically every time that gets updated, this value will just update. And I want to say, if I go look at the queues view model, that I'm specifically sorting descending by the current queue time. So what's going to happen is when that time updates, the one that is truly the lowest will bubble up to the top. So this queue page will always show you the one at the top that is actually going to be closest to your actual timer. So, when Home Depot has capacity for me and says, hey, Rodney, we can bump you up 30 minutes, it'll actually bump me up 30 minutes and it'll bump up on my actual queue. And it's doing all that using DynamicData, some sorting, some auto refresh on an observable property, and this very simple implementation of a timer. So I know I'm running up on time. I'm going to kind of pause here and ask, are there any questions? And I think I covered pretty much everything I wanted to.
There's one question on YouTube. They want to know if you can pick up a sausage for him from Bunnings.
Yeah, I can pick up sausage. I don't know if you want the beef or the pork beef mix, but just let me know which type you want, and I'll pick it up, honey, and I'll bring it home.
It's always beef in Australia for sausages, and Bunnings generally do fundraiser with sausages at the front. So,
But yeah, this is so this is just like a way to approach some functional architecture, which gives you kind of a little bit of flexibility, right? It has some functional built into it. It's still using dependency inversion, you know, that all of the solid people would clamor about if you weren't doing, you know, location being an anti-pattern and all. But we're using functions to segregate our layers, get value out of the stream of value concept or promise that is observables. In a couple of places, we're actually merging observables, asynchronous tasks with events. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. It's going to be in material dialogue. So this is this is where I screwed up the other day, and going back to observe on and subscribe on. So I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Glenn was talking about. Earlier, you've heard a lot of people say, hey, when you have this method and it takes in a scheduler, you should probably give it a scheduler. Well, what I read was that it converts it into an asynchronous action into an observable sequence, and each subscription to the resulting sequence causes the action, right? But what we don't realize, and I actually had to F12 into reactive extensions to get this fidelity, it tells us right here in the notes on the param that this is the scheduler on which to notify observers. So this is the real crux of observe on versus subscribe on. Yes, everything is a notification, right? Observers get notified when something happens, right? Something changed, something changed, something changed, right? That's a notification. And we're saying that we're notifying on the scheduler. So if I pass this thing that is happening on the main thread, and this is actually how I was getting that nice, let me mute all my breakpoints real quick. That's how I was getting this nice thing after I added it, right? That's that all that is this little snack bar from material design. How I get that is from this, and this has to run on the main thread context. So I was like, okay, well, it's going to notify on the main thread because I don't want to necessarily do this off the main thread. And I was like, oh, well, I should observe on because that's where I want to marshal it back to. But reading the details, I actually have to subscribe on, and it's because of the context of subscribe on, right? Subscribe on actually tells us that this is where you're going to get subscription and unsubscription notifications. So if this is going to notify on the main thread, that means that we have to subscribe on the main thread in order to get access to those notifications. So we're really talking about where we're boxing and unboxing the observable itself. And that's kind of like my last little bit, because I actually was getting a hard crash when this was happening, and man, was that ugly. But that's all I've got, folks. Just kind of a quick vignette into how you can do some of this stuff. I didn't even get into this page where things were breaking more, but yeah, all the fun stuff. This, let me get back to my slide deck real quick to show you that that slide, blah, blah, blah. I know I'm over time, folks, so I apologize. So this is where you can get access to that code. It's going to be at Reactive Marble's social queue. So you can go look at Reactive Marbles, the same place that Glenn is doing that when property changed library. This app is available through there. You can fork it. You can ask questions. You can tell me it's horrible and that you found 10 better ways to do it. I'm all ears. So yeah, there's questions and I am ready.
I think you answered all.
Do an intro for David, I guess, because you know him best.
Yeah, not a problem. I will gladly do that. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So next up is a good friend of mine by the name of David Driscoll. David and I worked together years ago on a very advanced, ahead of its time thing, and we'll just call it platform for lack of a better word. But that platform was very awesome. And during that time, David took me out of the world of being a dark matter developer and started to enlighten me on different things that I had never seen before. So I just wanted to go ahead and present David Driscoll, a functional guru, JavaScript guru. He works on the OmniSharp project, which is some of the technology that gets you C# IntelliSense in VS Code. So David, it's all you.
You're assuming I'm paying attention.
right? And that you know how to unhardware mute.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry, my daughter was talking to me. Please, I must apologize. Fridays are, or Saturdays are usually quieter around this time, but today does not seem to be such a day. All right. So how do I do screenshot or PowerPoint? Here we go. It's been forever. So what I'm going to be talking to you guys today about, and thank you for everyone that's hung around since the beginning. I'm sure with various time zones that people have been in and out. So appreciate that. So I'm going to talk today about dynamic data, but not just dynamic data in the .NET sense, but more of the, how can we use dynamic data elsewhere? When Rodney first exposed me to dynamic data, he's like, you should really look at this. And that actually took quite a while for me to actually like listen to him. So once I finally did, I'm like, hey, that thing's really cool. And so I'm going to talk to you about that. I basically took the source cache and all the stuff around it from .NET and rewrote it in TypeScript using RxJS. So myself, Rodney already introduced me. I'm the team lead for OmniSharp, so that's the C# IntelliSense for VS Code. Yes, I know there's issues there. We're working on them. I'm also a senior software developer at a company called TrailCard and a Microsoft MVP. My Twitter and GitHub are there, so please feel free to catch me on either of those platforms if you have questions. So I'm gonna, this whole talk's been a lot about reactive extensions already, so just gonna give a sort of brief idea. Observables are push-based collections, right? So if I have an enumerable or an array and someone wants to get all the items out of an array, they pull them, right? The consumer is the person that owns it. Observables flip that in the direction. So instead of a consumer, it's the producer that says I have a thing for you, I have a thing for you. It might be 0, 1, or it could be infinite values. It could never stop. And then Rx, since it was developed on .NET, has expanded. So you got the JavaScript, Java, Swift, Go. There's a whole bunch of them out there now. And then dynamic data. The best way I look at it is it allows you to use observables and treat them as if they were a collection. You can sort of ignore the fact that it's a collection over time. You can get an instantaneous snapshot of exactly what's happening there. And hopefully my microphone is mixing up most of the noise. If there is any problems or you miss something, please feel free. I'm looking at chat as well. So you can model complex objects from an observable. You can take this collection of things and produce other values, like was talked about earlier, right? You can say, what's the count of unread emails, for example, if you're making a mail client. I know I am watching, Rich. And dynamic data was really just limited to .NET. Like I've not seen dynamic data or anything similar to it ported to any other runtime other than .NET. I'm a proponent for Blazor. I thought Blazor is great, but I also work day to day on a lot of web technologies. So for a lot of you UI guys, I'm probably a dirty web developer. So I'm back-end .NET, front-end JavaScript, TypeScript for the most part. And so Blazor is awesome, but Blazor is also really immature. There's not a lot of control libraries and all that kind of stuff yet. There will be over time. However, could I use this dynamic data knowledge today in my web development life? And I also have worked previously on the RxJS library itself. So I had some familiarity there. But I mean, for dynamic data, it's basically just, you have a collection, you have something in it. You put something in, you update a value, you can add someone out, you can add something else to there, update, and then you can also remove, and it kicks those items out. But what the source caches or the observable caches is, it's that those blue boxes there. Oh, those are really terrible colors. If someone's colorblind, I apologize. The bottom row of boxes are the current state, and the boxes above are the changes that have happened to that collection over time. So what I've built, I got a little demo app. I'll link to that here in just a minute. And that was just includes, so what I've taken DynamicData, all of the source cache. I didn't do any source list stuff for a few reasons. One, there's a lot of code in DynamicData. If you've ever looked at the source code, it is ridiculous. What Roland has done is fabulous and amazing, and I don't know if I could have written it myself. And I've gotten a much better appreciation for actually, like, taking the code and porting it over. So I focus on source cache because that's most relevant, I feel like, for a lot of scenarios, and source list may be something that comes in later. Also, JavaScript developers or I should say .NET developers are a lot more babied. That's a bad word for it, but we have a lot of great tools from the BCL, right? BCL gives us link, BCL gives us lists and collections and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't exist in the JavaScript world, right? We have filter, we have map, a few other operations that can go on lists, but nothing like link. They have the basics, the primitives. They have what's called an iterable, which is very similar to enumerable. And they have async iterable, which is analogous to async enumerable from the .NET space. However, the browsers themselves or Node.js or whoever don't give you link over top of those pieces. That's where third parties come in. So we're also utilizing RxJS, which is using the parts that we needed to do for array manipulation or list manipulation. Mainly because arrays in JavaScript don't have the idea of links. What's the word? Dang it, I should have wrote it down. Deferred, whatever. Enumeration, whatever. With the enumeration, so like you do a where, until you actually do toList or start enumerating, nothing has actually happened to your object. And IX is the same way. So you can start tacking on operators and it doesn't actually do anything until you say, yeah, give me a value from it. And then SignalR, which after watching Rich today is a very dirty word. He'd rather do server-side events, which I could have done server-side events here. I chose not to just because I wanted to explore some technologies as well. So I'm sure you've heard enough about SignalR today, but it's .NET, has JavaScript and Java clients as well for doing asynchronous bidirectional server-side updates. In this case, I'm really just looking for the real-time updates. My scenario is my server has a list of, in this case, the demo is heroes. So I have a list of superheroes that's on the server, and I want to present that list to all the clients that are connecting to that site. And then as they change, also modeling that back to all the clients at once. SignalR handled this. And then it's using Azure SignalR Service as well as Azure Functions. So I'm trying the whole serverless concept. There's some good things. There's some bad things. I learned quite a bit, and that's why I did that. So let's go sort of look at some of the demo stuff. Let's find the link. Where are you? Where are you, Rodney? No, not Rodney.
I'm right here. Do you need me?
No. I just couldn't find the right page. Couldn't find the window on my screen because I'm crazy. All right, so actually that link won't work. So I'll go here. I'm gonna put this in chat. People feel free to bang on it, screw with it, and break everyone. It's gonna be hilarious. So this is just a random list of superheroes. We can come in here, we can actually clear the list, and it's gonna start slowly taking them out, doing the kind of thing that you might want to do. So on the back end, this is, or sorry, on the front end, I should say, this is using Vue.js. Picked Vue because that's what I'm familiar with. So someone out there has clicked the random button, and so we've introduced some more heroes. I can click the random button, we can introduce some more. And then someone's gonna hit the clear button, and it's gonna really fuck everything up, or screw everything up, excuse my French. But you can also come in here, and you can start clicking on, yeah, someone hit remove, see? There we go. That was the whole idea of the demo. So I can come in here and I can say, all right, I want to take out all the Marvel Comics people or Arsenal or whatever this one is, and NBC. I mean, I found an API that just gives you like there's a list of 731 heroes or something. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll use that. And so now on my client side, I can get all this data in here. And then also there is the concept of the tree, which doesn't actually work quite as well as I want. Oh, I have a debugger open somewhere. Haha. The control library I was using, because it's view 3 and for other reasons, there's supposed to be a little edit window that pops up. So if you go over here, you can actually make changes. So you can say, oh, I'm going to change who their leader is or whatever. And so the leader is what's used in this concept for, and don't worry, I have a local version that you guys can't screw with. So in here, you can see that using the leader ID, we're using DynamicData's transform to tree method to actually just render out a tree based on that information. And this is all just happening in real time. All right, so I have my local version that you guys can't screw with, which is awesome. And this thing will work. So I can come in here and I can, move this person under Thor Girl. Random names are awesome. Wasn't you, Rich? Oh yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure it was. That's okay. So Captain Cold can go under, I don't know, Blood Wraith. That was right there above him. Drag and drop here would have been cool, but yeah. Just be lucky, this is what you got. So you can modify the leader in there. And then also, normally you might have a list like this, and your list of races or publishers or whatever might be stored on the server. But in this case, they're all just generated by DynamicData. So I can actually go in here and change Captain Cold's alignment. And now we have a new alignment that's popped in called Cold. I can save that and it'll update to everybody. And you have that information there. I'm still going to blame you, Rich. Doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. You're now the scapegoat, as it were. So let's get to some code. I mean, this is all cool. This is cool and all, but what does it look like? How do you actually work with it? That was the wrong button. All right. I know. Text size. Working on it. All right. Is that big enough for everybody? Stuck around so far? All right, let's close all this stuff and actually start looking at things. So I have my hero model. There's some data there I'm not showing, mainly because I was a slacker and didn't really start doing this until this week to get all this stuff in there. So I just didn't show it in the UI because I was wanting functionality to work. But they have an ID, leader ID, superhero, publisher, blah, blah, blah. Nothing super special. The superhero API gives us this record. I just used a tool that transforms JSON to C#. And it's like, oh, cool. Yay. I'll have to work on it. So for SignalR, it has this concept of negotiating a hub. So this is just the plumbing to get SignalR to work with Azure Functions over the Azure SignalR service, which is actually from a technical feat is actually really kind of cool, because if no one actually touches your API or calls SignalR, they can still be connected to the SignalR service, but if they haven't made any calls to functions, the function app will just shut down. You're not paying anything for services or in terms of cost while it's shut down. Well, outside the usage of SignalR service. And then it'll automatically handle the connections and stuff like that. So here on connected, what I'm doing is I am querying Cosmos DB. This is just to get all of the heroes out. I set the max page size just for folks to sort of see that to 2, arbitrarily small number, because we're not dealing with a lot of data. And the reason I did that was just that when you click that random button and it starts bringing people in, it brings them in a little bit slower so you can sort of see what's going on. When it was like just fire hosing, it was like, oh, a bunch of things were added. It wasn't so helpful from a user's perspective, but for demo purposes, this makes a lot more sense. And what's really funny is once I did the serverless part, I didn't actually have dynamic data anymore. I was just using parts of dynamic data. So basically I have a list of changes, and I just send that list of changes asynchronously across SignalR to the client as just a change set. So for the client, when they're seeing this, they're just getting the collection all at once, and we're just adding that in there. And then open the functions. And then here, this is where things get a little more interesting. So let's go to random hero. So this is where the random button comes into place. You click the random button, you send a count. Each page sends a slightly different count just for testing purposes. And we get we call to get our heroes so that we can build up a tree. So if there's no heroes, then we have no parent. We just generate a list. If there's not, then using that bogus tool that Rodney was using just allows you to simplify the logic of I want to randomly pick an item. This is mainly just because writing that code is tedious, and the tool was there. And so this is basically going to say, okay, for all the heroes that live in Cosmos DB, I'm not recommending you do this for production purposes because that would be bad. Be like, oh, I'm going to load all of the data into memory. Yeah, don't do that. But just for demo purposes, to build that nice little tree, we just go get all the heroes. And then we just use those to build the parents. And then once we're done, we do the same buffering. We use the max page size again of 2. So we just send these new heroes over. And then quickly, and I'll go to the actual JavaScript here in a minute. I'm sure you guys are like, yes, JavaScript. No, I don't think you really care about JavaScript. Yeah, it probably was a knock on the door. 1 second, I'm going to mute for just a moment. All right, sorry about that. As my kid yells. Okay. Sorry about that. So this basically just posts the hero, and we just make changes to the hero, and we just call SignalR to spam out, in this case, the update. So in this case, because I'm stateless, I didn't actually have to deal with any of the dynamic data or source cache things that exist. However, in previous examples and stuff that I've done, you can have a source cache and connect to it, but usually it's for a stateless or a stateful service in some way, shape, or form. Oh, so you're not interested in JavaScript, you're interested in TypeScript. Well, that's good because I have both. So I don't even know what pages I'm on. Here we go. There we go. All right, so this is using the Vue 3 syntax. So if you've used Vue, great. If not, don't worry about it. Basically, there's this setup method, which is very much like a constructor would be in ReactiveUI. Yeah, it really is. It is really very close to TypeScript. So this hub connection builder is for the SignalR. So this just allows us to connect to SignalR. These are Vue specific things, even though they got reactive in the name. They're not observables by themselves. You can observe them, but they're a little different. So kind of like how someone, can't remember who it was, had the filter example earlier. This is a very similar concept. So we're trying to cross the streams, as it were, between two technologies. Vue is not centered around observables, so we're trying to bridge that gap slightly. So Vue has this concept of watching, so I can watch selected alignments, races, genders, etc. And then when that happens, we're just going to call this refilter method, or this refilter subject. And so that's just going to say, oh, we got a new item, trigger that behavior later on down the list. And then I have the started in here just to try to make it a little bit nicer. So If I could alt tab to the right thing. I mean, all that's doing is making sure the loader's there until we load the data the first time. So that's really what's going on here. So started is happening. If started is stopped. So RxJS is similar but not identical in terms of API to Rx.net. So there's no on next, it's just next or error or complete. And then in this case, there's also the is stopped. I think Rx.net has like it is disposed or something like that, or is completed maybe on subjects. So those are just different things, little idiosyncrasies between these different tools. But I mean, it has a very similar concept to observable create. You just do a new observable, you say what your type is. So this should be familiar to pretty much any C# developer. I mean, the only real difference is when you're making a function, your type goes on the right instead of the left. And then you're basically just writing C# that has no threads. I'm using SignalR Core, Chris. But there's nothing specific to SignalR Core in this example. So if you were using SignalR 2, you'd be fine as well. The only thing I had to do, and I might as well point it out while someone mentioned it, is startup. Yeah. So in this case, it is using Newtonsoft. Newtonsoft JSON. And I did have to create a couple converters. So I want to know, because I don't control change reason, that change reason thing lives in DynamicData, but I want to serialize it as a string because that's what I'm expecting on the JavaScript side. So this just ensures that there's a string converter for that, and then also optional as well. Doesn't have a default serializer. So this is just to make sure that optional is supported, which is a dynamic data type, and change reason. That was the only special things that had to happen. As long as you can serialize those over to JSON, you're fine. And so now here's where the actual dynamic data comes into. So if you haven't done RxJS, it's a little bit different. So if you're normally you might have an observable. So just say a new observable unknown.
Are we supposed to just like in here hesitate?
Sorry about that. My kids are like, what do we do with the food? I don't know. Put it on the table and eat it. We got dinner late tonight. So you have an observable, but we don't have select or map or filter or any of that on here. This used to exist in RxJS 5, but it was deprecated in 6 and removed. I mean, I think you can still add it, but the proper way to be idiomatic, I sort of need to back up here a little bit. So if you're familiar with any of the work that the .NET team is doing today with linking and trying to minimize the amount of assembly data that's used when you're deploying an application, JavaScript has a very similar problem. So it has its concept of modules, which I find are very analogous to assemblies. So every file essentially is an assembly. If from a .NET developer perspective, the best way to look at it is every file you have that has exports is an assembly that has public types, which means you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of assemblies. Is what it is. It's not .NET. But this is the easiest way to look at it. And so they have this concept of tree shaking, which is something they're trying to implement for .NET and try to shake out functions and methods and classes that you don't use. And so now based on the pieces of these modules that I've imported, it's going to shake out the rest. So I might have additional operators in here. So there's XOR, there's when reasons are. These are all dynamic data things that were converted over. So if I don't use these, when it goes to build I use air quotes, which you obviously can't see. When it goes to build the source code for going to production, it'll actually take all those methods out because they were never used in the source code. And so if you use the class-based syntax and you actually add things onto the class, tree shaking doesn't understand that it's not actually used. It's very difficult to understand that, where from a functional point of view, if you have values you're consuming into it, it makes it a little bit easier. So in this case, there's this pipe method. And then from the pipe method, you can take different operators, right? So we do have the filter operator. We do have the map operator. So filter is where in .NET's parlance, and map is select. But then there's also merge map. So that's select many. There's also concat map, which doesn't really exist in RxJS. Sorry, I can't remember who the speaker was earlier, who was doing the select concat, but that's basically just shorthand for select or concat. And that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to focus too much on the RxJS part. I'm more than willing to talk about that at another time if people want to know. But we have this pipe method, and so we can say, I want to take that through and call transform. And so that's sort of a brief overview of how things are a little bit different. You have to look at it from a different angle. So let's go back down to our code here. So we create this observable, and this just takes in that change set. So if we go back to our function here, and then we got our import heroes, no, random heroes. Right, so this is sending a change set. So we grab all the changes, and we send them across as a change set. So we're just saying, okay, well, we know it's going to be a change set coming in. So we have that modeled. It's TypeScript interface. It looks exactly, okay, doesn't look exactly the same. It looks very similar to the .NET one. And then if I'm going too fast, just tell me and I'll try to slow down. And so we just take that and we throw it in here and just say next. And the nice thing is this as observable cache, this method here, takes in a source observable of change sets. So it doesn't really matter that this change set came from an observable pipe. All it needs to do is be a change set. And what that's going to do is it's going to turn that into an observable cache. So now there's a couple gotchas with JavaScript versus .NET. JavaScript is not easy. It's somewhat doable, but it's really not easy and super complicated to deal with equality. Most of the equality is reference equality, in that if it's the same object, they're equal. But value equality doesn't really exist. So some of these things had to add down like a deep equal. And so what this will do is this will do a deep equality check against both objects, which is expensive. But in some cases it may be needed. With observable cache, it doesn't seem to be so bad because it can use the key for most of it. It doesn't care about the value being the quote unquote the same thing. But this gives us our observable cache. Let's go look at that. So this observable cache extends a few things. I mean, these are basically what it does in DynamicData, if I recall. A couple special things in TypeScript. They have this concept of guards. So TypeScript is a duck-typed language, if you're not familiar with it, which basically means if it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, I'm not going to assume it's a duck. It could be a goose. It may not necessarily sound the same as a duck, but it's the same kind of idea. And so sometimes you want to be able to, you have a thing that you don't know what it is. And you can do this, what they call type guards. So I can say, is this thing an observable cache? And it'll just say, yes, it is, or no, it's not. And then C# has recently added the new nullable typing, nullable type system. And it does a very similar kind of flow analysis. So if you say if is observable, you know what, I should just type this out and make it so that you can actually see what I'm talking about. All right, so if I say is observable cache, right? And then this is already an observable cache, but I can easily just cast this to any, and life will go to, I don't know, say string. Not sure that makes much sense, but inside here, we now know that cache, is still a string object. I make bad examples and then like, right. So now outside of this if statement, it doesn't see this connect method as existing. Where inside this if statement, it does. So these are the casts are very similar to the TypeScript or the C# ones. You can do an as cast if you're not familiar. And then there's also the Angular backend one, which is really out of favor due to React and TSX or JSX syntax, which I'm not going to go into. All right, so web observable cache, we got to connect to it. This is the same rules as anything. And I'm just going to add something else in here so it doesn't mess with me. Auto formatting and all that. So transform. So another thing, TypeScript doesn't have, or sorry, JavaScript, or in those runtimes, don't have a support for the concept of I notify property changed. Not native support anyway. There's no interface that you can implement and be like, I can now watch the properties of things. So to support that, we have this concept, the JavaScript, the modern runtime. So as long as you don't need to target IE11, God forbid, it's going away soon. But if you have to target IE11, some of these things won't work for you. I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try to support it. If you're targeting modern web browsers, you have access to this thing called a proxy, which I wish .NET had. So this proxy, I can pass in an object if I could type. And then in that object, I can actually create overload or interceptors essentially. So what this will do is whenever I take this object and I want to get a value off of that object, this method will be called. And I will have the opportunity to change the behavior of that method, which is very similar to interceptors in .NET, which usually require a lot of runtime support and other weird things, which is why we don't use them a whole ton. Outside unit testing, everyone unit tests here, right? I hope everyone does. So using proxies, we're able to emulate the behavior of property notify changed. And so if your object doesn't already have that, you can just call this observe property changes on it, which is just behaving as if you're passing in a delegate, very similar to that. And what this does is this takes an object and an object of type T and creates it as a notified property changed object of type T, which just has this notify property change symbol. Symbols are kind of like specially named properties, I guess. Trying to figure out the best way to, they're not strings, but they're not private. It's weird. But anyway, which is where we can actually get our property change values from. Auto refresh was talked about earlier today. So this is the same kind of support. So it takes that observable property changed. So if you pass it something that's not, it may get mad at you or may not. It'll definitely fail at runtime. So I should maybe try to fix the typings on that. Publish ref count, that's nothing new. And now filter. So we have our dynamic filter here. There are 2 filters now instead of 1. And the reason for that is because .NET's support for overloading is a lot more, what's the word? I don't even know what well, in .NET, you can have overloaded methods, which are actually 2 different methods. In JavaScript and TypeScript, you can have a method that has multiple signatures. However, you have to be able to figure out what those values are from the signature. And so sometimes it's easier just to split things. At least with a lot of the dynamic data methods, it made a lot more sense to just have them split. That way your brain didn't have, or my brain, not your brain, my brain didn't have to do nearly as many gymnastics. So this does the dynamic filter. We take our hero in here. Because we're not pre-populating selected alignments, we don't know what they are until we get our list. We pretend that undefined is true. If you're not familiar with JavaScript and undefined versus null, then there's some fun stuff in there. But basically, undefined is not null. Null is not undefined, and they are two very different, distinct things. But basically what happens is when you checkbox, it sets it to false, and then a check it back, it'll check it to true. So this is just allowing us to check for both sides. The sort comparison stuff, this was actually kind of cool that I got this to work. So this actually has IntelliSense based on the incoming type. So you don't have to do very much magic. So if I wanted to filter by real name, I could do that. But I'm going to do by name because it makes more sense. And then finally bind. So there's no excuse me, there's no output variables. So this looks a little bit different than the RxJS you're normally used to. But basically what this does is on this ref object, which this is just a view construct, there's a property called value, which is the array value of it. And so we're just binding to the array and modifying the array in place. And in this case, view is smart enough to understand that that's been changing. And then for our list, what did I do? Oh no, identifier exp, I didn't save. That'd be why. And then for our list, right, we got our genders, alignments, races, all that kind of stuff. We actually just can now take our list and transform it and say, okay, I want to grab the alignments, I want all of the distinct alignments, I'm going to sort them and then bind them to this alignments. Same thing. And so we now have all that data pumped out. Unmount is on deactivated, I guess, in RxJS sense. And then promises or tasks, if you're not familiar with promises. They are tasks that you can't cancel. Go figure. And then also selected heroes just over here for stuff I was adding in. So if I wanted to, I can go in here and take out, say, distinct values. So what this is going to do is go and be like, oh, we got a lot of values. They're all going to uncheck and check it the same because, or maybe not. That's awesome. That's neat. But let's put that back because that was really confusing. Let's see what else. My brain is broken. Oh, let's go to the tree. The tree is the next interesting one. Yes, yes. Okay, so tree is set up exactly the same way. We have our list of our heroes in their node list, right? So this node is the dynamic data, same as node. Promises or tasks is asking for trouble. How's it asking for trouble? They are very much the same. The only difference is there are no threads in JavaScript and you cannot cancel promises today. It's not entirely true. They're trying to work on it, but they don't have the concept of a cancellation token today. There is the abort controller that's coming, but it's not done yet. Anyway, node has an item, has a key, has parent, children, all that fun stuff. And I've totally changed files, clicked the wrong button. So this is set up the same way. We got our started, observer, pump all the data through. But now here, we first sort the list by name, and then we put it in the hero list. And this is probably not super efficient to do the sort after sorting, but I needed to for my sanity. So if I go here, I'll show you why. So if I click on one of these and I go click on leader, this list was not alphabetical and was really driving me nuts. So that was just a convenience thing. And so we bind that list, it binds it to the array here. And then we can sort by leader ID, then name, so that we're sorting alphanumerically by the leader. And then we call transform to tree, which is a method that exists in DynamicData today, which is really cool. So it produces this whole tree structure that allows us to now have these things anchored. And so if we click on that and go to array, right, we can now move that data. And DynamicData knows to take the item from where it exists and move it to where it needs to go. And I didn't have to do any of that. I don't know about you guys. I've written tree stuff in the past and wanted to gouge my eyes out when someone's like, well, what if I do this? And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. In this case, DynamicData knows just everything and it manages it for you. And so I can show that component off because it's not super complicated. So we have I'm using these fast components just because I couldn't find a view library that was updated for 3 yet, because 3 came out this week, I guess. So this just renders the tree with the click event. That's where things sort of broke on the production side, which I didn't notice until about 40 minutes ago, or no, an hour ago. And then we have this node tree, which is this guy here. And so we have our little avatar, 24 by 24. You know, I can change that if I want, just to prove I'm not lying, right, Rodney? No lies.
You're most likely lying.
Probably. And then what this does is it actually takes itself and I guess it's based on the name. I don't really actually know why it does that, but it works. So it actually recurses with itself as there's children. And so the only thing really you have to do is, because DynamicData node doesn't have a list of children, it has an observable cache of children. So DynamicData will update the caches as data moves around. And so you just have to connect and bind it. So in my case, I just connected and bound it to an array of children. I didn't do any sorting or anything like that, but you certainly could. And then when we're done, we unmount. And so this just materializes the list of children for each thing as it goes. If you want to be more efficient, you can make sure that the tree was visible and connect when it's visible, hide when it's not, you know, those kind of things. But that is my demo. As far as the demo code, it does exist. I'll put this in the chat real quick. Feel free to go rip it off and mess with it. I don't think I have any of my secrets in there, but doesn't matter. I'm going to delete the resources in a week or two.
What's that Microsoft GitHub user in your?
Oh no, that's a good question. Why do I have a micro? I don't know. Insights. Contributors. Where'd that come from? Committed something. I have no idea. It must have been like a.
Just hit the one commit. You can tell if you go back to the previous version.
Oh, I bet you. Maybe I put a secret in there and it didn't like that. Commits. Oh, that's what it is. So I set this up as an Azure Static Web App, the original one. And so there's a little guide in the Azure portal that says, point me at the repository. So it does it. It did it there. But yeah, that's what it was. That was kind of interesting. I was like, what's that? So yeah, feel free to grab any of this code. The actual DynamicData, that lives over here. It is published on NPM. I'm going to try to keep working on it. I don't know if this is something that you want to roll under the ReactiveUI banner or not, but it is something I'm playing with. I was working on documentation. Maybe. Let me see. Real quick on my terminal window. Help me, type doc. I don't know what I'm doing. So I was going to work on trying to get some documentation out there, which isn't right now. It was on my list, and then I got behind. But I do want to sort of get some documentation out there. So there's API documentation available for folks to see what operators and methods and all that kind of stuff exists. Because one thing, basically all I did from a source perspective was take all the dynamic data code and copy it, all the CS files in, and then changed one to .ts and fixed all of the errors, and then did the same thing over and over and over again. If you're a masochist like me, that's great. If you're not a masochist like me, you'd probably claw your eyes out. But the advantage of that is all of the comments that existed in dynamic data are also here because I just pulled them right over.
It's pretty cool.
Awesome, David. Thank you.
It was really interesting to see how Roland has put everything together because a lot of these operators use the same operators inside themselves. It's really interesting. Internals.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions from the audience? I'll check YouTube as well quickly.
So if the audience doesn't have a question, I do have a question.
You're the
So,
audience.
Fair enough. But I get a microphone, so I get to ask my question directly. So, okay, you go from, hey, there's this really cool C# library to I'm going to port it into a different language. What does that undertaking feel like? Yeah.
What is that? Sorry, I missed part of that. My daughter was
Like, what does that undertaking feel like? Like you're like, I mean, because, okay, like just consuming dynamic data kind of broke my brain for a couple of weeks, if not more, probably more, about a month at least. And here you are, you saw it when I showed it to you, you were like, oh, that's amazing. And then, 2 days later, it's just like, oh, hey, I'm going to port it to JavaScript. And it's just like, kind of, I know this is kind of like a softer question, but, why did you want it that badly? Like, what was it that it brought to the table that you couldn't do with what tools you had in the JavaScript community?
So from my perspective, there's nothing like it that solves the problem as, I'm not going to say as effectively or efficiently because I'm not sure. I haven't done testing. But as, what's the word? Shoot.
Elegantly.
Elegantly. Thank you, Rich. You're reading my mind. It doesn't solve the problem quite as elegantly as this does. I have some real world problems at work where I have a large stateful list and or tree that I'd like to be able to surface in the UI. And since our UIs are all JavaScript, at least where I work right now, that it made it a hell of a lot more powerful to have something like this be able to be used for that, as opposed to trying to roll it myself and running into all the different bugs. Where something like dynamic data, not only is it elegant, it also has a whole suite of tests behind it that we can also validate. So I didn't just, copy the code and say, oh, good, I'm done. I copied the tests too and converted all the tests. So this has a full suite of all the relevant tests. So some pieces don't exist in here, like full joins. I didn't do some of the join stuff yet. I left the files in place just so I have a point of reference. But really it was just, okay, well now here's all the tests in idiomatic, I want to say idiomatic JavaScript, but it's more idiomatic Jasmine or Jest in this case. I converted all the tests to make sure that not only did I convert the code, but that I was working code. And I can trust that the code works, at least with a slightly higher level of degree than I would normally do in a project where it's like, I just need to paint it on the page quickly.
Awesome.
And
So-
I'm with you on that, Rich. It is something to learn. That's another point. I just thought it was cool, and I like to dig in.
Anyway, Rich is not going to get his way with maps versus filters. It's going link style, but that'll be fun.
Go ahead, Rich. I don't mind.
Okay, yeah, I've been doing a fair bit of this recently, mostly the other way around. Well, two directions actually. And I've been working on shifting JavaScript libraries to C#, or at least to JS interop with C# APIs over the top, which means you have to get into the library and really understand what it's doing at every particular stage. And the other way that I've been doing it is to I've been writing my own compiler for cross compiler, basically F# to JavaScript, so that there's a version of Blazor that you guys may know about. It's called Bolero, which is basically just an F# version of Blazor. It does everything that Blazor does in F#. It uses Elmish syntax. And I felt that since F# cross compiles across to JavaScript fairly easily, it would be nice if we could do all the JS interop stuff, but keep it in F#. And that, honestly, as a learning experience, either for the particular libraries or for the compilers that you're working with, I don't think you can beat it. It does take a lot of time and it does take a lot of effort, but I definitely call it worthwhile.
Yeah, and for myself, it was just, can I do it? Will it be doable? That was my other thing. It's like, oh, cool. I was able to do it, but it was a lot of code.
Yeah, a very big thing for me is where I look at something and go, ooh, I wonder if I can, and then I find out.
It's like, oh, I can, but there's like 500,000 lines of code. Oh, let's not do that just yet.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Anyway, thanks for coming, everyone. This will be on YouTube. We'll also be separating them all out into separate individual YouTube videos. And also we'll probably re-record a separate recording with Rich, just because of the technical difficulty he had. And we'll get a full version of his talk out there without...
With heckling from Glenn and Rodney.
Yeah, that's right. So hope everyone will probably organize something again sometime. Probably not immediately, but I'm glad everyone enjoyed themselves. And yeah, check us out on Slack, check us out on GitHub. Make sure you're connecting with us. Thanks very much.